be picking up where we left, well, not where we left off. We're going to be starting a brand new colony in RimWorld. We're going to be doing what's known as the Adam and Eve Challenge. I'm sure there's a bunch of people with a bunch of different versions of this, so I'm not going to claim it's an original idea. I didn't really reference anyone else's thing, but it's an obvious challenge. And the challenge is basically we're going to start with 2 pawns. We're going to have, you know, male and female. We're going to make them both beautiful and young. That way they will very hopefully romance each other immediately. And we may not bring in any outside colonists, so no random joiners, no welcoming refugees, no the whatever wanderers, none of those things, that we just have to keep entirely in our own colonists. The only time I'm allowed to take an outside colonist is if of those initial 2, one of them dies, or otherwise can't have kids anymore, because then the colony would just age out. So at that point, I'd be allowed to bring 1 person in to replace whoever died, and you get the idea. That's a tricky one there, because getting them to romance again is really hard. So with that, let's go ahead and start a new colony. I do still actually have this down here. Alright, so we do still have the Adam and Eve one. Yeah, right, and they start naked and all that. Because I based it off the naked brutality. Let me actually double check what my settings were. We have random research on. I don't know. Yeah, we have no research on. We have random research on. So we're going to start with no research whatsoever. So I cannot do a hot tile because otherwise heat wave happens, we just die. Or I caravan off the tile, it becomes a nuisance. But basically with the random research, it really kills hot tiles. Cold tiles are fine though. They will be starting naked with no possessions, and they will be reserved to a lower age range. And the reason we're reserving them to a lower age range is just to try and ensure that we do end up having colonists or thing. The one thing I'm going to add as a part that I learned from past time doing this challenge, forced trait, and I want to do it on just the starting characters, and we're going to start with beautiful. And the reason we're doing this is that will make them far more likely to romance each other. I know I could get mods to force them into a relationship. There we go. So normally that is... Can you leave and join with specific names? I don't believe it's set up to accept custom names. But if you let me know the custom name you want, if you get drawn, then that'll work too. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and just the starting pawns are going to be set to beautiful. And like I said, that's just so the 2 romance right away, because otherwise I gotta go and use mods to force them into a relationship, and I don't tend to mod my game very much. Okay, so with that, we're gonna go strive to survive, commitment mode. I'm not gonna touch any anomaly settings. We're gonna do Cassandra, large planet because I don't care. I'll leave that all to default. I don't care about any of these really. We do have the geological landforms mod. That's about one of the only mods that can affect our gameplay here. I might also need to move my camera. It was moved down here for Mind Over Magicka, feeling it's going to be covering stuff up. But I'm going to wait till we're actually in the game to grab it and move it. Because it is one of those things that no matter where I put it, it's not the right place. There's always some information that I'll be covering up they'll have to deal with. Alright, come on, world. Okay. So, as I said, hot tiles will be a problem with the no research, random research. Just because, like I said, if we don't start with passive cooler, if a heat wave happens and we don't randomly get lucky and get passive cooler, that's just it. Technically, if I am doing a underground colony, that could usually be manageable in its own right as well. That's one way to mitigate it. I haven't decided what kind of colony we're doing. Do we want to lean into more mountainous or... What challenge? Adam and Eve. Do we want to lean to more open or more mountainous? Just the question, because we got a lot of really cool options we have here. We do actually have... Was it Gorge? Yeah, so Gorge is a really cool one. It's actually really hard, because it does, like, you'd be like, oh my god, look at the defense, but there is, like, no grow space on those tiles. We also have river... Where is it? River... Was it Confluence? No, River Source. There's also River Source, which can be really interesting with mountains. So it is like everyone saying mountains. Like it is like unanimously mountains. Do we want to go for this? Because we messed with this tile before. And it can be really wild to do these ones. Just because like it's really defensible, so it is really a bizarre thing. But we will be dealing a lot with food problems until we get something like hydroelectric. We'll also get no geothermal power, because there'll be nowhere for the geothermal to spawn on. So it does actually have a lot of negatives. In straight up fights, it's really strong. It also sucks for caravanning because... Yeah, so we got like a little grow spot there. We got that. So, okay. So do we want this tile? I wish you could like mark a tile. Do we want something like that, or we also have what's being mentioned is there is crater. So crater's that style. Or this style. And then there is canyon, which is this one. Or sorry, you said caldera. My apologies. Caldera, which is that. So that's not really in the mountains. It usually has a lake. I'm not a big fan of caldera personally. So do we want to go with this one, or where was that? Well, that's rift. Yeah, crater. So would people prefer the water source, which is again that, or crater, which is kind of one way in, one way out, but like a much larger buildable space. Because this one is going full dwarf down here. Like this will be full dwarf. This one I will likely not really build in the cave wall nearly as much and try and keep it out in the middle area. Alright, seems like people are leaning towards crater. I would like to find a crater that does not have a bunch of caves. Because the caves can kind of present an interesting early game thing, like an early game challenge. But after that, they just become a nuisance. And we will definitely have more than enough places for insects to spawn. Kind of wish there's like a find me the next crater spot. That one already says caves. Crater. There we go. So we do have a limited grow season. I'm actually totally fine with that. Granite and limestone, that's good. You know, slate would be certainly better. No water? Do we need water? Because, you love that mod, but searching can be a pain. Yeah, because that was the whole thing. Now you're just saying, yeah, and I mean, water doesn't serve a whole big purpose. The only exception is I did find a really cheesy kill box strategy that works for everything but mechanoids that is incredibly broken using the incinerator because it bugs out the AI, but it requires water to do it. Because then what I do is I make like my kill box, make the area where I put fire right next to where the water is, so that they run to the kill box, they get burned, and they catch fire, and they start running out of your kill box again to go get to the water to put themselves out, and they just basically pace back and forth and don't even defend themselves. It's super broken, but it requires water. And then for a tile like this, we'd obviously use the choke point as our defensive line. And before people are like, this is, you know, this is like, you know, really easy map. Yes and no. There are certain events with this style map that really suck. Because we are doing Adam and Eve, I can't do the guilty ideology. Because joining qualifies as one of the guilty things. Thank you for the follow. welcome to stream. So if I turn away refugees who want to join, we take the mood penalty. So that will make it so I cannot do the guilty ideology with the Adam and Eve run. Because unfortunately, just with this one, like I said, refugees who want to join, we will take a mood penalty if we don't let them join. And by the rules of the Adam and Eve run, I may not let them join. So it'd be just basically a permanent mood debuff just about. Doesn't mean you can't, just means your people will unhappy a lot. Yeah, well that's the whole thing. And this run's honestly rough enough as is. So, with that said, ruling that one out. Yeah, so guilty we wouldn't do, blood feeding we wouldn't do. Transhumanist with random research is really not doable, because you just might not get the research. I don't want to do Raider or Supremacist, because they want you to attack others, and that means lots of caravanning. But usually I go out of my way to make the children, like, extremely, you know, extremely effective. So Rancher we probably won't be able to do, at least not for a long time. Prollicizer's generic. Individualist is pretty generic. Nature Primacy would be just us melting down forever, I think. Could I do that? That'd be really its own challenge within itself. Because Nature Primacy really hates it when you cut down trees and mine if you lean into it. And in Human Primacy, we could potentially do Nature Primacy. They get a mood bonus for having a bunch of tree. Well, was that Nature Primacy or the later one? That they get the mood bonus for a bunch of trees being around and all that, and they get mad. High Life, man, High Life is so deceptively actually rough. It seems such of a nothing burger, but then you realize people getting anything done is just so hard to make happen. Like, this is genuinely actually a pretty brutal ideology. Like, the High Life and Rancher are really rough ideologies to actually do successfully. The Ritualist is interesting, but with what we're doing, I probably wouldn't get much done with the Ritualist. This'll actually, now I think about it, last time we did this, Anomaly wasn't out. Because Flesh Purity, we can actually do some stuff with this too, which is interesting. Yeah, Prollicizers are generic. I mean, that's probably good. It's probably good to start with, and we can change it later. Female Supremacy? No. We'll probably start with that one. I know it's a fairly generic one, and the reason I'm thinking that is we're going to have two people, so we can't get a moral guide. And we're not going to be... Well, no, we're going to have kids, and they're going to automatically be our ideology. So that really doesn't matter, I guess, does it? Yeah, so I'm leaning towards, like, Human Primacy. Nature Primacy sounds interesting. I have a feeling that's going to be putting multiple layers of challenge on top of myself to the point of it being a problem. Let's go with Human Primacy. So that basically means we can't bond with animals, and we're all about exploiting the environment, and we do get a production specialist who won't matter for a while. Yeah, it's fine. So let's see here. And the only ones we're going to change is we're going to turn that to free and approved love just to get them getting on as quickly as possible. And I think that's the only one we'll leave. I'm going to take the clothes requirements off that because it just annoys me. Because then you give them, like, super good armor, like, yeah, I don't have a tribal headdress. I'm mad. Alright, that's good. Okay. So we need two people here. We've got tough and beautiful, incapable of medical, which is pretty rough. I think for our first two, not being able to medical is a deal breaker. Let's try and see if we can't get someone who's at least got, like, plants. I want one person that's got medical at least. So you can cook, that can be helpful, and you can craft, and you can research. But you're an addict. Kind is also really good. So a medical cook, no other stuff. Let's go ahead and we'll hold on to them for right now. You would be fantastic. So what would I be missing? You'd be missing construction and plants. And I don't need 2 researchers. And you can't dumb labor, so get out of here. And the only reason I'm trying to avoid Night Owl is so that they do sleep together. Because that's how babies happen. Okay. Okay, that'll work. So you've got plants, you got construction, and you have cooking and medical. So honestly, with just 2 pawns, that's not bad. Yeah, so I think we're good there. So we are missing mining almost entirely, and we are missing shooting entirely, but we got everything else filled in. Oh yeah, no, we're not getting everything. With 2 pawns, we're not going to sit here for 2 hours, re-rolling, and re-rolling to try and get mining. We are in Crater, so I'm probably not going to be going full dwarf mode, because I got this big open space to work with. So let's see if first we have an exposed ancient danger, so we have that in mind. Because that just might change where I ultimately build, so I don't have the ancient danger right on my lap. Yeah, so we can't see it. There very well could be multiple ancient dangers hidden back in here. They do get buried in the wall. But we got a geothermal down here. We want to be careful about pushing too far. That is a terrible place for that tree to be, so we're going to chop that down. We do want to avoid pushing too far out here. I have learned if you put your defensive line, like if I were to build it like way down here, when raiders pop in, even if they're not, like they're going to prepare, they'll still attack your wall because they can't get to a spot to prepare. Oh man, all those geothermals are right there. Okay. So what we'll probably do here is I do think we're going to genuinely just build right up here in the middle. There's not like a bunch of fertile ground, is there? Nah, there's not. That's fine. So we are going to go ahead and, just for right now, 7 by 7, we'll make that rice. And that'll be the beginning of that. We don't have any other supplies. Man, it's been so long. Recreation, there you go. Work. Switch to the advanced schedule. Honestly, for this case, you can both play doctor, because you're going to doctor each other. Okay, so construction, grow, and plant cut. So research is going to be bad. I don't really have another way of putting it. Our research is going to be bad. I will put you for art. And you can mine. That's not going to work great, but we're going to go with it. Okay, so we've got our 2 people here. We'll get them named in a minute. To start with, we're going to go ahead and get this field down here. I can go over here and say deconstruct these ruins, deconstruct those ruins. I'm going to leave those ruins, unless they're steel. They're marble, they can stay right where they are for right now. Basically, I'm going to tell them just deconstruct the crap out here for easy early game materials. Okay, so that should have them all able to work on something for a minute. Oh, okay, we'll go with that. So we'll prioritize planting first, then you'll do construction. You lack weapons, you lack beds, you lack warm clothes. Right, because it's already too cold for you outside. That is a problem. Really, you're 34? Are you idle? What are you doing? You're wandering. You're recreationing. Okay, so we got a problem. I need to change my priorities. I was not expecting to deal immediately with this. I need you to go take this apart, and we need to box up a... Don't take that apart. Change of plans. Go over here, cut down some trees, and put a wooden box over there real quick. Did I grab a 34-year-old? No, they're 19. They're 19 and 18. So they may have goofed already. In that not assigned to plant cutting. In that I need to make a box over this right now, because otherwise we're gonna die of hypothermia. I was not noticing that this tile is like freezing temperatures. So by the fact that I delayed cutting those, we're pushing into hypothermia. That's 5 per tile. So after those, and you had the better construction on Rabbit. Because as they get colder, they're going to work slower and slower. The good news is it's warming up a little, so hypothermia is taking a while. That should be enough. Get to building. It won't be enough because the door takes 25. That's okay. Hopefully you finish cutting yours soon. So hopefully with the temperature of the tile, that will afford me enough time so hopefully that affords me enough time to get that built before hypothermia becomes a real problem. Because that does mean what we'll do is we'll, like, pop in there real fast, warm up, get back to work, pop back out. That's fine, we don't care about the monolith for a while. Would you please stop botching that? Okay. So both of you pop in here. Just casually scalding hot temperatures, it's fine. All right. It's honestly taking them longer to get off their hypothermia than I thought. Initial heat stroke. So they are both hypothermic and heat stroking at the same time. Close the door? No, if I close the door, it'll become superheated. It's getting to 100, 200 degrees Fahrenheit in there. They do not need to get hotter in there. It's staying at around 70, 80 degrees and slowly dropping off. If we go up here, this will easily break 300 degrees. Come on. One more go. Why are you taking your time doing it? There you go. They're already hot. I mean, yes. Alright, that's good. So go out and get to work. That's going to be a challenge for a lot of things. We are going to need to get them weapons as fast as we can. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So let's go production. Crafting spot. Don't care about the penalty. Bows, make 2. Make tribal wear. So you've got 1 spare. I believe the veil gives me the highest insulation. 1.6 degrees Fahrenheit. No, that's not true. So 3.2. So we've got the headdress, and this is definitely not the best. Yeah. So the headdress is the best one. We can't make it yet. Can we make the veil? Okay. Wait, does that literally all doesn't require 4? You require 4. Oh, wait, you don't have cloth. So you don't have 4 crafting. Do you have 4 crafting? No, neither of them have 4 crafting. All right, change the plan. We're gonna make some clubs. It's gonna be a little tricky to get stuff. And how are you doing on your hypothermia? You're both hovering at like less than 1%. And why are you not doing that anymore? Okay. Okay, so what you're gonna need to do though is harvest some bushes. So we definitely got off on a bad start here, but that's okay. It's not unsalvageable. We didn't get our plants down as fast as I'd like. We did end up kind of botching some of the early stuff. That should give us some food so when they get hungry. We want to get that rice down. Remove the floor here. Remove the floor there. Alright, so Rabbit here is going to be focused on that right now. The good news is it hasn't been getting back down to as cold as we had feared. Just to make sure they're near here in case they have to wake up in the middle of the night. We'll put that there, and then they can pop in to warm up if they need to. We will need to make like an actual room though, but first... Oh wait, I literally thought you said you couldn't make it. It's fine. Alright, if we can make a short bow, then forget the clubs right now. Because we're going to have one of them start hunting to get us at least some kind of clothes. Otherwise, we are just going to die of hypothermia. Interesting. Wonder why it wouldn't let me force it then. Because you only require crafting 2. I know the veil is 4, but it was weird that it was telling me I couldn't because not having crafting 4. It's fine. It's whatever. They are now lovers. Because it was a 100% chance, because they're young, they're both beautiful, and you know what? That's all they needed in their lives. This is going to get really dodgy really fast, because it will be a thing that kids are going to start happening, and yeah. As the kids become more and more part of the equation, poor Rual is not going to be able to do much beyond childcare. They will definitely be that exhausted mom who is just like, I need 5 minutes. I just need 5 minutes. Please. 5 minutes of no screaming children. It's all I need. Put the dumping spot over there. Which does mean Rabbit's gonna have to hold it down. So at this point, who gets to be mom for the entire colony? That's gonna be Rongor. And then who's gonna be Dad? And Dad is gonna be Bassett. But yeah, so this gets wild. I think the last time, how many kids did we get up to in our last attempt? Didn't we get up to like 27 or something like that before the colony finally imploded? Because we had like a really bad imp raid and lost 3 people, but it meant everyone in the colony had like -20 for like 2 seasons or whatever because they lost a brother or a sister or a son or a daughter or whatever. And it was just like, the entire colony just immediately erupted in flames because everyone was -60 just from the familiarity thing, plus like another -30 because the colonists lost and everything. And I think we did the math that if I had 3 stacks of Catharsis, I would still be at -100 or something like that. It was some absolutely absurd thing. Alright, so alright, let's go get you to get the berry bushes. And for those who don't know, Iggy Maiden, our fantastic content creator on the platform, VTuber. What have you been playing recently? It says Avowed, Tomb Raider 1, 2, 3 Remastered, and Schedule 1. Yeah, no, I definitely seen your social posts about playing Avowed. Yeah, it's a good times over there as well. So if any of that sounds good, you know, that's where you find it. How are you doing in your hypothermia? You're at minor hypothermia. And you're at minor. So, get in here. I'm going to try and let you finish that, and then you're going to pop in. Okay. And have you already eaten? You have not eaten. So go eat real fast, then you can get back in the sauna. Yeah, and unfortunately Schedule 1 is a bad time. I'm sorry to hear that. I ended up having fun with it. I heard that there was some controversy after. Not the copyright thing, because that seemed pretty baseless. But, I've, like, not really heard there. Like, it's been a thing, like, you hear a lot of people being supposedly involved with things, and it kind of sucks because you don't want to be, like, prove it or anything like that. But at the same time, we've also had a lot of times of, especially with Gen AI stuff, false accusations of people using Gen AI. Like, there's been a couple of times where it's happened, and then immediately turns around, the devs are like, here is the entire working through with the artist. And it really sucks for artists when they get accused of that. I'm not saying Schedule 1 had that. I hadn't heard anything Gen AI-wise. But, it's been a whole thing now. Like, by all means, I definitely don't want to support Gen AI, and when people are crappy, I don't buy their games if I can help it kind of thing. Like, if I know about it in advance. Like, 7 Days to Die, the devs have been pretty not great. It sucks. I wish people just make games. And not have to be awful while they do it. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch you down to herbal medicine. Go to your medicine policies. Go to this, default, herbal, or primal, whatever they call it. You are getting mad because you're ravenously hungry. So... Alright. One thing I was surprised about is I was a little worried when Schedule 1 came out that it would, like, draw out, like, all the edgy people to being, like, way over the top. We had a tiny bit of that, but not nearly as bad as I was expecting. Like, I was expecting a game to be, like, play 1 or 2 times, and then after that, like, you know, having people coming out with all sorts of ridiculous over-the-top just things. Alright, so we've got you all doing this kind of stuff. So we are going to have... So Rongor cooks. I'm going to have Rongor start running around and hunting so we can get some fur and all that to give us at least some temperature resistance. We got them both weapons. Both of them are terrible at it. So we want to start worrying about that. We do have the beginnings of our rice field going. I'm going to go ahead and plop down a potato field because that's going to be needed for more. This is not a tile we can really get away with corn. It's a short grow season. So we don't want to lean in on that. The next thing we want to do is get them actually into an enclosed space. And we might even be able to exploit this geyser a little bit. The problem with the geyser is, as you can see, it spikes that temperature up to like 220 Fahrenheit. If we go a room or two away, we can mitigate that a little bit to use it as a bit of a warming thing. Oh, I actually have to set stuff to hunt, don't I? Hunt the deer. We'll start with those. Okay, so no hypothermia today. It is warming up, but we're going to have to be ready. Alright. We're also going to need to get some amount of steel happening, get a research bench as well. So furniture, production. Cool, first baby is already on its way. That didn't take long. We didn't tell them to try for kids or anything. Just babies. Baby's gonna happen. Yeah, the butcher spot is another one we need. So production. Butcher spot, do this. Butcher creature, do forever. So what we can go ahead and do is pop down here. We're getting some stone. But not much. I mean, I think we'll just go with wood for right now because we're going to end up with it anyways. Alright, so this will be like a crafting room. Ancient mech, we won't worry about that. We couldn't use the mechs if we wanted to right now. That'll give us the steel once we've got things stabilized. Alright, so we'll go ahead and take this bed, we'll deconstruct it. Furniture. Right now, bed here. Production. Research bench. And we'll wait till they get that done. Because right now, we're trying to get that planted. You're running around hunting and butchering and all that. One of the things we could do in the meantime is build a campfire. Because that'll do two things. One, it'll warm up this room. And two, it gives us a place we can cook. So we can at least get some meals so they're not eating raw meat and risking getting sick from it. Or rather, reducing the risk. Okay, bills cook. Meals, do it until you have 10. Baby food, do it until you have 10. We won't be able to make the baby food right now. Because that requires not meat. And we don't have the not meat. Okay, we got a visitor with items to trade. Who is our highest social? That'd be you. Just wait till you get up here. Okay, and I need to avoid the temptation on growing more than this. We will keep it to just these two fields for right now. That way we get construction done, because I gotta keep in mind I don't have many pawns here. So very really if I make that person do that. Ah, just casually starting with an EMP launcher. I literally have nothing I can give you. Well, at least I talked to you. Okay, so you're still hunting those. I'm gonna be pretty aggressive on our hunting. This looks like a fun challenge? Yeah, no, we did this once way back. But that was like pre-anomaly and everything. The whole gist of it is we start off and we have two people who are young and beautiful. That way we can get them to romance almost immediately. They start having babies at an aggressive rate because that is the only way I'm allowed to grow my colony. And so we call it the Adam and Eve challenge, where we just basically start with two people and we build up humanity. I am not allowed to take any outside pawns unless one of these two dies, or otherwise is incapable of having kids anymore, because otherwise that's a hard end on the number of new colonists. And if that happens, I'm allowed to take one pawn just to replace one of the two of them. Which, granted, that pawn I bring in, it doesn't matter who they romance, as long as they bring in a new, a new person to continue the family. It does end up being a thing that the early game is really slow and really rough. It's kind of like starting with Naked Brutality, except, you get two people instead of one. But it's ultimately like you're getting only one, because once the kids start happening, kids take a lot of time. I am not a parent myself, but I understand there's a lot of truth behind the kids just really can be a time vampire. One you care about, and, all that, and there's fulfilling and yada yada, but, nevertheless a time vampire. Didn't even leave me a gift. Don't you know we're trying to raise a family over here? We're laying in the dirt, and you're all showing up here in your fancy clothes. Look at you, you got your medicine and your money and your food. Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and embrace this right now. I do want to use the psychic tree. I don't want to use the psychic tree there. Right against the edge of the map is how someone goes to meditate and immediately dies. So we're just gonna chop it down right at the beginning while we have the mood bonus from extremely low expectations. So we got the tree screaming at us penalty. And it will regrow. And basically anywhere back here is fine by me. Like, anywhere back here, I plan to make, like, a little enclosure for it. And, like, make it part of our base. Yeah, now that Rongor can hunt, that's helping a lot. Who do we have set to... I'm gonna bump up your crafting priority. Make that 3, those 4... those 4. Okay, so you'll cook, then you'll craft, then you'll hunt, then you'll art. Because I want to make sure we're actually stopping to make clothes. And not just letting the leather rot out there. Because anything I can do to give myself some level of protection against the weather is going to help. Ooh, alpaca. Now, if I can enclose this so that we can keep the alpaca tamed here, that could be a big winner, because alpaca fur works really well. But I'm still trying to enclose this spot here, so I think the first batch of alpaca, you're gonna be food. Okay, so you've got the fields planted. And while my immediate temptation is to slap down a field for heal root, or not heal root, the, whatever the heal plant is. Is it heal root? It's not heal root, right? It is heal root. I don't know why I was second guessing that. Yeah, so Temptation is immediately slapped down heal root and cotton and all that. I need this to get done. Because Beset is going to be doing more or less 90% of the work around here when it comes to the base building and growing, and that Rongar is going to get slowed down as the kid's closer along and all that, and eventually will no longer really be able to do that. Now, where I've got this, obviously this room isn't going to stay where it is. That's part of the reason I'm not too fussed making it out of wood right now. Ultimately is going to be moved away from that geyser so we can geothermal it once we get there. We do have the random research, no research on, so you'll notice there's no research here, there, and I don't have a research button. I basically have no control over that. I think for this run, I might leave Anomaly... Well, so leaving Anomaly in its, like, passive mode, you still can get all the threats, but not get the tools to deal with the threats easy. You're handy in real life, so you don't mind this. Yep. And this is also going to let Rongar continue to build up their combat skill, because basically both of our starting pawns are not amazing in a fight. So any and all shooting skill we can get them is going to be good. So you're kind and beautiful and steadfast beautiful, so those are pretty solid. Okay. Hubby is the PC guy. You like building? That's cool. You know, I definitely grew up, you know, kind of being able to do whatever needed doing. It was just kind of the philosophy from my parents were just like, you know, you should be able to do whatever you need to and then decide if you want to pay someone else to do it instead. Yeah, so why can you not... Oh, I'm willing to bet... No, I can use leathers. Why is it trying to default to the headdress when I can make the other things? Like that one I can't make. But this you can use leather and light leather, and it doesn't have a skill requirement there. Oh, it requires 60, we got 58. I just underestimated how much, because it's one of those things I usually don't have to think about that too often. Because normally I'm just overproducing a lot of these things that it just gets done. Man, they are just loving like no one's business. Alright. It's kind of no one's business about your own. You're not wrong. You are correct. It is quite literally no one's business but their own. Of course, walls might be a good idea. Yeah. Gotta have some privacy. Okay. So right now we got a stable balance, at least until we reach the point that that the kids start happening. Alright, since it looks we're gonna be here for a while, Roger thinks we should give the faction a name. What should we name the faction? So that's like the overall group. And also Ronger thinks this is a good settlement. We should give it a name as well. So what are we going to call the local settlement? So the local settlement's a crater. It is temperate forest, but is on the colder side of temperate forest, not quite boreal. We have a very short growth season as a result. And then, or relatively short growth season. Let's see. Settlement should be Garden of Eden. I mean, that is a straightforward one. Garden of Eden, a very brisk Garden of Eden. Lunch break. It could also be like after they've left the Garden of Eden. My redacted definitely aren't being frozen off. Garden of Eden, but cold. It's fine. And as far as the actual faction name, I mean, the easy, boring one is the family or whatever. Just the faction, humanity in general. Now, granted, there are other human factions. That'd be like the ultimate Adam and Eve run, is like, get rid of all the other, like, humanoid factions and just make all the other factions, like, insectoid, mechanics, and all that. The cult? But it's not a cult. The Addams Family? Genesis? Not getting the He-Man one. Yeah, the family's fine. We can just go with the family. Because otherwise we'll start getting a bunch of edgy names popping out. You know how you all are in the RimWorld category. We're like, we're building a nice colony. Why aren't you cannibalizing people? It's like, because I don't want to. Why aren't you war criming? Streamer, I feel the need to write you this strongly worded email. I have been watching for exactly 20 minutes, and I have seen neither war nor crime occur in this place. Clearly, you do not understand this game and why people watch it. For the record, I've played a lot of this on the channel. It's not that bad. Every once in a while, you kind of have to be like, hey, settle down. Not every colony needs to be so edgy that you start watching and you start getting covered with cuts because of all the edge. Tacos are good, it's true. Yep. Yeah, no, we have, like, it's not so much in-category things that, you know, cannibalism's a mechanic in this game, so people do mention that's totally fine. I tend not to do it hardly ever because I find it makes the game too easy. But, you know, it's certainly a way of approaching things that is totally valid. With all that said, generally I don't engage in much. But it got to the point where I was dealing with... I would be playing outside the category and constantly dealing with people making, you know, cannibalism jokes. And it got to the point where it's just like, you know, you're doing the gentle, hey, you know, I'm kind of over this. Find a new joke. And it got to the point I was playing City Skylines. I don't remember what happened in it. We're playing City Skylines and something happened that was like a negative. People were like, oh, you got a cannibalism. And it was just kind of one of those things. I'm like, you know what? I'm just tired. So I changed the bot up so it doesn't like just auto-mod it kind of thing. So it's not just like slap people down for mentioning it. Because again, it's valid in certain games. Certain games, it's quite literally a game mechanic. But to be like, hey, maybe move the joke along. I have it so the bot will like repost the message, only it'll replace whatever the reference to cannibalism was to tacos. So if you're like, up, time to do a cannibalism, it'll be like, up, time to do a tacoism. Let's see, you normally have 2 games of RimWorld going at the same time. One nice, one, the other Canadian. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I did that because, like I said, it was fine. Like, it's fine. Like, when in Kenshi, that's literally one of the names of the factions is called Cannibals, and they do what their name advertises. RimWorld, it is a, you know, it's an actual viable mechanic. It was just the fact that it would, like, follow me everywhere that it became, like, 30 to 40% of the jokes happening were just referencing cannibalism. Like, you know what? I'm very over this joke. The way I explained it was kind of along the lines of, imagine you got that friend, and they told you your mom joke one time, and people genuinely laughed. And then that became, like, their entire identity for, like, the next 30 years of their life. Is that every single comment you made was responded to with, your mom. It was kind of like that. Where you were just super, super over it. So basically, Muscle Man, I am not even sure to what we're referring here. So maybe I'm blissfully out of that joke. From regular show? I don't know that one, sorry. It's true, Rual, like your mom. But yeah, because I actually had a buddy who was like that, who around high school they started telling, because I was like on the tail end when your mom jokes were like a big thing for like millennials. And genuinely, you know, had a couple of good drops of the joke and all that. But it was just kind of one of those things here, like, look, man, I need you to tell literally any other joke. I need this to not be the joke I'm hearing right now. I am way past over it. He constantly makes your mom jokes throughout the series, but always says my mom instead. Gotcha. At least that's, you know, a deviation on that joke. So it's not literally the same joke. But yeah, no, I remember, because it's like, it was fine at first, but it was definitely one of those ones that you reach the point where you're like, I am... Let's see, are we eating without table debuff? Because you don't think we know what tables are yet. Yeah, we'll be eating without table. New pregnancy, -3. I'm pregnant and not very happy about it. I'm sorry. I've usually seen, like, the new pregnancy, like, glowing whatever. That's a plus. I never really paid that close attention that there was a negative version of that, too. How's it going? Pretty good. Alright, we got our first attack. New pregnancy. So, they've got a decent penalty to their movement. And nothing to boost it. They're already in serious pain because they got multiple scars. Let's check your movement, because it's probably... Oh, you're not penalized yet. Cool, cool. Because eventually you get penalized for that. So we should be faster than them. So we should be able to kite. And not have to sweat it too much. Actually spread them out a little. Now, downside is, oh, you're a genie. Yeah, if I get one good hit in, this will be over. All right. You keep running. Hey, those are some mighty nice clothes you've got there. It'd be most unfortunate if you didn't have them anymore. And haul those all back inside. For that. And you're one of the factions... Yeah, you're the faction that I cannot befriend. You are forever enemy. So... as they have no personality because their only ability of existence is murder. I treat them as if they're not people because they literally are incapable of human emotion. They strictly only believe in murder. Let's see. Many mammals can be pregnant multiple times with multiple stages at the same time. Maybe RimWorld can do that too. What? See, mostly you see when people don't... See that when people don't have good living situations? Yeah, no, it makes sense. If you're already in a situation where, like, financially or, like, you've got risks or whatever, and this is now a new concern to be added onto the pile, it's definitely not helping your cause. You decided to go looking at new vehicles you already hated. Yeah. No, I got you, Cerise. It is just one of those things that I know you mentioned your truck has like 400,000 miles on it, and there's definitely a point where keeping that roadworthy is in itself its own issue, and it sucks. Don't put the blocks in there. Instead, for right now, you can chuck those out here. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things, because, like, one, you've got, like, decision paralysis. Two, it's a major expense, so there's all those considerations you gotta make. Did you actually manage to get up? That's right, you get out of here, Frost. Tell your friends. You don't mess with the family. In the next visit, I expect you to bring tribute. Let's see, bought a car from a dealership a year ago, and they call an email monthly after leaving my mailbox saying they want to buy it back for more. Yeah, you always gotta watch those. A lot of those, it's not even that. Like, it's a whole gimmick to get you to come back to a lot, and they try and push you into buying a more expensive car. There's a lot of pretty BS shady stuff that happens with car dealerships. And when I say it's like, it's not that they're doing anything illegal, but it is definitely trying to upsell you. Which you get. They want to make their money. It's understandable. But so you got this car out of a shadying the dealer. They tried to sell you a car that threw a code. Oh, you got it from a dodgy dealer to begin with? Yeah, no, absolutely. And sometimes you have to do that. That you're like, okay. Like, I know one of the cars, like, when I say shady, it wasn't like something criminal, like maybe is stolen in its past or whatever. But more along the lines of they tried to make the car out to be way more a lot of stuff than it really was, but I'd already done my homework. So it's definitely one of those ones where, you know, sat down there with the salesperson, and they were getting ready to do their pitch. I'm like, okay, I know this model of car. It has an MSRP of this value. The current sales on it are down from what it previously has been, that they're not selling very quickly, and I see that you got a bunch of these on your lot, and they've been there for a while. Here's what I'm willing to pay for that. And, like, I'm not, it's like, well, the sticker prices, I like, don't care what your sticker price is. Here's the deal. You have a car, you're paying insurance on it, and it's unlikely to sell, and you're going to keep paying insurance on it. I'm willing to take it at a fair price. A fair price where you don't lose, and I don't overspend. I'm helping you get inventory that's just collecting dust and costing you money off your lot. And they did the whole thing where they go to the back, they talk to the manager, they come back, and they're like, I don't know, we can do that, and they go to the back. And it's like, nah, I can do it. It's like, all right, well, here's the deal. I'm walking if you can't do it. And then I got the car. Like, I feel bad for the salesman, but at the same time, like, they they started by trying to be like, oh yeah, this is such a popular model. Like, I know you're wrong. It's like, sorry man, not to call you on your BS, but you're wrong. I looked up my information before you, and what you just told me, that's a BS. That is you trying to fluff it up to like try and push that number as high as you can. So either lot, darling, that the driver, let's see. The driver brought me in and said it was a great car, love to drive it, and gushed over how easy it was to drive. You're not getting another draft for another amount? Let's see. You have 4,800 miles on a 2022 RAV you rarely drive. Just had a free oil change in the dealer. Now you have 5 emails of the trade-in appraisal. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, part of it is we're expecting car prices to unfortunately jump. Which we don't need to get into the politics of all that, but, you know, most cars are manufactured outside the US, even the ones that are supposedly manufactured inside the US. So anything that impacts the movement of trade in and out of the US makes it more expensive. The well-prepared bird catches the tasty worms at a competitive price, not the early bird. Yep. You're also a former salesman, so it helps to know the game. Yeah, that's the same thing I have. I wasn't a car salesman, I did tools. And we didn't do a lot of those gimmicks, but we did have, like, loss leaders and all those kind of things. And that was one of the things I actually appreciate, is I didn't have to make, like, a whole bunch of lies with the customers, whatever. You know, they'd come in, they'd be like, there's this $5 drill or whatever, and I'd be like, oh yeah, oh, this thing's kind of disappointing. I'm like, yeah, it's a loss leader. And they're like, what? It's a loss leader. The whole point is you come in, you look at this drill, and, you know, hopefully you buy something else while you're here. You know, it's not unethical, it's just marketing. And those $5 drills were pieces of junk. They work, like, it's not like you'd buy it and be like, I didn't get my money's worth. It's just, you didn't put any money in to start with, so the expectations were real low. You know, you buy an electric drill for $5 back in like 2002 or whatever. You're not expecting much. Those are some real low expectations. Do you want the extended warranty? Why? Is it that bad that it's gonna break? I'm now having second thoughts here. Well, for a lot of the things, the extended warranty is just free money, because if you look at them all, the odds that you'll actually exercise that warranty are very low. And then they usually charge you 10% of the price of the car or something like that for it, depending. Well, I can't say for cars, but for tools is like 10% of the price or whatever. And you're like, okay, what are the odds I have a very major repair in the first 2 years or 4 years or whatever of the extended warranty, which usually doesn't cover car accidents and usually doesn't cover, you know, whatever. Usually it has a requirement to bring it into the lot to have it, you know, checked out every N amount of time. Sometimes they'll discount those regular repairs and all that. Sometimes they won't. Or not regular repairs, those regular services. And that's kind of thing. Because, like, some of the ones that they discount your regular service can arguably be worth it if that's, like, the place you're going to be bringing it anyways. Because then you look at, like, okay, if you're spending $200, $300 or whatever, and it takes off 20%, you do the math of how many oil changes or whatever over the years, that can be fine if you're going to keep up with it. Now, if you're going to drag it out and not do those services that rapidly, then the math doesn't work out. But then also, again, they still get more business out of you because it's usually a discount, not free. So they still win in the end, which isn't a problem. Like that would be the positive use case for you with that kind of thing. All right, Bassett, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out and all that. All right, so you're working on tearing down some walls and all that to keep things moving. Pretty soon you'll finish hunting for right now. Well, actually, really, you're the one carrying this so far as the food and all that. And both of them do have some clothes. So research is dragging. But I'm not too worried about that, because what's going to likely happen is as we approach the winter and we end the grow season, my people are going to have nothing to do but stand around and research and all that. and shelter in what little warmth they can find. So I'm not super sweating the winter stuff. Besides, Rongor is slowly getting better at hunting and all that. And apparently we just had ship parts crash there, that's fine. And then plus, once we tear this stuff down, you can't tear down more what's already torn down. And one thing we'll also want to do is make like a separate room that it can be a freezer, and we can just like punch a hole in the roof to make it a free freezer where, you know, we don't have to worry about animals going in and eating our food. It'll be below freezing outside, so we won't have to worry about that. That won't be for a while, which is the reason I'm not sweating it too much. Okay, let's haul those back in before they rot. I need that for clothing. We're also getting pretty close to the point that the rice is going to be grown in. And we won't have to worry about that as much either. Yeah, because that's not going to give me a ton of brick. So we had, what was it? Slate? Oh no, this is a different map. So we have, what do we have on this map? Terrain, granite and limestone. Okay, that's pretty good. We can use the limestone for flooring and the granite for wall. Or I should say the limestone for anything that isn't wall. And actually, looking at how much of this is granite... Well, that'll be a thing we'll worry about later. But yeah. Yeah, so the psychic tree thing should drop off. And then the hope here is when the psychic tree returns, it grows back in this area somewhere. Because then what I'll do is, like I said, I'll go, there's a range around it where you take a penalty for any buildings in there for the rate you can build it up. That I don't care about. And then there's a circle that if you build anything in there, it just flat out doesn't work. So I want to make sure I stay outside of the absolutely doesn't work, and I'll like literally build a little wall around it, and we can have ourselves like the little psychic tree temple thing. Oh right, didn't we learn previous? Oh, you're actually baseliner. No, baseliner's fine. What was it? There was in here... Yeah, so it had to be, like, tribal whatever. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was trying to remember what the conditions were for the psychic tree to work. I know you had to be tribal, but, like, what actually qualified? Because I remember it was a weird thing in the base game that you would have a tribal colony, and they would have kids, and the kids wouldn't be considered tribal. And so you couldn't use it, and I think they fixed that. Anyways, chat, it's getting to be about that time where I need to step away for about 5 minutes to welcome my wife home, do all those things. We usually have this around this time. So I'm going to do that. It's my quote-unquote long break for the stream, but it is only 5 minutes. So I'm going to quickly throw up the away screen for a couple minutes, and I'll be right back up. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I need you to move. Let me in. Alright. Can... Oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done, is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all... Yay! Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Ooh, coconut chicken. Oh yeah, that fills us up. Be riding those power kills zip line seems. Yeah, I don't understand. So we're supposedly on floor 1. Let's go to 0, because I assume we opened the door then. Textures. Don't kill me. Okay, everything's fine. We just escaped the map a little bit there for a minute. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. You'll never know. Thinking knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like... Okay, just clarifying. That mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay, so I'm not gonna put up here. I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one off by that?
Fire in the hole! Now that's
Wait
the
a
right
moment.
idea.
Why would you do this, Allison?
They got me on the ropes.
Mr. Theo is good at singing. I want to be like him when I grow up. What do you want to be when you grow up? Sir, that is a question that creates an existential crisis I am not prepared to fight. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. And it might be I have to put it down. Hey! It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Nothing's breaking, right? No. All right. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. Okay. Now, the problem we have here is I have to move things that have weight. And they're gonna make me want to slide. And as you can see, we're not really on there well, but it is what it is. Hop out. Okay. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift.
All right,
And then turning the
I
wheel straight
am
so I have less
back.
resistance.
Do we not? Is a lack of sound? One moment.
For whatever reason, my headset turned off. I was like, I hear nothing. I don't understand. Okay, so we're gonna pick up where we left off. I'm probably gonna do the thing where I like hide myself off the screen for a minute while I eat some food real quick because I am hungry, and I was running late today, so I didn't really finish my lunch. So you get how that is. So that way I'm not, like munching into the microphone and all that garbage. Yeah, no, sorry it took an extra minute. Went downstairs and Toon was a little upset. Just her headlight went out, so it's just another thing to deal with. But that's not a big deal. That's like seriously just go to the local part place. 10-15 minutes later and a screwdriver and it's sorted. So that's been a recent thing, is just car repair stuff. I shouldn't say none have been expensive. None of them been expensive. There's been one or two, but mostly they've not been that expensive. Headlights are usually not that bad. I do think it'll be the so you can get headlights where you can replace just the bulb. Those ones are cheap, relatively speaking. And then you get the one where it's like the whole enclosure. I think hers will be the whole enclosure. But even that, in auto part prices, is not too bad. Yeah, no, I don't know if it like went out while she was driving or she just noticed it when it's... Because, they go out. It's a thing. I've been there. You drive a car for any length of time, you'll be there sooner or later. But yeah, it's just another thing to add onto the pile. Alright, so we're getting the rice in. Let's go ahead and tell them to not keep the wood in here. And instead keep it out here. That way we keep the stuff that I care about rotting in here. Wood does rot, but it takes a really long time for it to do it. It's only half a point per day. So 1 point per 2 days, which means basically 300 days. And that's assuming you don't have things like rain and toxic fallout and all that speed it up a little bit. But you get the idea. It lasts. So get all that. We're starting to get some clothes all sorted out, so that's good news. And you're pulling up the last of that steel. We do have the research bench. And then we're going to start hammering out some research. Which that's probably going to be what Rongor's most of their day is going to be once the kid shows up. Is take care of the kid, cook, go to research. That's pretty much what their day is going to be. And then Bassette's going to be running around dealing with everything else. So with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go down here and go boom, boom, and hide my camera. So that way I can quickly eat some food and get that going on. And meanwhile, you get to watch the little pawn zip around on the map for a minute. It should only take me a minute or two, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in.
All right, and let me go ahead and turn the camera back on, and we are good. There. We're gonna just get that out of the way. Because that was like my actual food from lunch. I had a sub that I hadn't gotten to. I just got distracted. I've been working on setting up, there's a thing called Notion. And people use it for like note-taking, project management, yada yada. But one of the things you can do is you can like spin up a website with it. So it's funny, my background includes stuff like web dev. Like I've done a whole bunch of different development, web dev, mobile dev, system dev, data analytics and all that. But like I could easily just spin up a spin up like an Azure website or whatever and be able to do all sorts of cool functionality and all that. It just takes a bunch of time and a bunch of overhead. And then you gotta do maintenance and all sorts of other stuff. But Notion lets me just basically be like, hey, here's this glorified, not text document or whatever, but something vaguely like that. Like kind of like a OneNote page kind of thing. And you can just make it accessible as a website. And like, you know what? Honestly, for my use case for streaming, that's good enough. Just point a domain at that and call it a day. So I'm getting it set up because what I want to do is I want to do stuff like have a page that's a list of all the games I played on the channel, and then a link to the playlist on YouTube for those games. You know, that way when people are like, hey, have you played insert name a game? I'll be like, yep. You can check it right there on the list. There's a link to the VOD. That kind of thing. Because there's certainly games that are worth going back to. RimWorld being a perfect example of, Product Zomboid being another good one, where, you know, you play it a bunch of times and it can be fresh each time. And then there's games that are kind of one and done. So games like Raft and Subnautica, sure, you can replay them maybe once or twice, but generally speaking, once you played the game, you've played the game. Like, it's not changing. There's not new content coming out for those. They're said and done. And so once you play through it, you're kind of done. What are you doing? Oh, you're stargazing. That's fine. So it's just one of those things that, for a lot of it's like, especially story games, very story-heavy games are one-and-done kind of games usually, unless it's a game like Chrono Trigger or Baldur's Gate 3 or some of those ones where you can have a lot of variance in your game. Or, for example, like games like Mass Effect, those are usually 2 playthroughs is what they're worth. One playthrough where you go, like, full Renegade, one playthrough where you go, like, full... I forget what the other one's called. Was it Paragon? Like, Paragon, so, like, your good and evil run. But once you've done that, there's really... You know, the game's not going to change much. Your decisions don't shift the overall play of the game that much. So for a lot of those games, it's easy for me to just link over and be like, hey, that's where the VOD lives. Go check it there. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and get the next couple things here. So one thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to move away from using this fire as our means of cooking. Unfortunately, I did position that, so it's just not great for me putting an oven in here. The other thing to be doing would be checking out what stone do I have here? So I got a decent number of limestone blocks. We got a decent amount of slate. Unfortunately, the slate isn't something that is on the tile that much, so that's the limited amount of slate we're going to ever have. And instead we're going to want granite, which we do have everywhere in the map. There's also marble down here for me to disassemble, which is a little dangerous for me to be this close to the edge of the map, because if a raid shows up, I might not have a chance to react to it. Like, the person might just literally get shot on the way in on the tile. Alright, so you can hunt the donkeys. I'm going to only stick to the big animals that don't fight back. Because that'll be a source of, you know, hide and all that. Yeah, so we have just the slate, so we don't really have much block we can work with. So I should have thought this through more when I was putting this down. Yeah, so those are 7 wide. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get this room built down here. This will become our production room, so we'll just move the stuff down here. And this room where I just slapped it up in a hurry, I didn't position that well. It's too close to geothermal that I can't use the geothermal. So we're gonna lose some materials here, but I'm in a freaking forest. We can live without a little bit of wood. Okay. So you're not gonna be able to do the heal route left, but we'll get a tiny spot of heal route going once you get a high enough plant growth. Just that way we have some heal route coming in. Yeah, so I want to move all the production stuff down in here. Then we can start going up here to make ourselves like a break room and all that kind of stuff. And all that, so we can get our production indoors, so we get less penalty against it. And all that good stuff. That way we can also get it so they're not sleeping in the storage room. That's compacted plasteel. That's a nice find. This whole edge down here is just blood. So how much do we have here? So we've got 136 slate. So slate's actually pretty crappy as a defensive wall. I think 136 would be enough to cover this. To at least give me a bottleneck of some kind. Nope, I am wrong, because I need 25, or I need 20 more than that. So it'd be 160 is what I need out of slate. So we get most of it, but... Well, actually, no, I take that back. I would need 5 less than that. Because I'd make probably a wood door to start with. Do we have it almost exactly enough? I'm slightly short. I'm short by like 1 unit of wood. Or 1 unit of slate. Because again, if I put a wall down here, it's probably not going to matter that much. But what I could do then is we could get the next round of alpaca and make them farm animals. And that gives us a renewable source of wool to make our clothing out of and get really good clothing. We can slowly eliminate the animals back here. For defensive purposes, it'll eventually be good. At this stage, you know, if it's an attacks immediately, they're just going to bang on the wall. I'm not going to be able to do much. We don't have the supplies to really make a proper defensive line there. It's fine. So it'd be mostly around managing the animals inside here. I could also go for the muffalo as an alternative to the alpaca. Muffalo are really good. I usually prefer the alpaca over the muffalo, but the muffalo are better all around. Did they take away their milk? I can't remember, because they have their wool. Yeah. So they have their wool, because it used to be they could do everything. They were a pack animal, they would give you milk, they would give you wool. I remember they nerfed them a little, and I think it was they took away their milk. Yeah, so we still get the wool, and the alpaca or the muffalo wool is really solid. They're okay from a meat source, not good. But as the population gets too high, they can support with meat. But being a pack animal that actually also gives you wool is good. Let's see, put some different... Oh, right! Right, recreation! I have forgotten that a number of times when we started a run. Because you're so used to just having it sorted. Put some different recreation. Making love is fun when pregnant may not be the best. Can't speak from any level of experience. That could be just outside anywhere. But yes, they probably should have more recreation than simply making love all the time. Because I believe that just qualifies as social interaction, and eventually, with the way RimWorld recreation works, is if you look where it says recreation type tolerances, solidarity, and social, basically what ends up happening is you will build up a tolerance faster than you burn it off if you don't have enough varieties. So eventually they'll be like, yeah, just not in the mood to deal with this. So you do need some variety. So by adding the hoopering, that is like, what is it, agility or whatever, and then this one's like cognitive. Alright, so we'll reinstall you over here. I can make a butcher table over there. A fueled stove over here. I'm not too worried about the art bench, because that's not going to see any action anytime soon. And then meanwhile, in this particular case, I am going to keep the fire going as a light source. So we'll stop refueling this. Bills, baby food, do until you have 10. Actual meals, do until you have 10. Let's actually make this 2 separate rules. Do forever if it's meat. Otherwise, just do until you have 10. And the reason I'm doing forever if it's meat is meat rots faster than the meals do. So we want to go ahead and take the time to immediately put that to use so it doesn't spoil as quickly. And I'll put the double sleeping spot here for a minute. Get that out of there. Yeah, this is gonna take us a minute to shift everything over. I did a bad job on the spot up here. Oh, I made you an even width room. Hey, Navras, how's it going? And the only reason I'm like, hey, I made an even size room, that's annoying, is because then I can't make a wall through the middle of the place. But that's fine, because what we can do is we can make this the common room back here, and then we can maybe make a barracks back there. So I have like this weird like layered room. And then we can split off to the sides to make like the bedrooms and all that for individual bedrooms, because then we can repurpose the barracks into something else like
the hospital. Now, granted, realistically, if I were to make my wall end down here, I would put the hospital back there or something like that. You usually want your hospital to be relatively close to where the fighting's going to go down. That way, all your people bleeding out from everywhere, you can very quickly patch them up. You need to cut down more trees. The other one I could do is we can open this up and make a storage room behind the bedroom even or something like that. Yeah, it'll be a weird design. Not one I've done much of, but... that'll actually work out okay, because then we can reuse a lot of this. Yeah, that'll work out fine. Because what I could do here then is to preserve a lot of what we've used already. Once we get that built up here, you will go there. Once we get this built here and enclosed, I'll tear down this wall, put a door there, put a wall through here, and then we can tear that down. So we'll at least reuse that section of wall and that spot, and I won't have to de-roof and re-roof it all. And then we can do it again for 7 over to here. 7, door there, here, and here. So we're making a really weird base. Not at all in line with what I usually do. Okay. In the meantime, this butcher spot is going to be going away. Not quite ready to do that yet, I don't think. And that crafting spot should go away. So we can go into the crafting spot first. Bills add tribalware, do until you have 1. Bills add tribal mask, that's fine. Do until you have 1. Bills add veil. Do until you have 1. And smash mechs forever. And the smash mechs is the highest priority. And I'll add that to make the smoke leaf, even though we're not growing it, so it shouldn't matter. And so with that, we can delete that one. And then this one, we're waiting on wood. That's just gonna take a little while. That's fine. Meanwhile, we can reinstall you and shove you in the corner down here. So that way it'll be inside our base later. That'll be an interesting setup. Normally I tend not to make so much rectangles. I usually take the corners off of them, just to give them odd designs. I think we'll do that when we get to the bedroom, so I have like this weird like main building here. And then maybe put like offshoots with like little pods off of the sides of it or something. I don't know. None of it is like optimized design or anything. Okay, so you should get through that pretty quick. I like how the other one to hunt is literally just laying on the ground, and that Rongor could just pick it up and be good. Rongor's like, nope, gotta kill the next one. There must be blood. Okay. So they are gonna take their time to attack. It is 1 person with full movement speed right now. So the danger here is Rongor does have a movement speed penalty of 10%. So if they go after Rongor, Rongor will not be able to outrun them unless we tag them in the leg or back or something like that. So we do need to be mindful about that. I am going to initiate on them. At least that's my plan. I'm just going to wait till Rongor finishes this real quick. And we want them to chase Beset, because Beset is going to move at full speed. Alright, so let's grab the two of them. So we'll deliberately want to put Beset just a little ahead of Rongor. That sucks. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Breakaway. Okay, so just a bruise. Just a bruise, no movement speed penalty, and we severely penalize their movement speed, so now both of us are faster. Kind of annoying. I was actually expecting once I tagged him to just stay aggroed. Aim is so bad. Okay, so now I'll stay on it. Alright, now I just play Ring Around the Rosie while Beset just fires arrows at them. Okay, come on. There you go. Getting that precious shooting skill. Smoker's getting smoked, yep. Well, at least Beset is getting a lot of shooting XP. I'm honestly surprised they're not. There we go. Okay. So the only ender was Beset got punched once in the arm. That's not too shabby.
And even though they don't need any medical attention... Wait, aren't you gonna medical? Wakes up, immediately throws up on them. The truest of love. I know that was entirely unnecessary to hit him with any medical, but that is a tiny little bit of medical XP we get for free with no risk, so sure. And it does technically improve the speed at which it heals. You get Beset back into it faster. Yeah, so recreation's getting low. Which that's waiting on that to get built. We have 300, so let's cancel the rest of the cutting of these trees. There we go. As you're now into this game, do you research weapon yourself, or do you loot drops? You have research, so there's like an entire research tree. Right now, because we are doing a challenge run where I just don't have many people, it's just kind of one of those things that I don't really have the resources to dedicate a bunch of time to research. That is a thing that's going to happen. It's on the particular map we are in. The winter is going to be pretty cold and pretty awful when we get there. That's pretty aggravating. So work, plant cut priority 1. Deal with it and deal with it. What are you? Why are you? Oh, you're eating real fast. But it is a thing where you research and you get better weapons and all that. Oh, stop cutting these down. Do the blight. The blight's the one I care about. It's gonna kill all our crops. But you can also get your weapons by taking them from people you fight and all that. And you actually will get a lot of your better weapons early to mid game that way. They'll manage to snag your first gun or two, are usually from a fight as opposed to learning to do it yourself. But yeah, so this is the way we got this set up is a little bit of a slow start going on. That we do have the challenge set up so that we start with just 2 people, and we're gonna like slowly raise a family kind of thing and build out our colony by just having lots of kids. Whereas normally you end up doing a lot of like capturing people and stuff like that. Okay, so you drop that back down to 4 and that back down to 2. Actually, we can make that one. Drop cash landed. Please don't eat me or organ harvest you. Yeah, that's the thing. RimWorld takes a morally gray approach to everything, so they let you do some truly awful things in this game, but the game doesn't force you to do any of those. You choose to do that if you want to do it. Which is one of the reasons why it doesn't bother me as much versus there's a lot of games where I think one of the most annoying tropes I've seen in games are the games where they make you do something truly awful, and then they try and be like, look at what you did! Look at what you did! We didn't let you optionally... It's like if a game has a dog standing in the door, and they give you a button that says kick dog, and like the dog is kind of looking at you adorably or whatever, and you are physically not given an alternative choice, and then when you push the button to kick the dog, the game then rails on you on how could you be so disgusting as to kick a dog, and you're just kind of stare at and go, I don't like this. This is annoying. You didn't give me a choice about this. This was forced on me, and now you're gonna beat me up over the forced mechanic. I generally don't enjoy games that, like, they go out of their way to make you do horrible things, then, you know, be like, you were the villain all along.
it's an interesting trope, but it's been around so much and reused so many times that it's tiresome now. It's not awful if it's part of your ideology. Well, no, that's the thing. It's still awful. You can look at people and be like, hey, your religious views are problematic. That's fine. They're still your religious views. If someone's like torturing puppies is your view, it's like, well, that's still, we could objectively step back and be like, yeah, that's still pretty effed up, man. Yeah, do you allow kids to make kids in your challenge? They can't. You cannot have people who are related have kids with each other. Not normally. Not without mods, whatever. So it will be just the two parents will be having lots of kids. In the event one of the parents is no longer able to have kids, they get too old, they die, some kind of injury that makes it not possible, whatever. Then I will be allowed to bring in one colonist to then make it so we can have kids again. But otherwise, the goal is to have the parents handle that. Basically, the tough part is getting over this first part of it, where we have, like, just the two people here. One of them ends up becoming kind of a full-time, caretaker. And it's kind of one of those things that, like, once you get over a certain point where the kids start growing up and are able to chip in around the place, that's where the run really kind of picks up and becomes a fairly normal run, just with this weird gimmick. The only big catch is losing a colonist in this run is way, way, way worse than a normal run. Because in a normal run, realistically, you got a couple people like, oh no, my friend died, mood penalty. Or, oh no, my spouse died, one colonist upset about it. But when literally everyone is family, every single person is like, oh no, my brother, sister, mother, father, daughter, whatever, died. And, 60 days of -20 or 30 days of -15 or whatever on top of the regular colony loss, and it's just really brutal. But the related people they can have a partner. They can't also have a partner until they're 16. They're still their parents' kids even after 16? Yeah, know what? So what Lud's trying to say is they can't romance until after 16. Like, I don't know the exact cutoff because it's never been a thing I've had to worry about. But basically, until they're old enough, they can't romance. I thought it was 18, but either way. Whatever it is. There's an age point that they cannot romance until then. But again, because everyone's related, there's no one for them to romance anyways. Oh, hey. We have free food laying on the ground here. Does that mean we got a dangerous animal on the map? We do. We have a lynx. The lynx is not too terrible, but that is one that we could potentially get ourselves in trouble with if it decides to hunt one of us. That becomes less and less of an issue as the run goes on because I can close up the front so we don't end up with dangerous animals in here. When I say close up, there'll still be doors and all that, but that the animals would have to kind of go out of their way to fight their way in. Alright, so you're replanting that whole field that got blighted. And pretty soon Rongor is gonna have thing. Yeah, no, that's, we chose a canyon map. So, at the beginning of the stream, we were like, okay, what challenge are we doing? I gave it was technically 4 options. There was a 5th option, but it wasn't really a challenge. The 5th option was, I couldn't come up with a 5th option, so just including stuff for people to vote for the memes. But we had, like, the pollution challenge, the Adam and Eve challenge, the whole tile challenge, and I don't remember what the 4th one was. And so people voted for the Adam and Eve. It was like 40% of the vote, too, so it's a pretty solid victory. And then we didn't do like a proper poll, but it was like, do we want to have a mountain base or a not mountain base? And it was pretty close to unanimously mountain. I think it may have been unanimously mountain base. And I was like, okay, what kind do you want? And I showed them like water source and all that. Hey, Basset and Rongor are gonna get married. Cool. And so at first people started to be leaning towards the water source, I forget, it's like water source, gorge or whatever it is, where it's like the narrow path going through the mountain, where it is a true dwarf base where everyone's, you know, we're gonna build in the caves. And otherwise people also suggested Caldera and Crater. And this is Crater, where it's surrounded by mountain, you just got like this spot here. And then Caldera is you've just got a ring of mountain, and then usually a big pool of water in the middle. And then like it's all regular around that. And ultimately people wanted to go for the Crater, which is fine. Crater's a fun map. It's actually a map that certain events are way easier to deal with in it, and certain events are way harder. Because you can kind of easily make a strong defensible point here, a lot of your regular old boring raids are very easy to handle. Breacher raids are actually pretty easier to handle because they're more predictable. Siege raids end up dropping back here a lot of times, which gets weird. They can also be a little bit rough because then that defensive line can work against you with them down there. But stuff where you have, like, for example, there's a raid type where like 3 or 4 different groups will appear on them, they spread out, and then they prepare for a while, so you have a chance to kind of go out, beat up one of the groups, retreat back, and then fight the other 2 or whatever. In those cases, usually they just go up here and they just act like a siege raid. Unfortunately, a siege raid with a lot of people. Alright, so you have horrific penalties against you. So you'll be an easy one to take down. How are you doing? Okay. Because this person's got a bad back, so they've got terrible movement speed. So we should be able to knock him down pretty easy. Because the more you push into the edge, a lot of the AI stuff starts to not work quite right. So they all become effectively the same as like siege or immediate raid. Alright, solid hit right at the beginning. Split them up. Okay. Hey, Draconic, thank you for the 105 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. There we go. Sir, I'm gonna need you to lose those clothes because I would like them. I mean, actually, those are pretty terrible. Never mind. Don't. They can keep the clothes. I don't want them. Those clothes are practically disintegrated already. We can just leave those bodies out there. Okay. So pretty soon I'm going to need to go to this fire and go out of my way to manually build it. Because I'm going to need that fire to keep this room warm. It's going to be a little tricky. There's going to be a lot of space to keep warm for everything we're doing. Oh, also reinstall you in this room. Because this is going to be our dining room, like dining rec, whatever room. And then this will be a barracks. But Grandpa broke out. I mean, they're 62. They're not that old. They just had a weirdly rough time. Do Waster have, like, shorter lifespan? Do you have the... No, I mean... I was curious if they had, there's, one of the things you can get is genetic instability. Steal his clothes? No, we looked at his clothes. If they were in better shape, sure, but they're only, like, 30%. So it's already tattered apparel. It's not worth it. If they're like 60% or higher, we would go with it. That's actually where we got some of these. Rongor's baby prep. Alright. And I accidentally closed whatever that was. Defense for profit. They're impids, so if I run up to them, I'll get fire breathed on them. Self fodder. Oh no, they won't even be worth 1 silver. When the clothes are that tattered, they're not worth literally anything. So furniture. So weirdly, you've got like furniture that isn't, because we don't have complex furniture. Oh yeah, first research is happening. So we don't have complex furniture, but there's a handful of furniture that is not considered furniture. So you've got like a basic table, stools, the planter, and also wooden cribs are not considered complex furniture, which is convenient. And we're getting pretty close to the end of the season where they won't be planting more. Yeah, so it's the 6th of September. Yeah, so we got just over a season, like a season and a half, 2 seasons. A crib is essentially a box for a child so you don't step on them. Oh yeah. I've definitely seen many a toddler get knocked around when a parent's coming around the corner and the toddler is walking into the area and just, you know, line of sight, you don't get a chance. So the toddler gets an old bump. And no one means for it to happen. But, you know, they're just too low to the ground, too close in the corner. Or realistically, so you don't roll onto the child if they're sleeping in the same bed as parents. Yeah, all sorts of stuff like that. You got your new 5070 Ti, and this thing is so massive. You had to buy a new case and do a case swap this evening. That, yeah. Where you have to get, nowadays, you have to get the, what is it, the graphics card sag bar. Because the graphic cards weigh enough that if you don't have the extra support on the other edge, it'll gradually make the slot sag until it causes problems. Yep. And Rongor is dealing with some pretty nasty morning sickness. Wanderer joins. No, they don't. That is against the rules of our challenge. Hey, Kelly, how's it going? Alright, longer. Luxray. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. I hope you feel better. Thank you for hanging out, and always sucks to not feel good. Alright, so for the moment here, let's expand that over to this side of the room, and then shrink it to not include that side of the room. And the reason I want to do that is I want to push this stuff over here, so that when I move all this stuff over to like rearrange this room so that we can get a geothermal in there later, that would not deal with the problem. Yeah, the not too cooler. People look at the case and ask, what the heck is a giant thing in the middle of your case? Yeah, I forget. I have the big, it's like a big round cooler and all. Well, actually, no. This one I've got, it's a heat pipe one. I don't remember. I used to have the one that's like the round with the fan in the middle, and it's like this giant monstrosity of a thing. A lot of the days you don't need coolers like that. Like, you do need a cooler that's effective, but a lot of those like over the top ones are more show than meaningful in a lot of cases. Or in Blanco's case, so you don't put the baby on the stove. The one I find so comical is where they start putting the baby in the freezer because it's too hot. And it's like, okay, I get the idea that this baby's all bundled up. And, you know, yes, it being something like 80 degrees Fahrenheit is too hot for a young child. Like, for an adult, that's a perfectly fine temperature. It's a little uncomfy warm. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Like, it's one of those ones, it's not like uncomfy warm, like you gotta worry about heat stroke, but it's uncomfy warm. They're like, you know what? I'm not happy about being out in this. Like, a little bit if you're, you know, it's a nice breezy day, it's fine. The Coral Island stream is back on YouTube. I don't know why YouTube does that. I have deleted that Coral Island stream like a dozen times. And it just always wants to default. Yeah, it's weirdly defaulting to showing that again and again, and I don't know why, and I've tried to fix that so many times. I need to figure out how to get that to go away. It's anytime I go live, it'll be on the proper the proper stream, but then it'll also kick up this Coral Island live stream. That was, I think, like one of the very first live streams I did. Which it's amusing because there's actually showing people there. So delete the Coral Island one forever. Again. I understand this will delete it forever. Okay. So it's gone again. Refresh the page. And so it's gone. So weird. Maybe what I'll need to do is the next time it pops up, let me manually go to that stream and choose end stream on that side and see what happens. Because that'll be all YouTube side, so it won't impact Twitch. Because maybe if I manually go out of my way to end that stream, we could stop this nonsense where it pops up again and again. Okay. So now let's build this wall here. And take apart that wall. And then we can go and get ourselves a table and all that, because as soon as we get to be a rec room. Yeah, no, it's a weird behavior. Like, it doesn't hurt too much. The big thing is it creates confusion, because then, you know, the people find out our stream, and they're like, this says we're playing Coral Island, and you're not. It means they also have a second chat that I'm blissfully unaware of, that who even knows what's happening over there, which is a concern. And you get the idea. So I don't like that we have the links right here. And unfortunately, the links here has got some hustle behind it. It moves 5C a second. And we check Rongor, who is about to have baby, moves less than half that speed. And Bassett, who is not about to have speed, is still slower. So it is one of those things that the Lynx is just faster than us. It can also do some decent damage. It's not like the most dangerous thing in the world, but it can cause some pretty nasty injuries, especially in this early game where we got no armor, we're pretty terrible at fighting, and all that kind of nonsense. So furniture. I almost never make the 3x3 table. It's almost always hard to make work in any arrangement. So for right now, I'll just put 2 stools on it. And that'll be that going. Because like I said, we're going to go up here and go try and get that arranged. And then one of the things we're going to end up doing... Oh, wait. Actually. Can I make you out of slate? We do have some slate. It's laying around. That is something we can do. Is make that little bit of furniture out of the slate. Because we got 136 slate or something like that. It was 134, wasn't it? I didn't use the slate for anything. Where did you go? Did I use the slate for something? Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I did. I made the hoop ring and this. That's still fine. That's 95. Never mind. Okay, go back to making... Disregard all the slate comments. We'll make it out of wood. We'll definitely want to replace most of this with stone later, so it's not flammable. But we don't have stone cutting yet, and I don't have enough stone here to do much worthwhile. So you get the whole idea here. You haven't seen that one? You seen them put baby resin in the soda a second time? Yeah, no, so the babies in RimWorld, when you have them, they're a little weird in the sense that they can handle very, very little heat, and that's normal for real life. Like, very genuinely, you don't want to have small children out like 80 plus degrees Fahrenheit. Which again is not what's normally heat stroke temperatures for an adult or whatever, but it's uncomfortably warm. So in the game, they'll constantly try and move them out of the heat. But for whatever reason, the babies have a ridiculously high tolerance for cold in RimWorld. Like, we're talking way, 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 way below freezing. It's like they have like some of the absurdly coldest tolerances in the game. So if you're like in the middle of a heat wave or something, it's 100-something degrees outside, they'll grab the baby and they'll chuck them in a freezer because the freezer's in the acceptable, comfortable range for the baby, whereas outside's dangerous. But it will do it. It's something like 78 degrees, 80 degrees is where that cutoff is, where they'll start trying to move the baby to like a colder area. So it's just a meme in RimWorld about people chucking the baby in the freezer. Because in RimWorld temperature ranges, that genuinely makes sense. Bills, add bill, apparel, do forever if it is not clean. Build, burn apparel, do forever if it is below 80 hit points, is not utility or armor. What's under misc? Yeah, it's fine. So basically, if your apparel's worn out, burn it. Let's see. Eventually, I'll probably add the burn weapons there. Let's see, have you ever done an animal handler run where you domesticate and use animals to fight? Yeah, no, we've done that. You gotta keep in mind, I've got literally thousands of hours in RimWorld. Somewhere in the area of like 3,000 some hours. So most likely, unless you come up with something really obscure, I've probably done it. Or it's something I looked at and said, it just doesn't interest me. But yeah, I know we've, what animals do you prefer to do? I mean, if I can get a hold of Thrombos, I'm certainly not going to complain, but that usually depends on you getting inspired taming or really lucky. Otherwise, elephants work really well. The big challenge you run into with using animals as your main fighting means is they don't scale up to endgame as well, most of them. Megasloth might work. I've never done that one myself because usually I just don't reliably get enough Megasloths to make that happen. But, the issue is if you use something like Timber Wolves or Wargs or something like that, is very, very often they worked really, really well in early to mid-game. But once you start getting enemies that do really solid amounts of damage, they end up falling over dead. Because when you start getting to stuff like Lancers, they can one-pump most of the animals that aren't like Mega Sloths or Timber Wolves or elephants. Even elephants once in a long while get one shot by a Lancer through the brain or whatever. But there is not, like, there's usually durable enough, and you can get enough of them that if you lose one, it's not a big deal. Versus Thrombos are properly tanky. But most of the animals that fall below that kind of threshold there usually just don't hold up in the late game. Once things start popping off proper, can you get armor for animals? Not without mods. Your animals are what they are. They never get stronger or anything. They don't have like their own melee stats. It's pretty hard. You get an elephant, that's how strong the elephant's gonna be. Which again, that's the limitation of them. So the only way to counter that situation is numbers. So you just get a lot of elephants you can throw at stuff. But yeah, I've definitely managed to make elephants work. And to be clear, usually, whether you're using the Thrombos or the elephants, you still want to back them up with firepower, like actual guns and all that. Because while Thrombos do a lot of damage, elephants they're decent. They're not amazing. They do good damage, but not really, really good damage. So especially once you start getting to like armored targets like the mechanoids and all that, and you're dealing with centipedes and all that, that's when the elephants start kind of struggling with them a bit. That they'll tie them up into melee, but since you can't like min-max and be like this elephant attack this one do that, you'll have your elephants all swarm one thing, and they'll take it down. But in the meanwhile, they're just getting absolutely peppered by the other enemies. Let's see, before the animals change, you still remember your old 100 monkey army? You'd lose half every raid, but then repopulate no problem. Oh yeah. Does this map have mountain on 3 sides? Yep. This is the crater map. We had a poll on what challenge we were doing, and then we just kind of had like a quick vote. Yeah, and Mark is saying the battle rhinos are pretty good. Yeah, I think the battle rhinos are kind of in the same realm as the elephant. They're fairly durable animals, and they actually have pretty okay damage. The downside of the rhinos and the elephants is they don't reproduce very fast. So if you do get into a situation where you are starting to lose some, it can be kind of a downward spiral where they slowly chip away at your stuff. Yeah, to be clear, this is the geological landforms mod, lets you get stuff like this. So we had this one here is the crater, but the ones we were debating between was crater. We were also going for, where are you at? There's river source. I'll see if I can't find it real fast. Well, that's gonna be an interesting one. It's no, oh yeah, here's one that's river source. Yeah, so you had river source was another one without the tunnels. That was another one people debated between. And then the last one people debated with was Caldera, which we have like this rock formation around with water at the middle of it. But ultimately, what won out was Crater. Like we did kind of a, hey, you know, what do people want to see, X, Y, or Z? And there was a little bit for the river source in the mountains, but it was overwhelmingly Crater. I actually find the Caldera the most annoying one to do, because like the whole middle of your map is like deep water, so you physically can never use it. You can't moisture pump deep water away. So you have like this weird, awkward middle of your city, like your middle of your colony you're building around that's just unusable, which kind of sucks. And then you have like the river source is an interesting one. From a combat standpoint, it is a very strong map. There's basically almost nowhere for anyone to set up meaningful sieges. You'll get a lot of infestations, which is not that big a deal. But like your food is a big pain unless you go tunneler, because there's just no growable soil on that map. There's like these little teeny tiny strips. And since I don't predetermine my ideologies in advance, I have to work my way up. It's really, really... Wasn't the last run of this crater? Yes. Crater's a pretty popular map style. Like, very genuinely, Crater's pretty high up there so far as ones that people tend to want to see me play. Okay. So we're moving this to make this into a bedroom.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so we got a stretch. But yeah, there's some fun ones. I actually very, very heavily recommend the geological landforms. If you're looking for something to mix up your gameplay a little, without like massively overhauling things, there's lots of cool stuff for the geological landforms. So we can go here. There's Atoll's a pretty fun one. I don't apparently have any near me. Archipelago. Yeah, so you got like all these like little islands and all that. That could be a fun one. You got Atoll, which is this again. It's kind of tricky one. And for the record, you're like, oh, if you're surrounded by this, you can't be raided. This island, wrong. All this shallow water, they could still attack you from. The downside of a place like this is that they set up a toxic spewer over here. You can't do anything about it. It's just a forever toxic spewer until you get drop pods. You've got Rift, which is an interesting one, where it's just this narrow little this narrow little passage in all mountains. So if you want to go again, purely diggy hole, you can do that. Scary is one I've always meant to do stuff. So it's an island that's all rock and very little growable space. So it's just a really rough one there. You got some there just kind of neat, secluded cove. You have a river island, so there's like a little island here in the river. That one to me is harder to do anything interesting with. You got a peninsula. Same idea. Is that deep water? That's actually a pretty defensible one as well, because you only have this side of the this left side of the map be the only attackable area. River confluence, where multiple rivers come together. There's lots of really kind of cool layouts you can get. Sinkhole, where it's mountains with a little pocket in the middle. There was one that was not cave entrance. Cave entrance is along the mountainside. There was one that's like literally yeah, surface caves, where it's like literally you're in the mountain the whole time with little pockets that you could reach the top. Swamp Hill is one I really like. I've done a lot of Swamp Hill, so like this little area is a normal tile. Usually with a mountain, and all of this is mud and marsh the entire way around it. So it's a very hard to build on tile other than your little pocket there. What? Wait, glacier there? Oh yeah, glaciers where you just have a weird like little pocket of ice on a map that otherwise wouldn't have it. So like this tile is like weirdly super cold while being temperate forest. But it's again, a really good way to just be like, hey man, I'm playing this game. Lone Mountain is another favorite, where you have one big chunk of rock in the middle of your map. But it's a lot of ways to just try a bunch of different layouts. Atoll and Archipelago, to me, are some of the really interesting ones. Just because, like, this one here, that's all sand. There's no stone on this entire map. There's no metal. There's none anything like that. So when it comes to a map like that, you're just stuck dealing with it. Alright, so where is home? There you are. I just realized how far away any other... Like, we have no neighbors nearby. We are really by ourselves. Like, there's the, like, if I wanted to send a caravan over there... I mean, I guess it says... Oh, there's a road right there. Never mind, that's not that bad. Other than being, it's like they're really far away, but yeah, no, there's a good road right here, so actually I can reach all of that in like 3, 4, 5 days. It's still a hike. But yeah, we're pretty far away from any neighbors. Yeah, and my nearest neighbor is permanently hostile. These ones, they're starting hostile, but I can become friends with some effort. There's also a lot of pollution over there, but I think we're far enough away it's not affecting us. I know I'm going to regret doing it like this when I get out doors, but that's okay. And you are almost done deconstructing all that. I know we should have nothing left to deconstruct there. Rongor is getting some research done. Alright. I'm gonna bump up the priorities so that Rongor does clean. Because otherwise we're gonna get food poisoning here in the future once all this gets to be a mess. So I really want that research to get done. Let's not focus too much on it. Get rid of the home zone stuff over here. I'll actually leave that there just in case we end up having a situation with hypothermia. That's a little room I could retreat into to warm up. This, we want to drag this all in here eventually, but we'll worry about that later. Psychic Soothe, don't care. Yeah, some more slate and marble, which again are stuff we don't have on the tile normally. We're getting all of that stone pulled up. And then once that's done, Beset should be good to take on other things. Because they'll stop with construction, then they'll be on the point of hauling cleaning. And after that, they can research. It's ultimately going to be a big part of the, once we get into the winter and we can't grow anything, is just having people sitting here researching to get a lot of that off the ground. Yeah, I need more people prioritizing more things. You're just gonna have to deal. Beset is just going to have to accept they're doing they're gonna be just doing a lot of everything around here. The biggest challenge is this first kid when they're born. There is a risk of you losing the colonist to having kids, and early game will be the most dangerous. Because, again, we're dealing in a situation where we're literally laying down in the mud with no real medicine or anything and just trying to make it work. So there is a pretty... Like, when I say significant, it's still a very small percent. But there's a small percent chance that someone straight up dies. All right. Yeah, you'll take apart this last little bit. Ship to the stars, don't care. And I believe after we pick up those floor tiles, that might be it for deconstruction. I've deconstructed everything on the map. Not counting the shipwrecks, which we will wait until I have a use for components to take apart. Oh, no, we got a tiny little bit up here. Alright. That's how little steel you get out of like picking up all those floors. The entire area's steel is like 43. Oh hey, butcher do forever. So stop butchering out there. Okay, so you should be now at the point of hauling stuff back, managing all these things, so that'll be good. That fire is going to be a nuisance. Because we did just have a rainstorm end, so that's not likely to change. I like how both of them are just like, it's just a fire, go back to bed. It's fine. Please don't just sit in there and die.
You're at firefighting 1. I can't turn it up higher than that. No, you're not done. Firefighting 1. Get back to work. Why are you going out that far? That shouldn't be home zone. Okay. Yep. So as you can see, that fire is going to take over most of this map and burn it all out. It's fine. Yep. Like I said, because it was a storm that started it, we won't trigger another event soon. So, most of this map is going to get burned down. Just really hoping that Rongor does not have a baby right now. Because that'll likely down Rongor. And then we get into that weird thing where Beset has to deal with... Please, for the love of everything, put out the fire that is actively in your home. Bulk trade good. This is not a good time. I need you to hold off on having the baby for just a minute. Baby's happening without anyone there to help. Because if I stop to deal with the baby, they're going to literally die in a fire. Nevertheless, healthy... Well, thank you. So we're losing the entire farm, but luckily they caught fire, so they popped a pack to do it. Alright, so the baby born under concerning conditions will be Canahawk. Welcome, the first of many children, assuming we don't die in a fire here. Why are you down? Oh. You're not allowed to be here. You're against the rules. Get out. So problem is... Oh, you're up? Go oh, you're not up. You crawled back to bed. Please get up. Please get up before you die. Well, this might be the end of this run, because they're about to catch fire, and no one can do anything about it. Because again, the entire tile is burned. There's this spot here hasn't burned, and that spot there hasn't burned. And you're gonna die of heat stroke here in a minute. If we're lucky, one of these walls will collapse and give you some reprieve. But you're just going to die in a fire because you're downed. Because unfortunately, the baby happened while we were actively fighting the fire. Yep. That means the run's bricked. And we start a new run. So, the family, boom, dead. Because without the couple, there's no second part. That is the danger there. Yeah, that's fine.
That was just really unfortunate timing that she went down because she was actively having a child. So I had one person trying to defend them both. Really what if I was desperate to just survive at any cost, I could have picked her up and ran out the other way versus trying to fight it. I should have gone her out the outside, but the fire got out of control. Having one person try and fight to protect an entire building that's entirely made out of wood when no rain is coming. That was the reason I was like, oh no, the rain stopped and we still have fire. I could have also tried to stop and have them start making a fire break, but I think it was kind of a too little too late.
Thank you Snoozer42 for subscribing for 5 months. Starting a new attempt. Just joined and sounds like you had a bit of a kerfuffle.
Hey Snoozer, and thank you for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months been sub to channel. I really do appreciate that. And yeah, no, it was basically we just had the first kid was showing up, and so childbirth happened while we were actively trying to put out a fire. And unfortunately, the person putting out the fire was basically trying to protect mom and child and all that, and just too much fire. Alright. So, do we do the crater again? Or do we want to see one of the other map types? Because I'll look for a crater in the meantime. Because the ones I find the most interesting that I'd like to see through is crater certainly fine. Like, that's fun. We've done that once a long time ago. And then the other one is if I could find one here to just show you it. Is you find one of these mountains where a river ends in the mountain. And it makes for a pretty cool tile. That's probably not gonna be one because of the caves. Yeah, that's not right. Yeah, and it's basically, yeah, it'd be like, this would be an example. I won't do this one because tropical rainforest. But like where you have this little path in the mountains, that would be the other one. I think between those two I'd be curious about. The problem with this one is there's like no growable space. And so you kind of get in this war with the animals trying to get them off your food. But then you end up with lots of other things. Your straight up combat side of that one's very easy though, as a heads up. Because it does force all of the fights to come through the narrow corridor. So like, combat wise, easy peasy lemon squeezy. But food is a big pain in the butt unless you get to Tunneler. Then, you know, you just grow mushrooms. Or hydroponics, for that matter, will also solve the problem. Yeah, so you're desert, aren't you? Hidden Cove or Cliff? Let's see what those ones are. Hidden Cove. I'm not seeing a Hidden Cove. But Cliff, that's like a wall like that, or you have Corner Cliff, same idea, but 3 walls. Hidden Cove. So you have Cove, which is a big water area in the middle. Cove with Island. So Cove with Island would certainly be doable, but you'd be stuck here. It'd be very limiting on the base side. Versus... Where'd Cove? Oh yeah, Desert Plateau's another one. Versus like straight up Cove. I kind of look at this like as an unusable space, really, and that puts you pretty close to the edge of the map, so that kind of sucks to deal with. Hidden Cove. Oh, Secluded Cove. That's the one you probably mean. Okay, that kind of looks like Cove with a narrow edge. So Cave Entrance is where it's mountain on one side. Where are you at? Cave Entrance. You'll have mountain on one side, and it's the tunnels. Yeah, I don't really want to do the coves because like just so much of the map is not really usable. So like that to me doesn't excite me so far as a map. It's the same reason I don't like Caldera, is it's almost always this whole area is this big unusable spot in the middle. And so it just means I'm building a colony around the outside. It's just not my thing. The other ones are good, like Crater and all that. I keep wanting to find one of those ones, because it's an interesting challenge trying to stay fed on these tiles. Like, these tiles, staying fed is very difficult. At least until you get to there, like, later game. It's also a tile that you can't kite enemies nearly as easily, because as you can imagine, if I have an enemy chasing me and I miss it, there's just not enough room to, like, turn around and get past it. So you just kind of keep losing ground until you get cornered. Cliff would be a tunneler run? Yeah, no, that's, this would be tunneler, Rift would be tunneler, Cliff would be tunneler, because people said they wanted a mountain map. So the mountain, like, if you wanted an actual mountain map, Cliff is a mountain map where we'd do that and we'd build into the cave. Cliff Corner, same idea. You would have... Not Crater. Crater, while surrounded with mountain, you usually just build up in the middle. Other mountain maps you have would be Rift to be a mountain map, where it's bisected with this weird little tunnel. You have... was it Canyon? Yeah, Canyon is just a wider bisecting of the map with tunnel. Stuff like Swamp Hill you could argue was a mountain map just in that little spot, as well as the Desert Plateau. Oh, no, it's not Desert Plateau, it's Lone Mountain. That's one. Lone Mountain is another one that would be a mountain map. I keep wanting to lean towards doing the water source and just going absolute full dwarf, because it's been a long time since I've done a proper mountain map. Because usually I don't do, like, a lot of times I have, like, the little pocket of rock I use there to start my colony, and then branch out, or we just go for full open spaces. But I do know a lot of people like basically Dwarf Fortress map. I can build there, and my neighbors will hate me. I mean, I'm down for this spot. That'd be an interesting one. This would be going full dwarf. Early game on this one's tough because the soil's usually crap. What is the growing season here? Year round. Yeah, so food won't be super awful. The big thing is the only good spot for growing is up there, and we don't want to go that far up. I'm gonna do it. I don't care what chat thinks. Yep, so this will give me -10 with my neighbors. Then go fly a kite. Neutral, abstract. Oh right, we did prolicizer. No, we did human primacy. Yeah, I'll just do human primacy again. Because with the Adam and Reeve run, we can't do guilty. Just the way it works. So to make sure we have kids fast, free and approved love in there, let's go ahead and get rid of all the clothing requirements. We don't care about any of that. Yep. Okay, so here's where we need to make sure we have most of our needs covered. So these two pawns, incapable of social, would kill the run on the start. Undergrounder, so that's going to be a pretty good start. They can cook, mine, and construct and plant. So this is an amazing pawn for our situation. So Slothful is pretty bad. Multiple addictions is even worse. Greedy Meandrous isn't going to help. Incapable of dumb labor, incapable of caring. Delicate sucks. Alright, what do you got? Animals and crafting. That's not going to help us. Should you rejoin your queue? Oh yeah, no, you can rejoin. Yeah, once we have a new colony, you're welcome to just, like, rejoin immediately. 2 people with a pacifist is a bad time. Another beautiful undergrounder. Can also do construction, mining, plants, and that. That means 0 medical, 0 combat, 0 intellectual. That's how you have a dead colony. Jogger Beautiful is really... or Jogger is really good for our situation. Jogger with no dumb labor really hurts, though. And then having a hurt leg. Yeah, we're going to keep moving. I'm going to be a bit picky on these earlier ones. So you can cook and craft, and that's it. But if I take them, they're related and they can't romance. So this one's dead because they randomly rolled being siblings. Plants, melee. I'm trying to find one with medical. I don't like sitting here being picky, but 0 medical means we're 1 malaria away from end of game. Well, that's at least research. Okay. Ooh, okay. Alright, so this doesn't give me medical. It does give me research and at least something. We might just do without having it. It does suck that you have nothing else. No, it's fine. Intellectual is easy enough to train up. Incapable of medical. Sickly with no medical. A dead pawn in the making. Ooh. So cooking, plants, artistic, social, and they're industrious. No. I'm really trying to make medical happen. I've had too many of these runs where we start and it goes, malaria, your colony died. Okay, so, alright. That gives me Undergrounder and Beautiful. I mean, Beautiful is locked in. We made that for the thing so we could romance easy. So they'd be both Undergrounder, so they're compatible with what we're doing. They would both be able to do construction, plants, and cooking. This person could craft and medical, and the other one could do all this. So as far as our skills coverage, this is good, except you have 1 and 1 for your combat skills, and you would be a pacifist. So while our skill coverage is good, we would probably lose the very first fight unless we abuse traps. Which is, I'm gonna keep going. It's 2 people, because what's gonna happen is the one's gonna get sick or something, and that'll be the end of the run, because I'll have a pacifist as my other one. I know we're being picky, I usually don't like doing this level of pickiness here, but with just 1 or 2 pawns, we want to, I mean, that's siblings again. We want to avoid getting ourselves a start that is kind of dead on arrival if the certain events are rolled. Okay. You're gonna get pretty happy about, or pretty unhappy about being recluse. So you would literally only be good at medical. And you'd have recluse, so you'd be happy earlier, and then you'd be miserable later as the place grows. But you do have really good medical, and nothing else. So you would be our dedicated medical researcher. What's a good medical score? It's honestly more passion. Like, I'm okay with a low medical level if they're passionate, or a high medical level, like 5+ if they're not passionate. So this is extremely good, which is the reason why, even though they have no other passions to speak of, I'm thinking we're gonna go with it. Because this'll be our stay-at thing. Let's see, it would be her children too. Not sure if that would help counter recluse. I don't know how it weighs in on that. I actually don't remember. I don't think recluse gets that bad as you grow the colony. So we wouldn't have anyone who's good at plants, which kinda sucks. But I feel like you'd get there with the passion. So this would be another one that this person would be carrying the weight, and this would be our, like, social researcher person. So early on, she's just gonna help haul and all that. I think that's probably good because this poor pawn is gonna be busy anyways all the time. And they're almost the same age. I think this is what we go for. I think this is good. We're not... Yeah, no, plants, like, even this with the light, small passion, I think that's fine. I think we go with that. This is going to be a rough start food-wise, because I also can't tear apart very many bushes, because there's not going to... Oh, did I choose tropical rainforest? Is this tropical rainforest? No, it's temperate. Oh, weird. I'm not used to seeing that many willow trees. Okay. So yeah, so this is a cool map that you can see it's very, very narrow We're gonna get next to nothing to deconstruct here. That's fine. You'll notice that's actually not a horrible place for that. And I'm not seeing an obvious ancient danger right here at the beginning. As before, anytime you do these big mountainy maps, if it rolls an ancient danger, it could literally just be in the cave wall. There's ways you could suss it out. So I do think we're gonna go and set up way back here. This is probably not the right call. I'm having decision paralysis, don't mind me. So we're gonna go here, we're gonna start this and say, all of you, you are rice. And this is gonna seem very counterintuitive to the way I normally play. All of you, you are also rice. And the reason we're doing that is what's gonna ultimately happen on this map is all those animals are going to try and eat what little bit I have here, because there's so little food for them. So they will... Oh, right. That's the reason we had the problem the last... It's okay. That's fine. You don't worry about the childcare. You do. That's fine. So you are cook construction. Yeah, you grow and plant it as a higher priority. Actually, for right now... Yeah, for right now, you deal with this. You deal with that. We can worry about this later. You'll worry about that. And you'll worry about that. I lied. You won't worry about that. That'll be lower and that'll be lower. Okay. I think that's fine. Alright. So the plan here is I'm going to need to set up where we're living in there. And part of me is like thinking future and going, okay, what if we just make this the kill box area right on the get-go? And it might not be the worst idea. Oh, there's water right here? I could potentially do... I wonder how close they have to be for... Let's put it down here. And the reason I'm thinking is I'm thinking this is a situation that I can abuse the AI. How much effort do I want to put in this? I'm having decision paralysis so far as this. In the meantime, we can let them run. They'll start cutting the trees and doing all that stuff, and that's fine. Is there anything at all on this map? There are no berries at all on the map, which means I'm literally going to have to hunt immediately. Okay. So slight change of plans, crafting spot, pop up here, do this, build, add, bow, make 2, and get that going as fast as you can cut down a tree. Because I'm going to have to kill animals immediately at the beginning here to get any food whatsoever. And that's just the way it's going to be. We have food poisoning in our future. Everyone on the food poisoning train. Alright. So what I'm considering here is I am considering going down here and doing something like this. We'll put the 2 things to put a turret in the wall. And we could do kind of, not like a full-on trap maze kind of thing, something like this. And then put our defensive spot down here. So then you'd go down here. We'd have, like, whatever the distance that the incinerator goes. Well, no, because we wouldn't be able to vent the heat. That's fine. Let's not overthink it. Let's just make it a normal entrance the way we usually do. I was basically seeing if there's a way we could absolutely abuse this. I might still be able to, but the problem is, as a cave base, if I don't have a place to vent the heat, then that'll be whatever. I'll still make it like the, yeah, I'll still make it the defensive position. Yeah, we'll still make it the defensive position, but we won't go through the whole thing there. So let's go here. Oh, what's the range of the chain shotgun again? Because we'll lean into those, I think. That would be gas operation for chain shotgun. You are range of 13. So we go here. That's 13, and that's where the defensive line will be. So cancel those 2 tiles. This is where the actual defensive point is. We'll make that 3 deep. And for right now, this back defensive area is going to be our production room or whatever. And we can expand from there. Because it might also work for if we do the incinerators, be able to spray this whole area with fire. The challenge is, again, if I can't vent the heat out, it becomes an issue in itself. Alright, bills, add bill, cook meals, do until you have 10. Also, do forever on this one if it is made with meat. Butcher, you already have butcher creature forever. And I need you to start making those bows now because we do not have any food on this map that is not animals. Added risk here is we do have a lynx immediately. So as I start hunting the smaller animals out of existence, that's going to be a problem. But that's okay. For right now, we're just trying to get everything up and running. Can I get you to start prioritizing sowing? Yeah, let's set you to not allow cutting so you get the crops down first, and then we start doing that. Because this will partly bait in a bunch of the smaller animals and the bigger ones, which is the problem. So when we have like the mega sloth going in here tearing up my crops, I just kind of have to endure it because we're not really in a situation I can take down a mega sloth right away. Not like, again, not unless they abuse traps. Which, if we have to, we have to. We'll worry about that later, we'll figure it out. Step 1, get weapons. So we're going to get our early crops down. And so for wildlife, I'm going to prioritize hunting those. And that will be... up to you to deal with that. So you will definitely deal with this. Honestly, you prioritize the hunting. You're crap at it, but you'll figure it out. New lovers! Okay. I didn't even have to get involved. They just sorted that out themselves. Alright, so meanwhile, for the father of the colony, that is a lie. The queue is not empty. We got Conrite. And for Colony Mom is going to be the Ints. Step 2, get laid. Step 2, a lot of babies are going to happen. The colony's longevity depends on it. Yeah, so first we just need to get all the rice in here, because the goal here is to just get it to grow as fast as possible. Alright, so you grab that bow. Bills, add, tribal wear. You can't make that happen yet, that's fine. Veil. Do until you have one of each. And shred the mechs if we have them, which won't be for a while. And we won't have smoke leaf, but if we do, we'll do that. Alright, so your job, Conrad, right now is keep us from starving to death. Don't leave the map immediately, please. And also get some of those precious, precious early game shooting points. Because as a reminder, this is a map that's really hard to kite enemies. Like, I might be able to make it work in this spot, but once I get back here, the odds I can bait an enemy around here and then use the water to cut back around without getting caught in melee is pretty slim. So that'll be a whole thing. I need you to not stop hunting, please. Literally, we will die if you do not keep food coming in. Okay, cool. Like lunch is secured for today and possibly tomorrow. I'm wrong. Lunch is probably secured for one day. That's what Conrad's going to be doing short term, is just killing lots of animals. Compiling shaders is the bane of modern gaming. So the big reason we have that is the alternative is you run to the thing where your game just sits on a load screen forever, or they basically they either compile it in advance or compile it as they go. If they compile it as they go, that's where your game has like the weird stutter for a long while. When you're like running around the map, you like a new building comes into view and suddenly the game just kind of hitches for a good couple seconds as it tries to compile the shaders. It's not that big a deal, but yeah, no, I get the annoying thing of being like, oh, I'm starting the game, compiling shaders, because it should be a one and done thing that you compile shaders, and as long as you don't get like a new video card, new driver, or game goes through a major update or whatever, your shaders should just be good. Did I not set you to cook? I guess I just didn't have time. Because that's the one I remember from playing a lot of games in the past. You'd go and you'd walk up. Like, one of the games that's really bad for it was GTA 3 when it first came out on PC. So not the console version, but the PC version. And you would literally drive and the whole game would just kind of like hitch for a second. And then it would go again. Which, of course, when you're trying to like zigzag around stuff would throw off all your timing, so you just slam into a wall or whatever and get caught. And it was because it's loading that in and then trying to compile everything as it's going. But yeah. That's the reasons why I don't turn up my graphics on a lot of stuff. I keep it down some. I don't need everything to be lifelike. So you need that stutter back in, I don't know what game you're referring to because acronyms don't help anyone. So you need players who are coming through. Yeah. Oh, Dark Ages of Camelot. Was the name of the game? Yeah, now usually it's best, unless like contextually it's going to be very clear what an acronym is, you should just type it out, because people are usually going to have to ask you, and you've saved yourself 0 time. You've literally increased the amount of effort you have to put into it. Like, it's fine if you're watching Path of Exile and you call it PoE. Obviously, within the context, it's very clear what you mean. But, like, if we're not talking about Path of Exile and you say PoE, like that one specifically we make a gag of, because there's like Path of Exile, Pillars of Eidolon, Plains of oh, what's the Warframe one? Plains of I'm blanking out. There's another one for Warframe that's like a major expansion for that. There's Power over Ethernet. Like that, like PoE, we ended up with something like 8 or 9 different things the acronym could be that would all be, you know, completely reasonable to be mentioned. I hear a sleepy wifey.
I'm not sleeping. Maybe I'm sleeping.
Yeah. No, you're all good. Oh yeah, no, so like, I get the sysadmin. I actually come from a background where I used to be a network administrator. But yeah, along those lines as well, like literally I'm wearing the NASA shirt, and that's a place that has a history for everything as an acronym. Like you could say sentences referring to stuff out at the Space Center, and out of 10 words have like 7 or 8 of them be acronyms. And anyone who's like not in the know just kind of stares at you and like, what did you even just say? And to be fair, even people in the know, they have to stop and be like, okay, because just too many acronyms. It's just easy to get yourself into a habit, and it ends up kind of being a problem. It's just you want to short form it. But it's just, again, unless in the context you know what the acronym's going to be, you end up just having to explain what it is. If you're going to go all the way over there... Alright, so you're cooking. Yep, that's fine. So you got that one planted. So you will be allowed to cut. So who do we have mining and construction? Okay. So Conrite will mine and construct. Oh, and you're also my hunter. That is going to be a big pain point. So we'll go ahead and give you a low priority on helping with that too. We're going to be pretty slow early on in what we're going to get done here. That is just the nature of the beast. Luckily, this tile is not particularly cold, or this would be real bad for us. I mean, it just means I'd have to prioritize telling them to go out of their way to mine. I was messing with a challenge on this map tile type before, and we had a group of like 8 or 9 rhinos, and just the rhinos were just straight up killing me because they were wiping out all the plants. None of the other animals were sticking around long enough, so I would, something would walk out of the tile and immediately kill it. And because they're coming as one big mass of rhinos all over the place, it was just really hard to split them up, because even if I did the thing where I shot nearby them, there's not very many places to go, so getting them to separate out. Because honestly, even if you got them to separate out with like 2 people with bows trying to take on a rhino, really depends on you getting a nice hit right at the beginning to slow them down. All right. Yeah, so we're going to have them keep working on that, because we're going to try and convert all of this back area. And like I said, this will do double duty for me. 1 is if I get to harvest it, we get food. 2, if I don't get to harvest it, because the animals come back here and tear it up. As long as they're animals I can hunt, that works. Mega Sloth, I just got to endure. Oh, well, there's food. An army of gazelle. So for right now, just so we have zones to drop stuff off, so we'll have the stockpile up here. I have the dumping stockpile down here. Obviously, we'll want to get that back into the cave wall when we get there. Oh, the other thing we need to do, this is going to be something that's going to get me in trouble. Right now, there's your bed. Deal with that later. Hypothermia? I didn't think it was that cold. We have a problem. All right, so work. Only essential tiles real fast. Because that means we're gonna lose fingers and toes. I missed that we were getting that cold already. That's the second time I've underestimated the cold we're being subjected to. Don't you dare rest. You're gonna die of hypothermia if you don't get on it. Don't you dare rest. I said get to construction. Please stop botching that. Don't botch it. Okay, that's indoors. It's a comfy temperature. All right. So, luckily, no one lost any fingers or toes. Because that could have been a really rough start to this colony. Just immediately losing fingers and toes or getting down from hypothermia because I wasn't watching that we dipped into the 30s right away. Okay, you should be fine now. So at least that gives them a little place to duck into. It'd be good to have gotten their beds in there, but we just rushed to slap that in there real fast. You just let them keep working on this. We still have 4 meals for right now, so that's fine. Did we have any stone laying around here? Marble is honestly the worst. There's not enough of it. It's fine. Okay, so for right now, I will put a door there so that gets considered an interior space. Because if we get inside here, that will insulate them some from the hot or cold outside. Okay. And this is being set up with chain shotguns range in mind. Now, downside is I'll have to adjust this so that the enemy doesn't just sit back here and shoot at me from range. So like we'll do is like a little wiggle around here that the enemy has to like come through this way and then in. But we can worry about that later when you got other stuff sorted. I do like the idea of trying to leverage fire. I think the only way we realistically can do that is if I can, you know, manage to make like a side exhaust area that's enclosed to make it considered outdoors. And then we can just start lighting that up. Because the goal in here isn't to make it the burn box strategy where you get, you know, several thousand degrees and instantly down people. The idea would be hitting them with fire. There's water right there. So they will start pathing out to try and reach the water and then start pathing back in. And they'll just start making fire all over the place. Alright, so go bag yourself 2 gazelle. Because we're down to 3 meals and not enough food to cook anymore. So we'll need to keep that stuff going. What time is it, by the way? Oh, it's not late at all. I've been trying to be good, not drinking caffeine too late. One of the things that actually triggered is I've got the, it's a, like, so this is like my wedding ring, but this ring is like a biometric, like, monitor kind of thing. And it was even like, okay, we're running an experiment. Do you usually drink caffeine close to bedtime? It's like, maybe. Okay, do you want to sign up for the experiment that you don't drink caffeine less than 6 hours before sleep? I'm like, look, man, I already know the results of this experiment. But also, sure, let's do this so we can have a direct comparison numbers to numbers so I can see its impact on me individually. Fine. And it does do a thing where it asks the next day, it's like, did you have soda before you went to bed last night? Or caffeine is what it says, doesn't mention so specifically. It's like, so far I've been good, because I am being aware of it. But yeah. It's been a thing. It's also been pretty funny, I mean, so I've got, like, my younger brother and my poor niece both have the flu, and then my niece, while having the flu, also has strep. So, she is not having a good time. She is the big sad. Which is very understandable because strep sucks. A proper flu sucks. And the combination, never been, don't wanna. Because that sounds truly awful. Alright, so you're probably both going to need to pop into the warm room over there. All right, let's have them both warm up real fast. Because you to drink more soda than water. Now, your soda and water. The doctor's happy, and so am I. Yeah. No, I was doing quite a bit better. So I've been dealing with the thing that we haven't pinned down what it is, but basically my body is reacting as if I'm overheating when I'm not. And to say that isn't me being like, no, it's so hot. Like literally, I will be comfortable in a temperature. And meanwhile, my body is being like, yo, shunt all blood out to the limbs. We are dying of overheating. So I don't feel hot, I don't sweat, but like I'll have like a pinkish color to me because of it. We've been trying to pin down why it is and not looking for people to be like, oh, have you checked out this? We are going through it. I've checked like thyroid and all that. So it's not asking for like medical whatever. You know what? I'll accept that. So that's gonna make the monolith appear. But it's just one of those things that we've been trying to like figure out. And as part of that's been like, okay, well here's the next likely thing. Go talk to this specialist and have them check it out. Okay, that wasn't it. All right, let's go on to the next specialist and work on that. But part of it was like maybe it's like neurological, like, you know, being concerned like maybe there's a brain tumor or something like that. And so with that, you know, looked into it and all that, and it didn't end up being anything like that. But part of it was like, okay, well, let's, you know, see if you're dehydrated as another thing, like, because it's very easy to be dehydrated, not realize it, and yada, yada, yada. And she was like, so how much soda you drink? And there's like that long pause, and you're like, more than I should. You know, I gave like the actual guesstimate and all that. And it's like, how much water do you drink? Well, not as much as I should. It's like, you should work on that. I'm like, okay. It's like, I accept right now in this very moment, I'm talking to you, trying to deal with a thing. I probably should deal with that. And I was better for a while, but it's an ADHD thing. Caffeine is a stimulant, and if you're not taking like ADHD medicines, which are stimulants, it is a thing that a lot of people, even if they don't realize they have ADHD, end up self-medicating using caffeine. Hey, look, didn't even get an injury. As much thing as expect to get, like when the dentist is like, do you floss twice a day? And it's like, no, sorry. There's definitely been times I've been better or worse at it. Like, I've always been good about flossing like once a day. But there's definitely been times that going out of my way to like floss like after each meal and all that, which I just can't keep that up. And so like generally my teeth have been in good shape. But it's one of those things where you'll have that time that you're like, no, I have been on top of my flossing. I've been super good. Like, I'm brushing 3 times a day. I'm flossing constantly. And you get the person's like, hey, you know, have you been keeping up with your flossing? It's like, yes. And if you tell me if you tell me I'm not, I'm like calling you. I didn't say that, but it's like, yes, like, okay, well, I'm a little worried about, it's like, don't lie to me. Like, I'm flossing, I'm doing a good job, my teeth look great. Like, by all means, 90% of the time we walk in here, it's like, have you been good about your flossing? I could do better. But this time, right now, I know I'm in the clear. Alright, we didn't kill enough gazelle. But your dental hygienist is like, your teeth are great for someone who hasn't been to the dentist in 11 years. And that was a freaking miracle. Let's see, you caught me on a good month, yeah. Every person is not perfect, life is hard. Oh no, absolutely. You're addicted to caffeine and blame ADHD. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely a thing. There's a lot of things that ADHD will help cause. Like, for a lot of people, part of ADHD is how we get dopamine, which is the chemical in your brain that makes you feel big happy. So there's differences with people with ADHD versus not, that for a lot of people with ADHD, the part of like a task that you tend to get your dopamine hit from is more like the figuring out discovery. You're learning a new thing. that is interesting and you get rewarded for that by your brain. It's like, yeah, keep doing the new thing. But then the moment it's not new and you're not learning new stuff really quickly, you tend to fall off. That the dopamine hit from having ADHD on completing the task is very negligible by comparison to other individuals. So where a lot of people get that, like, I did the thing, yes, and you get that big hit of dopamine, ADHD is just like, whatever. Which is part of the reason why it's kind of harder to finish tasks as people with ADHD. Your brain is not giving you the reward for doing it, and so it's pretty rough. Man, you hate when the novelty goes away, play stuff you logically keep doing but can't. Oh yeah, no, that's exactly it. But with that, what ends up happening is for a lot of people with ADHD, they seek out dopamine in other places. That's the reason why there's a lot of individuals with ADHD who end up putting on a lot of weight and everything, because one of the coping mechanisms that you might have to get that dopamine is to eat stuff. There also is people who get into taking drugs that cause dopamine and all that kind of stuff. And there are healthy and productive ways to manage it and not healthy and like far worse ways to deal with it. But unless you have the diagnosis, you don't know what you're fighting. All you know is you're miserable all the time doing some things that others seem to be happy about. And there are things that generally tend to frustrate people you're happy as can be about. Now, so you've heard the dopamine fallout from completion, of course, but you never thought about the part of enjoying working on the puzzle. It makes so much sense. You literally have a diagnosis too. Yeah, no, it's a bunch of stuff that goes in that, but like there are individuals, because you're not getting that dopamine from the completion of tasks or whatever, you turn to finding dopamine where you can get. And this is not like a conscious decision you make. So you'll have people who, to get that dopamine to make them feel happy, they'll wind up just overeating. They'll use food as the source of the dopamine, because your brain does give you dopamine for eating delicious food. You've been at least switching to healthier snacks. Fruits and veggies. You have some pineapple in the fridge. Yeah. Well, that's like the good management versus the bad management, is like making the conscious decision. All right, so we got the faction name. We're gonna go with the family just to not have to worry about it. So it's the family, the faction name, and let's keep the settlement names to not be horribly cursed and pushing towards the edges of TOS. It's like funny, you've been diagnosed since you're a kid, and in back in the 90s, it was on Ritalin, you hated it. Wasn't anything until you had kids of your own. You never realized how much it affected your life till then. Oh yeah. It is a thing, like, Ritalin back in the day is a very mixed bag stimulant, versus we have lots of more options nowadays that everyone reacts to differently. Party Town? Just Party Town. Excellent. Keep it in. These are let's see, you're on Adderall, and it's more helpful on your fatigue and sleepiness than actual ADHD. Yeah, oh, well, that's actually another thing, is if you have ADHD, like one of the most common symptoms of ADHD is insomnia. So, yeah. You don't think we're eating anymore. You're put on Ritalin when you're a kid, it turns you into an emotionless husk. Yeah, no, Ritalin, there's very few positive stories that came out of Ritalin. Not none. Like, for some people who was, like, severe enough, that was preferable. But nowadays we have way, way, way better stuff out there. Medicine's come a long way since we've researched that way more. And it can be that you take this stimulant and it's a real bad time, so you try the other one. That kind of thing. Or you need a little bit more, a little bit less, and that's not one of those ones that's like a one and done. It's like, okay, we found it and we're just good with it. You know, over time you might need to have it tweaked. But it's definitely a better situation than it used to be. the family. It's just one of those things that you kind of need the perfect cocktail. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of trial and error. It's honestly that way with any type of mental, psychological, like neurological stuff, even like thyroid stuff. It's a lot of like tweaking and adjusting and tweaking and adjusting, tweaking and adjusting. Planned Parenthood. Trying to shy away from a lot of those names. Those work, they're funny, but I don't want to be like, oh yeah, we're going back to Planned Parenthood, and then people asking lots of questions I don't want to get into. Let's not have the rhinos again. Yeah. A Home of Stone. I don't know. That's a terrible name and we're doing it. A Home of Stone is what we went with. Does he also feel like you have a touch of autism? You feel like ADHD should probably be placed on the spectrum, but that's another can of worms the general public won't get. Yeah, well, it's part of the issue you run into is while ADHD and autism are distinctly different conditions, when it comes to the symptoms exhibited by those conditions, there is a lot of overlap. There is variance as well, of course. Like, you know, you do have a bunch. We can't tame those, right? Not even close. We need 10 and we have 4. But yeah, there is overlap, like a lot of individual symptoms that are experienced by both conditions. That's true of a lot of neurodivergent conditions, though. A lot of neurodivergent conditions, you look at the list of symptoms between condition A and B, and out of the 14 conditions, like 8 of them will overlap. And then there'll be like the deviation of the others there. And it's also a thing that ADHD and autism do co-occur quite often. And for those who don't know what that means, it means if you have one, you are more likely to have the other as well. Not that you necessarily do, but it's rolling the dice, the odds. Let's see, they're comorbid and shared similarities, similar to OCD and more specified forms of anxiety, ADHD and borderline, etc. Lots of them overlap a lot, which is why diagnoses are generally less beneficial than actually learning to treat the symptoms and experiences. Well, even when you look at something like this, you know, this person has ADHD. Okay, first baby is on the way. Like, even if you look at someone and says, hey, this person has ADHD, with the differences in symptoms being what they are, what is a good solution for me and you could be entirely different. Most likely we're still probably going to treat them with stimulants or whatever, but, you know, the types, the amounts, other things to do to manage it, yada yada, are likely to vary wildly. Happens so often that you won't eat all day, and then you'll be like, I haven't eaten yet, and it's midnight. Oh yeah, no, if I get super focused into something, like I'm working on a new project, a new technology, I'm like really zoned in on it, I can get to the point where it's like I get, you know, pretty late in the day, I'm like, oh man, like I am hungry. Like zero registering that I'm hungry, and then you'll just be sitting there and your tongue will just go, "Brrr." And it just takes you off your attention. You're like, oh, I am like seriously hungry. I am hungry. And our coping mechanisms, it's also a difficult thing that as you get older, you do what's referred to as masking. You find ways of managing your neurodivergent conditions, but in that management of it, it makes it harder to diagnose. So you still have whatever it is, but whatever behavior you're using to try and manage the symptom yourself makes it harder to spot the symptom. Because it's not as easy as like, are you a little overheated? You put a thermometer against your head and be like, okay, there you go. You know, and so a person might be wearing a cold band all the time because they're always overheated. So then you take it and you don't read. That's an equivalent, but that's a very solvable equivalent. You just go, hey, take that off. You wait half an hour or whatever. I have no idea the time. And then you do it. With like ADHD, it's, you know, it becomes a trained behavior to work in certain ways that you make it habitual, and it's really hard to then turn off that habit. Yeah, that's what you won't realize until your body is like eaten out. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's also those things that you get really distracted, and then you're like, oh, I have to use the restroom right away. But so you had the opposite. Because you were masking a lot as a kid teenager, because of social anxiety, you're terrified of standing out and being weird. And now that you're medicated for anxiety and have an accepting environment, it's like, a mask, I don't know her. Yeah, no, I can see that. Well, and that's what leads a lot to masking, is you go to school and, you know, there's some things you really, really excel at, and then some things you really, really don't. And usually that has to do with, like, what grabs your focus. And it can be that what you're succeeding at today is something you're failing at tomorrow, kind of thing, too. Because, like, today you're really excited, you're new, you're in that discovery phase of it, and just really getting that dopamine hit for figuring it out. I really need you to actually kill that thing. We are actively starving. Honestly, for right now, you're gonna step up the hunting too. Oh wait, why are you at what? Oh right, we were dealing with other problems. Yeah, that's fine. We're trying to prevent hypothermia. So I need both of them hunting because we are out of food. You still mask and you're at the point of getting super interested in social interactions and psychology, which helped you immediately. Yeah, so it is... Alright, so we did get one of them. We need to butcher right away because they're both actively starving. And you can see here, despite planting this all, a lot of this is getting shredded. Hey, draft, undraft, so you can butcher it. That is not really helpful, because we are starving. The helpful part, though, is they have 0 combat skill whatsoever. So I want you to get over here real fast. And go eat that gazelle meat. Cool. And do you have clothes I want to spare on you? No. No, you do not. Alright. So get back to hunting. The gazelle, there's still 5 left. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. You like RimWorld? You gotta be, you gotta have the passion. Yeah. You now realize that you're hungry, but your kitty has now got you trapped. Rip Cookie. Please, please stop shooting past the thrumbo. I'm begging you, stop shooting past the thrumbo. That thrumbo will kill us all. Let's see, your doctor is like, you're underweight, you need to eat more. I'm like, yeah, I know. The problem is my brain is like, I'd rather be doing this thing than eating. And then you get caught if you don't think about food. It can be a thing that if you can get yourself some level of schedule, like just, when I say schedule, I don't mean like 5 o'clock is eat time, because ADHD brains suck at that. Instead, just have the thing where it's like, I wake up, I do X, then I do Y, then I do Z, and just make sure eating is part of that. That kind of thing's the way I found to work. The problem with that is the moment something distracts you from your order of operations you train to be habit, it's just all downhill from there. Okay, so with that, we could probably put you... Yeah, you stay on hunting, you pop back off of hunting. Oh, you absolutely found you do extremely well. Yeah, that's the thing. It takes a little bit to establish a routine, and as long as something doesn't disrupt it, you're fine. That's actually one of the reasons why it sucks so much when it's like you've got your routine established and managed, and you're like, oh, you've got a dentist appointment tomorrow that you're gonna have to wake up earlier than normal to go to. And then you can't sleep the night before, you end up waking up hours earlier than you need to, so you get like way too little rest. Your entire flow for your day is thrown off, so there's stuff you just straight up forget. And it's like the whole thing just goes right out the window the moment anything throws a wrench in it. Let's see, if you didn't have kids, you would have never realized how much chaos you lived in. Your kids keep you on a routine, but that's because they need it more than you do. Oh yeah, no, I can absolutely imagine. Oh, meanwhile, we need to go to our assignments. I got stuff we need to set. So, herbal, change defaults, herbal for most normal injuries. We will tell them to carry herbal medicine once they find it on their person. We will go to food policy, lavish, do not eat corpses. So we got that going on there. What else do we need to do? There's always like a billion of those little things to go. They also screw up your routine, so you know, kids. Yeah, they're the wild card. Okay, so who's my cook again? Hey, you, wake up. If you don't want to starve to death, you're going to wake up. So your issue is it takes you twice as long to build habits, and just one script will send you back to square one? Yep. It takes a lot to get a habit established, and it doesn't take a lot to ruin a habit. Alright, just start hunting it all except the boom rats. And eventually this is where the lynx will start to become a real threat to us. Yeah, FGS had pretty much all of these experiences you describe while she was unmedicated. Yes. Yep. It was actually talking to people like FG and Delana and Wojess and a bunch of these other ones about like their own... Sorry, actually, were they all diagnosed? I can't remember. But basically a lot of people being more public and open about their diagnosis. Like, I've been pretty sure that I had ADHD for a while. It was one of those things that, like, there was a lot of stuff I beat myself up over a kid that I didn't understand, that genuinely I thought something was wrong with me, and, you know, had grown-ups yell at me about not applying myself and all sorts of stuff, and you sit there and you're kind of like, no, like, I really am trying my all in this, and, like, I don't understand why I struggle with this. And definitely had difficult times because of it. That, like, way later in life, you know, I started advocating for people with neurodivergent conditions and disabilities around workplace stuff. Trying to make sure our policies aren't making things honestly very hostile to individuals with, disability and all that. That talking to people who are neurodivergent, specifically ADHD and all that, and having more and more was a thing that I'd talk to and be like, why are you describing my childhood to me? Like, they'd be like, oh yeah, I learned I had it when XYZ. You're like, why are you describing my own living situation? And I had a buddy who got diagnosed, like, when they were a kid or whatever. And, I was kind of explaining that to him. It's like, you're not diagnosed? It's like, you super have this, dude. But even then, like, I didn't pursue a diagnosis for years. And then finally I was like, no, like, I'm gonna go and actually follow through with this. And the doctor was like, yeah, you have ADHD. It's like, this isn't a question or a maybe. It's like, you're very solidly have ADHD. So far I've chosen to not go with the medication route, which no judgment about it. I honestly think I probably should, but I don't know. There's something a little bit scary about messing with stuff that messes with the way you think and all that. I know it's good, and I absolutely encourage people to figure it out and all that. But at the same time, it's a little difficult to be like, okay, I'm going to take this. How is this going to affect me? And all that. And I know I should. I'm willing to bet if I did, it would help a lot with a lot of things. It's also expensive as hell where I'm at. Any treatment for you is highly personal. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you would sit down with the doctor and get that sorted out. That's another thing, it's honestly just money. Let's see, you're near ADD back when it was a separate thing, and you're on medication, and it didn't help, so you're taking off it. Yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. And especially, again, when we're talking way back, too, the medicines we had back in, like, the 90s, early 2000s were pretty not great compared to what we have now. Ritalin is pretty awful. Adderall's okay. It's got its own things, but we got better stuff now. And even then, for some people, they just don't react to the new stuff well either, and then, you know, you find other ways to manage it. That's you're unmedicated for your entire life, and you're finally able to... And I was like, give me the drugs. Well, it's a delete on your personality. Yeah, no, I know going back to, like, the days of Ritalin, that was the big thing with Ritalin, is, like, it just seemed to, like, really suppress a lot of things. So while there are some people who had a, you know, good experience, the vast majority of people ended up being more negative than positive. But that's Ritalin specifically. We got much better stuff now. Let's see, you used to take the medication, but your doctor took off of it. One of the side effects is weight loss and being already underweight. The doctor felt it was the safest move. Yeah, no, in your case, because of the distraction thing, I could definitely see it being a coin flip of, like, what's the better idea? You know, have you on it so that you're more likely to manage eating well, or, you know, go the other way. Because I do know that is a common symptom of modern ADHD medicines, is they do tend to suppress hunger, which is one of the reasons why people who aren't supposed to be on it try and get a hold of it for dietary reasons, so they can diet easier, because it suppresses the hunger desire and all that. That's not what it's primarily used for. It is a side effect. But the other ones that worked on you also delete your personality? Yeah. Apparently appetite suppressing goes away after a few years, but your doctor might have thought that was too long for you. Yeah, no, it's always a juggle. So the downside is food management is keeping us from really having any time to get other stuff done. I need to get that cave dug in there, but, like, we are not keeping much food handy. So the hope is here pretty soon we'll start getting some of this rice. And if not, then we deal with it. Let's not hunt all these tiny little animals. The turkey and the gazelle I'm willing to do. But a lot of those animals, like rats and all that, in a pinch, they can work for food. But a lot of times you spend more time chasing them down, that it's not that it's not worth it, it's much harder to make it worth it. Let's see, you're a little too focused on Concentra, long-acting Ritalin, basically. But it doesn't do that. The main reason you use it over Adderall is that there's no real one a day for Adderall. It's hard enough remembering to take the meds once a day. Yeah, no, that's another one, as I know, is with ADHD, it's easy to forget to take your medicine. And you do the whole thing, it's like, wait, did I take that today or not? Like, again, as long as the routine is maintained, it's usually fine. But the moment something disrupts the routine... Alright, cool, they're getting married. That's good news. But the moment something interrupts that routine, you know, all hell breaks loose. Storage, do not allow rotten, so that any corpses there go away. We can go down here. You know, a dumping stockpile down here. Storage, clear, critical, corpses, human-like. Except for unnatural. And then also go down here. I don't want you to sweep it or put out fires. That way they take corpses like this and they'll huck them around the corner. In fact, I'm going to manually tell you to do that now. Because otherwise you're going to have lots of mood penalties here pretty soon when... Oh, cool. I think the lynx was eating the corpse we were carrying. Neat. Alright, please get this away from here. Yeah, we were carrying the corpse, and then the ints got morning sickness. Or was it morning sickness? Either way, they were throwing up. And then the lynx was like, oh, cool, this body is here for me to eat. Perfect. Yeah, no, the lynx ate it, not the ints. And are getting into smoke leaf that the one person dropped. So one thing I could do to help out is if we can chase these animals out of here, I could put a really small wall there just to keep the animals out. The enemies would attack the wall and destroy it again and again to be obnoxious, but that would at least keep them from killing my plants. Speaking of things ADHD can do, does anyone else have the authority processing issues randomly? Oh, auditory processing issues. I've not dealt with that one. So one of the things that is like a thing that nowadays I can look back and be like, oh, that's totally ADHD, that as a kid I didn't get, was as a kid, it was one of those things that my mom would try and get my attention for whatever reason. And she'd say my name, but unless she kind of came up and like gave me like a little nudge or something, I would not even register at all that I was being called whatever. And the doctor at the time, because again, we didn't understand ADHD, is like, oh, he has selective hearing. In other words, he's ignoring you. And I was like, I mean, I just don't hear you. It's like, I'm not deliberately ignoring you. Like, just, it doesn't grab, like, my attention kind of thing. But, looking back at this, like, oh, no, that was ADHD, and I was just in hyper-focus. And it wasn't I was actively ignoring it, just my brain wasn't even really registering it. I was zoned in onto whatever it was I was into, whether it was a book. Like, that's the thing, it wasn't even things that make noise. I'd literally be, like, reading a book and not even register, even though there's nothing audible about it. Oh, sensitive to sound? Yeah, no, that's, that can be a thing with ADHD, is too much noise can be upsetting, frustrating, whatever, choose your words. That it can be overwhelming. Is it not being ADHD, but being narcoleptic? You're taking an antidepressant against cataplexy. Since taking them, taking them makes your feeling got dull and your mind foggy all the time. And personality shifted to the effects of the medication, even though it was helpful, can be pretty devastating. Oh yeah, no, it's always a really big difficulty to manage. You're in sound sensory overload. Yeah, for me, yeah, that would happen with you with a book. Sorry, the rest of the world no longer exists. Exactly, it's like your brain is locked in on one thing. All other things can, get in line and wait their turn. You are moving really slow. You have hypothermia. Ah, food poisoning. That's not going to help anyone. Yeah, that's because this room's not clean. And they keeps trying to eat, but keeps getting sick from food poisoning and not finishing the eating part. Food poisoning is brutal in this game. Did you actually make some clothes? No. Unless I missed an... No? Let's have you clean the workshop for a minute. The good news is, when you have food poisoning, and you eat stuff that would cause you food poisoning, it basically doesn't do anything. Well, go back in there and clean up where you threw up. I don't care if you throw up out here, but try not to throw up where we're cooking our food. Yeah, that food poisoning is going to be a real big problem for us. The other thing that I'm really worried about is this lynx is chilling right here. It's going to be getting hungry soon. And there is a chance... Oh, would you stop throwing up in the kitchen? So hopefully we can get that last gazelle. And the good news here is we're about to start getting the rice up. You're very upset at the times your brain will just shut down from loud sounds. Yeah, no, that's if like too many people are talking, I tend to just disengage entirely because just too much noise. It's one of those things that, like, a lot of people around here like to go to a lot of the touristy places, because that's what we got. So they either want to go to, like, over to the beaches, or the theme parks, or the water parks, or whatever. And I can really enjoy that, but it is a thing that if it's just too busy of a day, like, the way I would describe it is it more just drains me just trying to manage it. And if I'm like right by and there's, you know, a stage where the music's blasting or whatever, that will very rapidly give me a big headache and all that. Like, it's kind of one of those things, like, I can enjoy it a little bit, but when it's just really unreasonably loud, it is a thing that eventually I'll just get such a headache I just don't even want to deal. But since I've started, like, recognizing that this is a thing, what I'll typically do is once it starts getting that point, like once I start realizing like something's getting me a little bit of a headache, it's like, hey, I want to get away from this stage. Like, let's go somewhere else. So you've seen advice too, early game, get some hay ASP floor with your hay because it's default a little dirty. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I could do stuff with that. That's not actually intended to be. The thing is, we're not getting time to do stuff because I'm spending time hunting. And our people suck at shooting. So it's just taking too long for me to get food. With this rice coming in, we should be in good order. And I'll actually be able to get in here and get some stuff done. Because we're honestly not very far in. Like, as far as number of days. Yeah, 8 days. Which, granted, I'd want to be farther than this for 8 days in. But we're losing a lot of type. Thank goodness for rice and its fast growth. Yeah, the downside is it's more laborious. But right now, with how many animals are going to be eating our crops and all that, I'm going to be depending on the rice to make ends meet. I'm really hoping this food poisoning backs off soon. Yeah, because like you're crossing the map at slow speed because food poisoning to go get the one gazelle. Just forget the gazelle. You're gonna get over there and be hungry already. Get back here. Just start mining or doing whatever you're gonna do. By the time you get that gazelle, it's gonna be off the map or something. Versus we have rice that's ready to harvest. So as soon as the Ents wakes up, they can go ahead and help out with that. And everything's gonna be a little bit slow until that food poisoning goes away. Food poisoning can kill a colony. That lynx is scary close. I know, that's the reason I'm like, let's not go in that direction. Because if it does hunt us and I can walk them in and close the door, it'll probably go after something else and I can just leave it alone. It wouldn't be too bad if we weren't dealing with food poisoning, but with both people actively food... Please don't. Choose a different place to cloud watch. Choose a different place to cloud watch. Relaxing socially is acceptable. Don't cloud watch underneath the links, please. That's not how you live a long, healthy life. Recreation. We can go ahead, and I should have done this way earlier. We'll drop the hoop ring here, and that there for right now. Those will get moved. Okay, looks like you're recovering. Thank goodness. And you should be set to grow as a level 2. But so warm and fuzzy. Yeah. Food poisoning. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it to be like, you ate turkey. Food poisoning. If not friend, why friend-shaped? Exactly. Why is it a big fluffy kitty with neat paws if it's not meant to be friend? You've said before it's a good thing I'll probably never see a cougar, because you don't know if the part of me that knows it's a dangerous wild predator that doesn't want pets would be louder than the inner 6-year-old going, kitty. It's a very different thing from a cat. Like when you see a large thing like a tiger or whatever, it is a far more intimidating thing than like a small cat. Like something like a bobcat, I could see that being a thing, because it's like, okay, you're a little big for a regular cat, but you're also not big like a panther or a cougar or whatever. Lynx is another one that's in that medium size. You'd be like, okay, I could see a person not being as intimidated about it. But like when you look at something like a cougar or a lion or, you know, a tiger or something like that, is a big freaking animal. Okay. So they are starting to get a little bit of food. Oh, that's not food poisoning. That's you're having a baby poisoning. That said, I am not beyond taking the animals it hunts and butchering those for myself. Sorry about that. Okay, so hopefully we get this thing going pretty soon, because we're already getting through another season and still not really off the ground. We don't have... I mean, the only reason the crafting's not getting done is the crafting's farther down here on priority. But that's okay, we'll get there. Your body is hosting a parasite and still not happy about it. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a thing. I've had more than once that I've jokingly being like, yeah, you know, you and your kid, it's a parasitic relationship, like, when they're there. And they're like, that's so mean. I'm like, but it's true. Like, right now, it is using resources that you would otherwise get. And it's not directly giving you anything in return in this stage. Later on, you know, obviously, you know, you have kids and you have the familiarity, you have the family thing and all that's like, but if we're talking technically about the equation of the relationship, it is just utilizing resources you would be having. That's not to say you don't want to have the kid or anything like that. That's not there. It is just, in this moment, it is a parasitic relationship. It is not symbiotic. It is not doing its part and returning something of value to you so far as your body sustaining life. It's not processing materials into more efficient materials or something like that. And again, that's not being judgy about, like, kids or anything like this. This isn't even a negative thing about kids. Just, yeah, it's just the circumstances. And then later on, they get older. Maybe they help around the house. there's like the love and all that they bring in the family and yada yada yada, and that's a whole different equation. Getting all that rice harvested. Need to get that indoors. That's actually one thing we can do, is for right now, stockpile, storage, so no blocks, no wood, storage low, so that way, oh, and no steel, or plasteel for that matter. Basically, get the food inside. And then we're gonna want to take this little pocket we made over here. That's gonna get moved over there. I'm kind of hoping we can get back there. Let's see, it's even more so in pregnancy since women who aren't getting enough calcium from outside sources literally lose bone density to give the baby calcium. Yeah, no, it's that's a thing. Like, I've known a few people who it was a whole big issue that just the nature of health problems they had, that pregnancy was genuinely just dangerous to them because it is very straining on your body. And so they're just like, you know, the doctor's like, yeah, we're going to put you on all these supplements and everything because that kid's going to have a lot of needs that you're not in a good, healthy place for. So we're going to need to do what we can to supplement. Because the alternative is it could put stress in your body and put you in some levels of jeopardy. It is a very straining thing on the human body. Like, there are individuals, the doctors would be like, yeah, don't have a kid. Like, you're not in a healthy place like that. That'll be very dangerous to you. And obviously people could choose whether or not, like, what their priorities of self-preservation versus that. But it is to be where being like, hey, you are in a health-wise fragile spot. That this level of stress is too much, is potentially dangerous. Alright, chat, bear with me. I need to use the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, and that's, I deliberately try and make stuff... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door, and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down, so, you know, this is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns.
I'll blow you to smithereens, you got that?
Yeah, we both can do that. I'm trying to explain that we both have guns on each other.
I couldn't even hear. Who even are you? What are you doing here alone?
I'm doing what I want. That's what I'm doing.
Are you doing what you want, are you? You do what you... Yeah, what you gonna do? You gonna take me to your leader? Is that what you're gonna do? Because we got
know what?
the
Why not?
killer back there with gunpoint. And you want to
Yeah,
survive? You better start place.
See, here's the thing. You're in my car. You're in my car, and I am in charge here. So your buddies might have the cure, but do you know what you don't have? Their safety.
You're gonna kill us both.
All right. Oh, that voice changer will forever be cursed and amazing. Way to get suddenly weirdly quiet, game. Just got real quiet. I might actually turn up the game slightly because there we go. But yeah, that was fun. We were doing a RP thing with Burke Black and all that. That I got talked into, and people were like, "Hey, do you want to do this RP thing with Burke Black and a bunch of other creators that you know and like have worked with all that, or like and all that?" And like, yeah, no, that sounds like fun. Like I don't do a lot of RP, but sure, yeah, no, I'd be down to do like RP with people like, you know, Smashley and Ultra and Sui and a Undead Baron and a whole bunch of others and all that. That'd be a blast. And they're like, cool. How do you feel about joining a sorority? And it's like, what? It's like, sure, why not? Fine, yeah, let's do this. And just at the time, I had gotten a new mic sent to me that has like a voice changer built into it and all that. And it was uncomfortably good. That it's like, you can see, like you'll notice in the clips and all I play, it's like you'll see me talk, it'll be like almost like a quarter of a second later, it'll actually do the thing because it takes the time to process it. But yeah, and it was a lot of fun. I did end up finding a problem that it's push to talk, and so the issue I was running into is I would say the thing and take, you know, however many seconds, and I had to wait like that extra quarter of a second to let off the push to talk because that's when I would actually broadcast the difference. So that's one where I'd probably have to turn off push to talk. It took you uncomfortably long to realize it was you talking in the mic? Oh yeah. No, it was a whole thing. Like, it was like really spot on. I genuinely was sad I didn't get to see a lot of other people's reactions to it. I did see that I did see a couple of comments like from people watching the clips with me, and it like I think Burke Black made a comment. He's like, you know, it's like, that is scary good voice changer. He's like, that is really convincing. And I thought that was fantastic, because it was like literally that mic got delivered the day, like I hadn't ordered it or anything. It was literally, so this is the mic I have here is a Moano, and so this is the mic that I use the voice changer with. I have them both hooked up, and I can swap, like hot swap them anytime I need. I just keep them both there, so that way if like something happens, this mic dies, I just take this one. There's like one little like eye screw or whatever. Or wing screw. Wing nut, that's the word. One wing nut. So I can just take the wing nut off real fast, pop that one off, pop the other one off, switch my input device, and we just keep going. Versus otherwise my mic dies, you're just like, you know, guess the stream ends at that point. And so with all that, it was just like a cool thing. I end up, so like this one, the only downsides are it does have wireless functionality. And I have had a couple of times that this other mic, like the audio quality gets a thing. And I think what the problem is, it has a noise canceling built into it. And you can't really see it on here too well, but there's the mute button is there. Like it's not like a button, like a click button. It's, you know, one of those ones you just barely highlight it. But then there's another button right above it that, again, it's not like a click button. And it lets you turn up and down the noise canceling. And so what ends up happening, though, with the noise canceling kind of thing is you accidentally turn it up and then your voice starts sounding crappy because your noise canceling is just too aggressive. So it just starts filtering out more than you want it to. And you get where all that's going. You have this Friday off? That's cool. Yeah, no, this Friday, it's very, very unlikely we will have a
bonus stream for this Friday. Basically, my family and I are celebrating some birthdays and a whole bunch of stuff, kind of mashing it all into one day because schedules have been pretty rough recently. And so my expectation on that day is I know I'm waking up much earlier than normal. It is Friday, right? I'll have to double check that. Waking up much earlier than normal, and it's going to be hectic, so it's kind of one of those things that likely, even if I were to get home on time, I wouldn't have the energy to do a proper stream. But it should be a fun day. It's not a day I have listed as, like, this is a day I stream anyways. And it's Good Friday? Gotcha. Yeah, that's not a thing we're celebrating. When I was much younger, I was far more religious, but as I got older, it's just not something I practice anymore. Like, no judgment at anyone who does practice or anything like that. It's just, I found too many things that I would have to compromise my own personal views, and, you know, as I evaluated, it didn't seem like a good fit for me. So we got a bunch of Muffalo. The Muffalo could actually be a problem. Because like the rhinos, they like to stay together. And there's a risk that if you hit one, the entire group goes Manhunter. And then you die. We have another raider here, Club. Not really much melee skill, but nimble. Let's see, you do Eastern, that's it. Yeah, we'll be doing, that's basically what we're doing, is we're celebrating, like, a belated Tomb's birthday by a good amount. My older brother's significant other, we're gonna be celebrating her birthday as well. You know, that kind of thing. Doing Easter on top of that, and I think there's another birthday. Basically, a whole lot of stuff happening like that. Kind of just all mashed into one big day. So we're going to take an accuracy penalty because there is fog. Keep chasing Conrad. I'd love for you to have hit him at least once. Because that would have been nice. I mean, I know you're not I know none of us are good shots here yet. Okay. Just gotta get that shooting skill up. Where are you going now? Please don't light my field on fire. There's no need for it. I've been actively shooting at you this whole time. You literally have only a couple hours to live. Okay. Alright. So we'll get there. The problem is early game, we've got like no shooting skill. We are working on it. That's actually one big reason to put some time into hunting early game, is just to try and deal with that. The good news is we're starting to get back in here. Yeah, so most likely what's going to happen with these Muffalo is because of how many there are, they're going to clean all the stuff out here. They're going to get out here, and then probably at that point, we're going to start seeing them go after our crops. And unless I can split them up and get rid of them, there's a pretty good chance of a problem. Another option we can have is if we get a caravan over here, of like a friendly caravan, that they're close enough to the Muffalo, I can send them Manhunter Pack and just get away from it. Then it'll be just a thing we deal with. That we'll just have to try and endure. The alternative is I go probably way up here and block that off so the Muffalo can't get back in here. The downside is I got the lynx back here with me. So we'd need to scare the lynx out of here first. The problem also with that is the raids would go in and they just burn that. I'd have to keep rebuilding it again and again. And also, the boom rat moves out here. I might trigger it to hunt to try and get it out of here or kill it. Just try and keep the animals away from our crops as much as possible. All right. I think we probably are going to close that off. I don't want to do that, but I'm worried that once these run out of food over here, I'm going to be in a situation where I can't kill them easily enough to get... Like, there'll be lots of meat. At least this is a good watermill map. Yes and no. This river is so narrow, I won't be able to fit in very many places. Like, over here I could probably fit 2 of them. Maybe one there. Maybe one there. But then those are going to be well outside of our defensive area. So I probably will end up relying on... If we get to the anomaly stuff, I could see relying on the anomaly stuff for power. Because that's extremely effective power. And should be pretty reasonably manageable once we get that off the ground. But yes, there's no geothermal on the map. Whatsoever. Not an option. Not present. Using the, like, chem fuel and wood... Probably not an option. Maybe way later it would be an option if we went into growing the mushrooms and turning them into chem fuel. Probably not a reasonable one, though, just with how much hauling you'd have to do. We could do the bioferrite generator. That would certainly be an effective option, but that's later game. The windmills could be doable. It'll be hard to fit them into areas like this, but we certainly can. Solar would be the same kind of problem. Like, it could maybe fit one over here. Could definitely fit one up there. So it's a little hard to squeeze them in around here. I mean, obviously we could get like vanometric power or unstable power codes. Those would be the dream, but that's contingent on just getting lucky with what shows up. Alright, we'll want to eventually switch off the rice. Once I can get the animals bullied out of here a little bit, I could see doing that. That might actually be what we do, is... Can you climb barricades? You can't, right? Let's see. Barricade, barricade, barricade. Blocked by fences, yes. Okay, so what we could do is put the... barricades here. The small animals could get past it. That's fine. Because stuff like this can get over them. Blocked by fences, no. So they can get over it. But that'll keep like the things like the muffalo and the rhino out, and then we can just hunt whatever little crap gets in here. Because you are less wood as well. Yeah, because they'll put like a little wood fence there. That's fine. Later on, we could make that fence entirely out of stone. Actually, do I have any stone laying around? We had a tiny bit, right? 30 granite. So I probably won't be able to build granite on that. I think that... What's your weight, Carrie? Heavy. Yeah, so I have to build that out of wood. But that should keep the muffalo out. And right now, that's honestly a good enough reason to do it. Alright. It could also let me make this a pen if we get alpaca or something else that I decide we want to have animals. That wouldn't be a bad call. But yeah, so that way... Right now, the raiders would attack these here. Well, attackers. I don't think I can prevent that, because I believe with shallow moving water, I don't think you can moisture pump that away. I can't remember. There's a bunch of stuff that's water you can't do it to, like you can't moisture pump deep water, you can't moisture pump ocean. But I think you can't moisture pump moving water. I'm not sure on that last one, though, because it's not often I end up on a river tile. Because yeah, what we could even do is make this whole area back here where I'm allowed to go normally, and we can just set everything to hunt that's not dangerous to us, and if anything hops over the fence, it becomes free game. That's one way of managing it. I want to get one of these switched over to like potatoes at some point, so when you have like a big harvest. We can do that. Yeah, let's do that. So let's go zone. You have your starting zone they give you, area 1. I'm allowed 2 tiles past there. Basically making a free reign for everything but that little corridor there. Alright, so schedule, you're all restricted to area 1 now, so that they've got that all built. So now what we can do is we can go to the animals and say, yep, if it is not a dangerous animal, you are welcome to hunt it if it comes back here into this zone. I also just realized that means they'll just leave the corpses there, so let's go ahead and we can copy this zone, and then delete it. And then we can go over here and say dumping stockpile. And we can paste that there. So that way they'll chuck corpses in the water. The downside is that means the trees outside of this. I'm not going to sweat that right now. Right now, I need to get the early game base set up. Once we get the early game base set up, we can start worrying about other benefits, advantages, whatever. All right. You can probably hold that door open now as well. And I do know I have the boom rat set to hunt. I'm okay with that. The good news about this river and all that, fire won't spread particularly easy, so fire won't be nearly as dangerous this map. Not like the other thing where everything around me was flammable and we were building entirely out of wood. So you're replanting this field. Let's go and switch you over to potatoes. Since you're going to be replanting a lot of that because of the ambrosia and all that. Because rice grows really fast, but nutritionally it's pretty crap. So it is usually best used just to kind of bootstrap up your, bootstrap up your initial crops. Okay, so we chased all that. Okay, cool. So all the animals have left this area. So we basically have it where any animals sneak in here, we go after them and shove them out. That'll be a little bit of a burden I probably don't want to deal with. But for right now, it's fine. Cool. Now you should be able to dig in here and hopefully get some progress. And get us out from out there. I probably should have manually intervened and zoned them to force them to dig. Hey, Snoot! Thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you playing today and all that? Let me go and get a shout out for Snoot TV. For those who don't know Snoot, also playing RimWorld according to that and all that. It is Snoot's birthday. It is Snoot's birthday? Well, happy birthday. Unless chat's lying to me. Which is really a major 50-50 on that one. Ah, so chat's lying. I figured as much. Your birthday is Monday. RimWorld, but we mostly drew and talked. I got you. Gotcha. Well, happy early birthday. But, what's up? Snoop played RimWorld for 15 minutes and then art redeems. That is a thing that happens. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know Snoot, absolutely fantastic creator. Plays a lot of similar games to us here. So, like, has done RimWorld, has done Project Zomboid, has done, like, done a bunch of fun stuff. Does lots of drawing and all that over there. Really good time. Really good time over there. Faction-based proximity. Because you are so close to other factions, they feel you are encroaching on their territory, and so they have lost 10 reputation with you. I don't care. It is too good of a base location to be whiny about that. You okay over there, Snoot? I'm assuming you were saying... Yeah. Alright, no problem. You go get yourself a lurk. You go have yourself some food. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. That said, it's a record that has been beaten. But I do play a variety of games here, including RimWorld, and we just started a new colony tonight. We are doing the Adam and Eve challenge, which I have not done in a long time. Is this a natural map or modded? This is using the geological landform mods. For those unfamiliar with that mod, is you can go to your world map here, and you've got a bunch of different types of maps that are on here. Some pretty fun ones, like one of my personal favorite is Swamp Hill. So you'll see here there's like a little bit of a rock spot in the middle, and then there is nothing but mud and marsh and swamp all around it. So this little spot you can build on, and then all of the things, so whatever. Adam and Eve, no baseline one. Nah, I didn't go through and, get rid of all the other factions, because it just breaks too much of RimWorld there. You just don't get meaningful attacks or anything anymore. So it kind of ends up becoming boring. So it is Adam and Eve in that we start with 2 colonists, and only their descendants may be in the colony. We may not have anyone join, with the exception of if we can no longer have kids. Ooh, we do not want Tony to get onto us. If Tony gets into melee range, somebody probably dies. You would love to create a Teletubby challenge?
How on earth would that even, like, what would that even be? Would that just be you would replace graphics on them? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, solid hit. Get running. Another hit. Love to see it. Alright, meanwhile, the Ince is going to cross the river. You're going to cross over there. And circle back this way. So how are you doing here? 65% movement speed. Transport pod crash. You chose the wrong time and the wrong place to crash. Unfortunately, both our pawns are terrible at combat, as referenced by the fact that we had to do a big walking circle around here. Alright, so refugee from our neighbors. So this is one that's probably actually worth us patching up, so I'm going to go ahead and be a little bit lazy about this. Oh wait, never mind, I'm not going to be able to be lazy about it. That's fine. What we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to unrestrict our people for a minute. We are going to rescue this person, but if they join us, we're going to have to immediately kick them out per the rules, because I'm not allowed to have any colonists that aren't of my people. So let's go down here. We're going to start by patching them up immediately, and then we're going to rescue them. And the reason I want to do that is they are our neighbors, who we are going to be gradually pissing off constantly, because I have built my colony practically on top of theirs because it was just a good tile. So yeah, so they'll get upsetty spaghetti every single turn because I'm basically sitting on their front porch. So that said, when I get a free, when I get the free choice to good tile, yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. Let's see, only for colonists, only solar power, eat nutrient paper paste with only rabbit meat. What? What? Okay. That is a very specific and random thing. But yeah, so this tile is going to be very easy to be defensible. The problem I'm going to deal with animals eating all our food. Because we are basically dealing with two people who have no clothes on it. What biome is this? This is gorge and water source. So it's both of those. So we go down here. I think it was gorge. I might have, yeah, so it's gorge and river source. So gorge is where it splits into the mountain like this, and water source is where you have the river. So like, if we go here, this would be just gorge cutting through there. And that's any place you have like an unpassable mountain with a river cutting through if you're running this mod. It's a cool tile. When it comes to combat, it's extremely defensible, as you would imagine. The consequence being, there's not really much grow space, and then tons of animals do show up. So they do have a tendency to be these large herds that then just demolish your entire food supply. I've lost runs to getting a group of like 12 rhinos just rolling in and just eating all my food, and then going, what the hell am I supposed to do with my one person with a bow and this giant wall of rhinos? As you like pick off the little animals to get food, and then you're just like, well, I can't get my food because they literally purge the map of life. How do off-map problems work with impassable terrain? So if you have the river, your pawns can actually follow that river. It says it's unpassable, but it still does let you walk through it extremely slowly. And then these things here where they have the caves, I can go through those as well. So, like, if I want to trade to that tile, I gotta walk around this way. So that's actually very close. Do you know if it's possible to leverage the multiplayer mod to create a base on adjacent tile as the player, or does that break? I believe you would need to be more than one tile separated. I've never used the multiplayer mod. I actually do very little modding of RimWorld in general. But my guess of how that would probably roll
is you would start your 2 different tiles, because you can have 2 different bases by just going in here to gameplay, and maximum number of colonies, turn that up. So you'd probably have to go, you would start 1 colony, walk someone to the other tile, create a 2nd colony, and then my guess would be you'd give them control of the pawn in that other colony. That is my assumption. Is rabbit meat nutritionally deficient like in RimWorld like it is in real life? No. Honestly, there are very, very few games out there that do the whole thing where you can get, was it protein poisoning that rabbits give you, where you're getting meat that just doesn't give you enough nutrition to survive on. Like, in The Long Dark, you can live on rabbits. In this, you can live on rabbits. Product Zomboid rabbits are actually super duper chunkers worth of food. Very few approach it in the protein poisoning thing. Because it's, the actual thing with rabbits is that you can't live exclusively on rabbits. That's the catch. They can be part of a diet and be healthy. It's just, without other things supplementing the nutrition, they're insufficient within themselves. They still give you protein and everything. It's just a lot of other stuff, there's just not enough in there. And then for those who don't know what's being talked about here, it's a thing that if you lived on an almost exclusively rabbit diet, you would basically die of malnutrition. To be fair, there's almost every single food group. You can't eat just one thing. Yeah, no, rabbits are a bit of a weird outlier in that you can live mostly on meat with some additional veggies to avoid things like scurvy, because you wouldn't have enough vitamins and whatnot, like vitamin D and all that. But rabbits are a weird one in that they have an absence of a lot of other vitamins that normally you find in stuff like meat. Okay, or sorry, you have it in insufficient amounts. I was hoping you actually got hurt way more so I could get you out of here. Okay. So with that, let's get you back into restrictions to stay in your area. Eat your orange. He'll eat you. Oh, just thinking of this would be a mental break thing. That was, people have been talking about ways to rebalance food in this game so you don't do the whole thing where you have, like, your single crop you grow. And that's that. And that was always one of the things I'm like, okay, well, you could make it a mood thing where effectively your characters get bored of a food. So if you keep eating the same thing again and again and again, they end up getting less and less happy about being like, oh, potatoes again, like kind of thing. And I could see that kind of thing, because then we could also have traits like you'd have one like gourmand kind of thing where they would be extra picky about having variety. Whereas then you'd have like ascetic who's like, it's fine. I can just eat potatoes until the day I die. Alright. But yeah, so I'm spending time bullying the animals away. I should probably explain what this challenge is. So the Adam and Eve challenge is we start with 2 people. I go out of my way to give them the beautiful trait just so it's easier to make them romance, but the whole idea is the entire colony are descendants of these 2. That I am not allowed to take in any other colonist unless one of these 2 dies or otherwise can no longer have kids. And just keep growing the colony that way. Let's see, you like that idea? That'd be a fun change for sure. Food does wind up being a set and forget it for sure, absolutely. Vanilla food variety expanded does something like that, you think? You're actually kind of glad it's not in the base game, because it's good for RP perspective, but it does seem like bloat that it'd be one to optionally add. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a thing. The whole point would be you can't just do one crop. That would be the end goal of it. So, like, I would do potato, strawberry, a little bit of corn, and rice, and you'd be set. Like, that's all you'd need. And also, before I forget, let me go ahead and do a shout out for Digwood, because for those who don't know Digwood's another fantastic creator on the platform. Plays a lot of RimWorld and other stuff, and RimWorld's the last thing they played as well, so definitely someone else to check out. Have had good times over there plenty. Boom Rat self-tamed. No. Boom Rat can kindly get the heck out. You know, Digwood's fun. Digwood's fun, Chaos. I'm gonna take the Boom Rat and we're gonna release it outside. Well, the problem is, if you do slaughter on a Boom Rat, your character will walk up and explode it in their face. You can stand back and shoot and all that, but we're probably not going to be hurting for food as long as we can manage what stuff's going on. What's going to be the big problem here not too long is the Ints is going to have the first baby, and once the kids start showing up, it starts to become more and more of one colonist doing everything, and even that colonist trying to help with the kids as well. It ends up just stretching them thinner and thinner and thinner until literally stuff is just not getting done. Alright, so for right now I'm going to move the fire over there, because I want to get this stuff out of here. Let's just go ahead and put all this stuff back here for right now. So production, butcher spot, crafting spot, and we go deconstruct, 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 zone, remove the roof, and deconstruct the walls. Bills, add, do this. Don't do it that way. So cook simple meals, do forever if it's made with meat, because the meat expires faster than the meals, so if it's meat, just do it. Otherwise, make just 10 meals. Make baby food until you have 10. Prioritize that at the highest.
Thank you Double Dakaru for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Double Hikaru, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so smash the mechs. Don't worry about the veil quite yet. Make tribal wear, do until you have 1. Make the tribal headdress. Do until you have 1. And make the veil. Do until you have 1. I won't be growing it, but just in case somehow you end up with that, make smoke leaf. And I don't need the rest. Alright. Let's see. You can have zombies in RimWorld with mods? I mean, you don't even necessarily need mods. Technically, you have the Shamblers with Anomaly, and those are basically zombies. They just don't have the bite you to infect you mechanic. Let's see, I've been waiting for a zomboid-like experience, but with the option to automate automation lately, you forgot RimWorld could scratch that itch. Yeah, no, there's definitely been games with zombies and automation, but I'm blanking on what they were. They didn't, for what it's worth, none of them particularly stuck in my brain, which is not a good sign for a game that I'm like, oh yeah, automation and all that, and zombies, and you can't even think of the name of the game. That's probably a bad sign that it wasn't a very good game. Alright, we'll go ahead and put strawberries there again to like mix up the crops. It's not a big thing. I genuinely like to mix up the crops a bit in general. Rice is good for growing quickly, but like nutritionally it's garbage. So it's good for bootstrapping your food, and it's good to have a little bit growing on. That way if you have like something happen, your storage gets burned down or whatever, you know, enemy drop pods into your freezer and light your food on fire. And so you lose all your food. Rice is a good way to get that right back up and, you know, get you over that hill until you're ready for the next thing. So let's go here and shrink that grow area. And then what we can do here is go zone. I'll make you heal root. And we'll make you cotton. Anomaly is the one DLC you don't own yet? Yeah, so there is, there are Shamblers and they're zombie-like in that they're dumb. They kind of just walk at you. They're hard to kill. But, like, numbers is kind of their whole shtick. They fill that kind of thing pretty well. Does Rim of Madness mod still work with Ideality? I have no idea what that mod is. Yeah, so unfortunately anything that sounds like does mod work, I don't know. I don't run hardly any mods, so I'll just never know the answer. I just tend to run very, very mod light. Alright, how do I want to organize this? So basically, this is ultimately going to be the kill box. So what we'll probably end up doing is putting a hospital up there, maybe a prison down there, or whatever. So realistically, I should have a production room back here. So that'll be our production room. And then from there, we can go up this way and all that. Map preview? Yeah. Like, it can be fun to get stuck with whatever garbage map the game decides to throw at you. But at the same time, it can also be very frustrating when you're like, oh cool, this will be a map like this. Like, you have a specific kind of run in mind. And then the game just doesn't give you what you need to make that happen. If we do it that way, I'll want double doors to make it not look terrible. And the double doors are expensive to make, so I'll make it 3, do this, make that 4 wide. So little pod rooms. Is this optimal? Abso-freaking-lutely not. Do I care? Abso-freaking-lutely not. I am very not min-maxer. Did you say mod light? You have a mod list? Yep. Yeah, so if you look at those mods, Harmony doesn't do anything in itself. Don't Stop the Music is music. P music is music. OST Unlocker is music. The Fahrenheit and Celsius is UI, so it has both the Fahrenheit and the Celsius numbers over here, so no matter what unit you use, you can understand it. No research means I start with literally no research. So Bumk is here. Random research means I don't get to choose my research. The game chooses it. I gave the keys to my research lab to Randy, and he said, awesome. And I am just going to be at his mercy. We have self-dyeing. That, I can tell them on the dyeing bench to dye their own clothes, and it'll make it their favorite color. I like it just because then all your people don't look the same. It does technically give them a 1 mood bonus, which is not the mod. That's actually a thing in the base game that you get a 1 mood bonus for having your clothes dyed your favorite color. It's pretty irrelevant. Map preview will show the map here. So that's the map preview. Minimap is self-explanatory. That just makes it easier for people to see what's going on, and I personally like it because the number of times I've lost colonies because I lost track of one enemy and didn't realize they're still there and undrafted, and then suddenly everything goes to hell. Geological landforms is the one that does affect gameplay the most, and that's what generated this map. It lets you just get kind of some funky tiles, some that are really brutally hard and some that are not. Level up, it's just a thing that as your mining be like, mining +1. Camera plus lets me go and say, hey, Veronica, there's your close-up. And then, you know, you can get farther out. So it just gives me different zoom levels of camera. I can also tell it to track people. I don't remember what the button is for it. Yeah, level up is a dopamine booster. Exactly. Labels on floors, that's what that is. Where it says potato plant, it doesn't do anything other than labels what it is. And then Hug's Library doesn't actually do anything in itself. Hug's Library and Harmony are are frameworks other mods use. So they don't do anything, but they make things available for other things to do things. Alright. So, Veronica, I'd really like you to leave. Like, your legs function. The Ince's baby prep. Alright, so the Ince is it's getting pretty close to having a baby, which is not really the greatest time. The good news is, RimWorld considers a baby crib not complex furniture. Now, anyone who's ever built a crib will know that is an outright lie and a fabrication. That weirdly, cribs end up being just bizarrely complicated to put together. Honestly, putting together kids' furniture in general is this weird art where, like, everything has a snap, and if you put it all in the right places, it goes easy breezy. But it is like its own language on how you read those instructions. All furniture is complex when you think about it. I mean, a lot of work goes into figuring it out. Okay, so we should also go back here. Go put another door there. All RimWorld furniture is from IKEA. Honestly, sometimes as easy as they break, it feels that way. Like the idea that you've made this table out of wood, and this person just walks up and punches it a couple times and it breaks. You're like, okay, hang on. What kind of wood did I make this table out of? Because if I made this table out of some, like, pretty heavy, like, oak or mahogany kind of thing, and you go up and you start punching that as a means of breaking it, you're just gonna have a bloody hand. Like, that is not gonna be the thing that fails. Yeah, it's gonna be like balsa wood or cheap pine or something like that. Yeah, so right... We'll have them move inside here soon. You made out of gumbo limbo? It's a softwood? Yeah, no, it's like one of those things, it's like, it is clearly made out of some, like, D-tier wood. Okay, so Veronica's out of here. So my hope is by getting them all patched up, sending them on their way. That should give me, I believe, 15 standings. So that will undo some of the upsetness. We're not going to do Ship to the Stars. So that'll help mitigate the gradual penalty. Could you eat something? There's food. Go forth and consume. Oh, right. Oh, and you're not assigned to doctoring. I always forget. When I only have like 1 or 2 people, everyone's a doctor. Even the people bad at doctoring, well, they're doctors too. Cool. Meanwhile, before you start doing that, get your bow. That way if something attacks us, we're ready. This sleeping spot is gone. You no longer need to sleep outside. That's fine. This whole area got marked as a home zone because of stuff going on. Yep, so we've got the lynx in here. That's concerning. We also have the mega sloth in here, so we're just going to be feeding a mega sloth. This is the life we live now. I really want the lynx to get out of here before it starts hunting one of my people. You like the wood mod that lets you build specific wood types? You think it gave slightly different durability and beauty? Yeah, no, that would make sense. It's probably not something I'd invest the time into, set up myself, whatever, but... Okay. So what we're going to do is, because I don't want to deal with that, you two just start running in here. Oh, you are going to be way too late. I thought you had way more time than that. I'm sorry, I underestimated Conrite. My bad. maybe I'll avoid doing that in the future, because you went, the lynx is chasing my wife, well, fiance, and just straight up brained it in one. Brained it with, what was your shooting? 4. Don't piss up Conrad, man. It did look like that door might have closed in time, and what would have happened is the lynx would have hit it like once or twice, and then run off over here. Hey, but you know what? The lynx isn't here anymore, so that's cool. Hawkeye that one? Yep. Okay, so meanwhile, we want to go to production, and the first thing we want to build is the research bench. I don't have the steel yet. We can probably find some steel in here. I've been trying to actively avoid, like, going out of my way to, like, mine it out of the wall. We're just gonna do it, though. And the only reason I was avoiding that is I expect to find a lot of steel just by circumstance. So do we have any compact steel inside the area back here? None. I've got some compact machinery there. Wait, do I not have any? There's more compact machinery there. Do I have no steel exposed anywhere? I don't think I've ever run into that. There is one spot of compact steel there. Let's double check to make sure I'm not a liar. Alright, well, I'm not going to worry about that. We're not going all the way out to the edge of the map to get a couple of pieces of steel. Like, that would probably be a good vein or whatever. But I would much rather just work back here until we find a steel pocket. Poor Ince. Like, all of this vomit is just morning sickness. Constantly. Just all day, every day, morning sickness. Just perpetual fountain of getting sick. You are too sick of mornings? Yes, that's what we're talking about, certainly. Change that positioning, actually. Put the fuel stove here. The butcher there. That'll give me room for, like, the hallway here. And I can put other tables in along this. Alright. One of the other things we're eventually going to need to do is prioritize cleaning. So yeah, as you can see, because of how little nutrition is in the rice here, this Mega Sloth is going to end up eating like 8 or 9 tiles of rice every time it stops to eat. Which is enough that this one Mega Sloth will likely be able to eat all of that. It's one of the reasons I actually won't take Mega Sloths as the pet a lot of times, is those jokers just straight up suck in the food. They're very effective, and they've got good wool, but they annihilate your food supply. You gotta have a very generous food supply to manage them. Alright, I'm gonna have you clean this room again. There we go. Trying to keep that at least presentable a little bit. So right now we're not getting much benefits here. Okay, so you can now butcher all the creatures, which means this butcher spot is gone. Can't believe the only steel is that. And there was one tile up here somewhere. Oh, and that one's not even exposed. I could just barely make it around. It's like that out of the whole thing being stone wall. There's going to be tons and tons of steel on this map. It's just buried in here. So we're just going to obliterate everything till we find it. Very likely that Mega Sloth is going to live here until we either A, get Inspired Taming and I get lucky. I probably won't be able to. What is our taming at? It's probably terrible. Animal... Oh, it's handle, that's right. 4? Yeah, I think you require like 7 or 8. Taming requirement. 10. So even if we get Inspired Taming, I can't bring it along. It can be a thing I could deliberately do, that if we have a trade caravan or something show up, we shoot the Megasloths to try to manhunter pack it to get them to take care of it. I can certainly take it out if we abuse traps. I just don't want to deal with that. And let's close this door. And the reason I want to close that door is so the Megasloth doesn't go inside our base and start eating our food that we've gotten stashed in here. Then sleep to nude. That's a bold strategy you got there. If I just don't wake up in the morning, morning sickness is just not a problem. Not how it actually works, but we can definitely pretend it is. And for the record, this is going to be our defensive point. What I'll end up doing is I'll end up punching holes in the wall and making this wire. This is range for chain shotguns. But we'll eventually make it have like a little bit of a C shape here. To just, the moment something steps into the door, all hell breaks loose. We'll eventually want to go through and like make this zigzag around a little. I could certainly put like storage up here somewhere. Freezer down here somewhere. Right now I'm not super worried about it. We don't have science. We are currently full Unga Bunga. We are finally starting to get this carved open. But yeah, so where I mentioned previously the whole thing with the forced weather for pay. Okay, hang on. Alright, so you're going to subject me for 13 days with forced weather, and you're going to give me an incinerator. Yes. The answer's yes. The answer's all the yes. Full on, straight up, completely, no question about it, yes. Who is our one? Who is our hunter? You're not getting it. So the ints. Congratulations. You're getting a freaking flamethrower. You are moving from pointy stick on string to straight up flamethrower. That wasn't my plan, but okay, game. I guess we are quite literally playing with fire now. Meanwhile, we're going to want to move all this in here soon. Come on, strike some steel back there. Oh, 1 second. Almost made a goof. We want that to be a choke point, so... There we go. And the pro and the con of this being marble is it does mine really fast. The con is it's less durable, so if we have like some pretty nasty fights break out in here from, you know, infestations, whatever, that wall will come apart a lot easier. Okay, do I set this up with the incinerator mine? What is your range again? You have a weird way of telling your range, I remember that. Because it's got a too short range. So your range is 16 is the max. Which I want to say that's slightly longer than 16, so that's good. Because then in theory, what we can end up doing is we have our chain shotguns, we have the incinerator back here, and we just spray this area with fire. If they catch fire, they run out, they go to put themselves on the wire, then they run back in. And, you know, once we have it where it's not a straight line of sight thing, they'll walk around, do that, they'll be on fire taking damage the whole time. And we just get a revolving door of people getting set on fire and then sent back. So let's go in here as well. So, furniture. And I'm putting them here and here, so that way when I go to put the doors there, I don't just mine through it. Because we will want torches to light things up. Eventually we'll want that to be electrical. I am not sure how I want to deal with electrical here. We do have water wheel, but water wheel takes a certain amount of space. So it's not till around out here I might have enough width on the river to potentially use the water wheel. So that's a bit rough. And then on top of that, when it comes to the water wheels, I have to have enough space behind it as well. And they're pretty chonker. So while you'd be like, the whole thing's a river, you can use it all. It's a lot of a thing. Are we tickling the anomaly this time? Yeah, I do plan to, but I'm gonna want to get some type of stuff set up first. I want to get the run off the ground first, because it's very easy to kill yourself with anomaly. Especially early game when you don't have a bunch of stuff. Because I am thinking the most likely way that we handle our power is with bioferrite power generation, because that's extremely powerful for power generation. It will require us to have a lot of stuff on hand. Alright, so take you off hunting, because you're not going to do that anymore. Because you got a freaking flamethrower. We are going to end up burning our own farm down now. This is going to be an actual problem. But I'm accepting it. We're definitely going to eventually move into the tunneler ideology. That way we can grow mushrooms. Because that'll be probably the best way for us to manage. Because once we do that, I can just let this be like trees or whatever. And not fuss with it. Okay. And then we'll eventually move our place to sleep back there. Yes, we're not getting much in the way of new animals in here. They are being good in staying out. Some of these animals can just go straight up over that, so you can't... Yes, the turtle can technically just go right past that fence. And eventually they will, because there's no food. Because those muffalo are just killing everything out there. Right now, though, we gotta get the start. Like, you gotta find some compact steel back here. Get our research up and running. Once the baby shows up, one of our pawns is gonna kind of not be doing anything but baby duty for a while. That's just how... I mean, that's not literally... It's gonna just cut their, like, time in half. That's the reason why my intention is that the ints will be back here, probably focusing on this stuff. Yeah, because Conroy can do everything else. So my intention is for the ints to go into doing our research, doing our cleaning and all that, and less on the growing. It's just going to be really difficult early on for Conroy to juggle the growing and the building the base and everything else that needs doing. We'll also need to go and start smoothing tile, hauling all this junk out of here. Because one thing that will happen over time is all this marble is going to build up somewhere. Eventually we'll get the, let's say eventually we'll end up getting stone cutting. And we can just start knocking that all into block. And even if it's being wasteful. Alright, so baby is happening. So let's go ahead and gather for baby. All right. So there's a 2% chance that the inch just straight up dies. An 89% chance everything goes well. A 4% chance the baby doesn't make it at all. And a 7.4% chance the baby is sick. If the baby is sick, the baby's probably dead. Because we don't have doctor, we don't have medicine, we don't have any of those things. So it's healthy baby or bust. The worst possible outcome is if it's a 2% and the inch just straight up dies, that basically means the run's scuffed and we have to start over. Yeah, we got hopes and dreams. So it's a 90% chance of a good outcome. It's basically 90% chance good outcome, roughly a 10% chance the baby doesn't make it, and a 2% chance the inch just straight up dies. Which is a risk we will be living with the whole time. I think it can drop down to like 0.5% chance. Fingers crossed to the baby. Yep. Okay, Ince, buddy, pal, you can't just be like, I fell down, we'll do the baby later. Healthy baby. Awesome. So we're gonna name the baby. So here is the baby name. And Chesty LaRue. Welcome to the colony. Meanwhile, put the baby there. We're not gonna do the deserter. I have stick with string and pointy stick and flamethrower. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, before we forget, assign... That's fine. Feed the baby. Baby has big hunger. Why are you not... Why do you need rescue again? We're feeding the baby, so you get to wait a minute. Okay, so what we're going to end up doing... So, baby, feeding, urgent, never, which is the opposite of what you'd think. And the reason I'm doing that is, one, so we can have kids faster, and two, because genuinely it's going to be much easier for people who's not mom to juggle the kid. Because this is one of those things that if mom feeds the baby, mom begins starving, and then mom has mood breaks, and it's a whole big thing, that it's just much easier for everyone else to take it. Drifter, it is against my rules to bring this person with me. Oh wait, never mind, that's not the one. Wait, which one was that? What message? I'm choosing to just ignore the Drifter. It's weird that's Drifter, because... it's the, you know, quote-unquote perfect pawn. I'm going to choose to simply ignore you rather than initiate a fight, because if I go to the Drifter, I say no, and then they fight back, and then Sight Stealers show up, and it's a whole big thing. If I choose to ignore them, they will either just go away on their own, or they will trigger to attack me anyways, at which point I have all of this distance here to react to it. Alright. Yeah, so make childcare maximum priority. The following visitors feeling ignored, they're becoming increasingly upset. Act quickly, they don't like being ignored. Oh, well that's not right. Look, sir, You do not walk into my home. Fine. Alright, Illicit, get ready to assist in case this person does not take no. Send them away. So they did turn hostile. So they're very dangerous. That's not something I thought through. Why are you still able to stand? Just get in there. Nope. What? Well, we're gonna die here. Because we're being killed by superheated air. Yep, colony's dead. Yeah, so problem is, the reason why this one was an issue is just, if we look at their bio, they're at 15 melee. Oh, if we can actually crawl out of there to the water, we might make it. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Both of you, get out. Into the rain. No, 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 one more tile. One more tile. One more tile, friend. One more tile. Into the rain. You might make it if you get out there. Well, baby died because the air got superheated. Yeah, that sucked. My hope had been to just straight up ignore them. Honestly, I don't think it would have mattered even if I didn't use the incinerator, because with so low shooting, that guy would have walked through both our people. Yeah, you're about to die. Yep, and that is a bricked run. Alright, well, back to the main menu, and we do it again. So, cool, let's not dilly-dally. That's the problem with those runs. It's the same thing with Naked Brutality. Sorry, not Naked Brutality. Yeah, no, Naked Brutality. That you can have certain things that can kill your run right away. So that, that honestly... Nice try for the run. That's the whole problem, is the beginning of the run, you're very vulnerable. Every great journey loses a few peasants on the way. Hey, Mortal Smurf. Yeah, Mortal Smurf absolutely gets, like, the runs where you're just like, alright, let me do a Naked Brutality, that kind of thing. And just, you know, your first dice roll, it goes, malaria, and you're like, well, screw this run, it's dead. For those who don't know, Mortal Smurf, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely someone worth checking out, all good stuff. Also plays a ton of RimWorld, does a lot of stuff like no pause, 500%, and all sorts of goodies. But yeah, RimWorld could just straight up not going well. Yeah, no, that was, we got a the perfect pawn, and I'm not allowed to take anyone. And if you say no, sometimes they go hostile. They went hostile. The incinerator is what I had because a quest gave it to me. With the 3 or 4 shooting, I wasn't going to be doing anything to him anyways. And the fire ended up killing us before they did. But 2 pawns with no melee and next to no shooting against a pawn with 18 melee, they were just going to walk over us. Now granted, if I abuse traps or something like that, we could certainly make that work. And I might just have to not... I normally don't like doing the trap abuse kind of thing. It's just not my preference. Just because I used to do, like, 5% Naked Brutality. Not the no pause, I never did that, really. But, and I just kind of found all my bases started to feel a little samey. And so I stopped playing on the really high difficulties so that I could have fun making my bases way different and all that. And not just having to lean into abusing pathing and all that. I'm seeing if we can't get another one of those, water source gorges, because I wanna do an actual run on one of those. Because we haven't really done a run that we've gotten off the ground. We're doing this Adam and Eve challenge. And it is just one of those things that once you get into the point of the kids showing up, it gets real hard until the kids. What happened? Perfect Pawn showed up and went hostile. So 18 melee. And just... Granted, we died to the fire I started, but... My hope is that we were 1 tile farther back, because I didn't bother checking the range, because I figured 2 melee to 18 melee, it was going to be a very short-lived fight. Now, granted, normally I'd been excited to see that pawn in a different run because it would have taken them, and they, even if they betrayed us, they would have helped us for a while. Oh, there we go. Temperate Forest, is it a good one? That's an interesting one. Alright, yeah, so we'll do another one of these. Not a full year, only half year growth season. Create custom, so we're just gonna go through this real fast. We were doing human primacy. We need them to free love, so we don't have to wait for them to get married to start having kids. Because that's just another delay. Because the rule we have with this is that I may not accept any colonists that are not, like, born into the colony unless one of the first two dies. If one of the first two dies, I am allowed to bring someone in, but I'm only going to do that if we're, like, already off the ground. Tough jogger beautiful with a melee passion and research. Hi colonist, how are you doing? Meanwhile, so underground would be good here, but it's probably not good to have one of them as my melee pawn, but that's the whole thing. So you gotta be... Why are you giving me all the trash guys now? I do have to be a bit picky. A nimble, careful shooter who's beautiful. The problem is I literally have nothing but combat and research. Okay. But tough jogger is really hard to say no to. Tough jogger is just silly. Quick sleeper is really good too. Sadly, I need both male at. Game making it harder on you? Yeah, so that would give me medical and cooking, but we'd have no construction, mining, or plants, which would be really rough. I really want the medical in there.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley. So the big thing we need is I am going to try to make sure we have cooking, probably cooking, and ideally if we can get medical too. Jogger beautiful. Oh, well that makes my life even easier. They're already a couple. Okay, I mean that would make that easy. The downside is I'd have no medical, cooking, mining, or construction, which is pretty bad. But Jogger, it's really hard to say no to Jogger. I really like Jogger. Going almost 1.5 your speed is really strong. I might take this anyway, because we do at least have 4 medical. No passion for it. But it already takes... We're doing it. Sure, we're going with it. It's fine. I'm going to regret that, because we're going to be food poisoning treadmill here. But... double Jogger, and one's tough? It's really hard to say no to that. Whoa, actually, we do have a geothermal. Okay, the fallen monolith did show up on its own, but it's merged in the wall. I've not seen that before. We have an ancient danger way back here. And in a weird little spot there. Okay, so that's an interesting setup. This is definitely a good choke point right there. Okay. Huh. You know what? This is a weird map. Alright, so get the recreation on the schedule. Work priorities. Honestly, tick everything up. Actually, you are going to be melee, so you don't bother with that passion. Okay, so let's see here. If we're looking at our passions, who's doing what? When there's no doctor, everybody's a doctor. We'll have childcare maxed out. Warden's fine. Handle's fine. Alright, so you will craft and research. We're going to need you to do more of that for now. So right now, all of these are going to be just do it if you can. I'm going to probably make you deal with cooking. And you don't bother. We will have you grow as your first priority. You will then construct as your second priority, and then if you have time to do something else, we'll talk about it. Alright, so I think that's going to be the setup here. Do we have berry bushes on this map? It is looking like a big old no. We do have a lot of things you can hunt, though. which is fine. So let's go here, deconstruct all of these things. Don't touch the ancient danger. We'll go to floors. These give like next to no materials, but I'm gonna queue it up anyways. All right, so we can go over here, and for right now we can zone this. We'll start by setting all of this to rice to begin with, and we'll unpause it for right now. And what I'm thinking we're going to do is, honestly, with where that monolith is, I'm down to just make that a part of my base. It is going to grow, and I'm curious how that's going to play out, but I feel like what we can probably do is honestly just scooch along the side of it and make our base behind it, so like that's just part of the entryway. Because that's an interesting thing, because the monolith is indestructible. So, you know, that'll be a curious one. I'm trying to remember, because I think you get out to be this big. Like one tile in all directions. If not, we're going to realize we made a horrible mistake, and we're going to live with that problem. So, we're going to go ahead and go like this. I'm going to make it a couple tiles back, since I don't know how far back that goes yet. Ooh, alright, so one thing we're gonna do a little bit differently this time. First, we can unpause in the meantime. I think this time... Yeah, there's the fallen monolith, no surprise. Maybe we don't mind there. Is there water near here? Alright. Maybe I'll try to abuse the incinerator this time. So there's a cool thing I've figured out we could do with the incinerator, and I'm sure some others have figured out as well. But there's a cool thing you can do with the incinerator, where if you don't make your path too long to your defensive line, if you set someone on fire, they will take the time to run out and put themselves out in water. And so it's a very abusable thing, because you just absolutely destroy the pathing. And I am probably going to abuse traps because I'm tired of getting these bad starts because we had a totally juiced pawn show up. Yeah, so we can go ahead and do the zigzag here. We'll go and put up the barricades and all that. And then back here we can start putting our defensive spot. How many restarts is this? This is restart number 2. And then I can put a funnel out here with a little pocket so that's outdoors. Or unroofed or whatever, so hopefully it doesn't get too hot. Then we can make a shortcut there. I don't know, I'm still waffling on this. One thing we do need to do is we are going to need to tell them to hunt some of the animals nearby. Unfortunately, that Timberwolf's there. Alright, so in the meantime, while we wait for this, so furniture, bed, just chuck that in the ground. Production. Butcher spot. Crafting spot. Temperature. So butcher spot, butcher anything you get forever. Crafting spot. Make a bow. Make a club. Dread mechs forever. Tribal wear, do until you have 1. Tribal mask, do until you have 1. And who cares about smoke leaf? Alright. Yeah, and that's the thing when you start with a really low population colonists, is it's really easy to get yourself into a bad situation pretty quickly. It just takes rolling something like malaria or plague and not having medicine and your run's dead. That one we got killed because the perfect pawn showed up with 18 melee against our like 4 melee and 2 shooting or 4 shooting or whatever it was, and we were sitting there with, you know, bow with pointy stick and they had a proper weapon. Like, it's still like a knife or whatever. I didn't actually look at what they had. It was melee. But you get the idea. They were a super juiced pawn, and we did kill ourselves with fire, but my hope had been that I was short enough in range I could catch them with the fire and then back out of the fight. And kind of let the fire do the work, but it didn't matter. It was too much fire in the area. We didn't have the vent and all that made. Because I hadn't planned on doing an incinerator at all. It was, the game was just like, here, have an incinerator for some foggy weather. It's like, alright. I'll take a free incinerator when I'm still at the stage of bows and pokey sticks. Okay, so meanwhile, you need to be higher priority on hunting, unfortunately. Because it's going to take a while for this to grow, and I'm going to need food to get off the ground, and there's no berries on the map. And there's your club. Okay, and bills, add, cook meal, forever, if it's meat. Since meat expires so fast. Do 10 if it's not meat. And baby food, don't do forever baby food. Baby food, make 10, we'll worry about that later. Actually, in fact, take that back off. We'll probably not be ready for that for a little bit. Okay, so we got that set up. So very unfortunately, our grower and our hunter are the same person, so they are just going to have to deal with trying to bring me food. It does suck that there's a timber wolf here. That's eventually going to hunt us. And we're not in a great situation for dealing with that yet. We'll get there, though. Alright, that's fine. And who is our cook? You are. Once you're done cloud watching... Can you not haul? Why did you leave that there? No, you're able to haul. Weird. Because usually they'll kill it. Oh, because I don't have a... Right, I don't have a zone set up for it. That's on me. Yeah. I forgot to set up the stockpile zones. It's not really a great place for this. That's fine for now. Okay. But that should get us some early food. Let's not get too carried away. We'll kill just the 2 alpaca. Get that starting food, and we'll pick them away a couple at a time. Okay, and in this particular case, I'm gonna try and do this earlier than I normally would. Let's build a bridge there. I don't think you can walk over that one. Hey, Panther. I want to see if you can cross over this. You can. Alright. So we're going to basically plug this up to keep the animals out, and then I can clean these animals out of here, and then I shouldn't have to worry about them messing with it. It'll be a problem because the raiders will set those on fire, and it'll be a whole annoyance and all that, but that's fine. Okay, storage. No human-like corpses, please. And then 4 human-like corpses. We can go way back here. Trying to think of the best spot. Like, I want to just tuck it way back in the corner or something. I mean, honestly, we could probably just go out here and say... Human-like corpses down there. And we'll go down here. Not a home zone. Cool. Alright. So we'll get that all started. It's going to take me a minute to get this all set up. We're going to fast forward a bit more this time. When you ran early, the first one died? Yeah, so this is our third attempt. The first attempt died to... I'm trying to remember what they died. Oh, what did the first one die to? I know the second one died to we got a perfect pawn as an enemy, or as a person that's like, let me join or else, and we said no. And, you know, we just weren't geared up to deal with it. I didn't set up any type of, like, trap maze or any type of meaningful defense. So I got wrecked. Yeah, so we can go here. So I keep debating on is if I make this type of entryway until we get other stuff set up, they'll always have to do the big zigzag. And we definitely don't want to do that if we can help it. I also don't know where that goes. I like making... Let's just make the entrance along here. And then later on we can make like the actual like defensive wall spot. Or I mean, honestly, I could just use that. Yeah, I don't know how far back that goes, but that's fine. We can run that over there. I'm just putting too much effort into the defensive area. Let's not worry about the defenses. Let's just get the base started. So we can go ahead and make our room with the intention of being a defensive point. Let's check real fast the research here, because I want to say gas operation chain shotgun is 13 range. Okay, so we can go back here. All right, so with that, it need to be here because that's 13 long. That's one from the entrance. Do that because we can make having the spot there a thing later. We'll cancel those. That's not even right to the order. It needs to be the other way around. There, so you got covered spots there. We can expand that later. We will go back here and give a couple of tiles back there. Cool. So get that set up first. So you can go back there. That'll just be a hollow room for right now. Later on, we'll make this just like an open space to fight whatever pops in. This will just be like an area for our people who are in the fight to run around in, and we'll have our actual base behind it. Right now, we will just be living in what will eventually be the defensive line. We need to go in here and hunt more animals. Okay, and with this, I'll put a door there, and I'll put a wall here, and I'll put a wall there. Because the idea is here is I want to prevent the animals from getting back there, because if they get back there, they're going to eat all our crops. And there's very little grow space in here, and it usually goes fine until you have like a group of rhinos or elephants or something big like that show up. And then suddenly you just cannot make food happen. Because they go through and they just obliterate it all, and as fast as it grows, it's gone again. We'll also go here to recreation. You'll drop these in the ground. We can certainly micro a lot of this better, but I'm also very lazy. So Panther's gonna do their best to do the construction and mining and all that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, our other person's gonna do that. So we're gonna go ahead and name our people again. So for our melee pawn, we actually have a melee pawn this time. That'll be Sounder Fan. Now, more than likely, later on, even though they are a very strong melee pawn, we will probably not have them melee once the kids start growing up. And that's just because if they die, it kind of bricks the whole run. So we will want to deliberately keep them out of the fight, even though they are very well suited. And they'll, like, these two will still fight, but we're going to want to kind of be defensive about them over the others. All right, well, first baby is already on its way. Shocking nobody. Starvation, that's why you're hunting. Yeah, so they just need to be cooked now. And that's all walled off. So all the animals back here we can dispatch of. And then we won't have to worry about animals eating our stuff. Alright. Please don't shoot past the one other person here. And meanwhile, let's go through and get all these things configured. So assign, do this. Get the medicine set over to herbal. Switch that, do this. Tell them when we get it to carry it. Food policies, lavish. Don't eat corpses. You know, at least butchered. Ideally cook it. Mad Raccoon. Alright, well, for right now, we'll just disallow that door. And I'll deal with that in a minute. Whoa, wait, your hunting was that high? I didn't even notice that your shooting was that high. Well, that's way better than what we had before. That's actually someone who can win a fight. I still think it was funny that on the last one, we got hunted by a lynx and just one-shot domed the lynx. Brained it on like four aiming or whatever, 4 shooting. Yeah, so trying to wait for that fog to break. Just to avoid injuries and infection. Because we got animals back here we can hunt for a minute. But yeah, long term that won't stay walled off, because the enemy will just catch that on fire again and again. It'll just get annoying. And this time we also have steel. That last map, I had 3 steel tiles, and they were like the equivalent of out here. And it was like literally this whole area, all the stone, and no exposed steel. I gotta go digging through the walls to find it. We'll worry about the steel after I've opened up enough space to chuck a research bench down or at least something. Someday you'll get there. Okay, and then there'll be the last of the animals will be that guinea pig back here. And then it'll go to growing, and the good news is now I don't have to be as picky about my growing and all that. Because we'll be able to just grow whatever back here. This is going to be overkill. I'm going to end up regretting this. So we'll say heal root, can't do it, that's fine. Corn, that's fine. Oh, they're doing that thing where they'll cut down all the trees first. Allow cutting, no. I've had this problem before where they will literally cut down every single tree and not plant a single thing. The family, and that's even with cutting at the same level as growing. I just wanted to see how it was going. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Alright, you sleep well. Thank you for checking in, all that good stuff. And I keep forgetting what we keep giving the names. Oh. The stone is home. Good enough for me. But yeah, so it'll be a whole thing that they'll go through and cut down all trees and not plant much. Are both pawns male? No. Female. Male. Sounder fan's just tough. Yay, level 1 cooking! There's gonna be so much food poisoning. We'll probably end up dying to food poisoning from this run. We'll have like a raid show up and both people be just food poisoned and just a bad time. The marriage is on. Cool. I know that's set to mine. Why are you not mining? Cleaning is not a higher priority? Oh, yeah, it is. Cleaning is a higher priority. That's fine. Meanwhile, the wildlife is no longer going wild out there. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to send them out to hunt. That's going to be the big thing, is just the fact that our hunter is our plants person, and hunting is not particularly fast early on. Luckily, they're at pretty high shooting, so that's going to help a lot. But it is what it is. And they did get a decent amount of rice down, so we'll go ahead and tell them they can cut the other stuff. And this is way more than I should have set for grow space. But, whatever. Alright. Yes, we're gonna try to avoid hunting any of the smaller stuff and stick to the bigger stuff. That way, for one, the Timberwolf has a lot more to hunt. And two, I'd rather they focus on getting these crops down as best we can. Alright. I shouldn't be focusing on tearing all this up, but it's whatever. Alright, first raiders, attacking immediately. Terrible at everything, they're delicate and all that, so this should go smoothly. Let's run over here. Now, because of the way I've set this up, I don't give myself nearly as much opportunity to try and kite stuff. But we also have a dedicated melee now. So, hopefully between that, we should be able to hold it down. Ooh, actually, if I can get you over here, we can catch some Hefty to try and walk up that river. So they gotta walk through the water several tiles while we shoot at them. Please, Canahawk. I know we're tough and jogger and all that, but let's not tempt fate here. RNG is still RNG, and sometimes you just catch a shot to the neck. The good news is you're only bruised. I mean, you are both at the doctor? Yeah. So that let them practice their doctoring on stuff that doesn't matter. So good news is it was just bruises, no serious hurts. Oh right, they're delicate, so that's why they went down easy. Also, man, you're jealous of yourself? You'd love a big hulking wife? Yeah, a wife who is a tough jogger. So you went and you chose the single biggest muscle mommy in the gym and went like, her. She is the one for me. To be fair, you're also a jogger. We'll just you met on the racetrack. You went to a marathon and it was love at first, absolutely sweaty, gross, in the sun, you've been running all day sight. You both shared your free banana at the end of the run. Maybe got like a little pack of like veggie chips and a Gatorade. Because that's what all of those give you. Just the one banana though. Let's like be reasonable here. As much as I'm memeing, that is, if you've ever done like 5Ks, 10Ks, 10 milers, or marathons, that's always what you get at the finish line. They'll be like, here's your Gatorade, maybe you get like a little medal, or like this medal that's made out of rubber or whatever. And they'll give you a banana. They'll usually give you some type of snack. That varies a little bit. It'll be like veggie chips or something of that nature. You know, you'll get like a Gatorade or a water. You haven't. You used to love running, but then you hit puberty and your cup started exploding and it became painful. That, yeah, I can see that. I can understand that. That was actually, we were talking the other day about mods and undocumented changes, because there's a thing on the Discord that someone pointed out, or as Burning Sun pointed out, a mod for RimWorld, that something was wrong with it. So it basically made the letter D not exist in the game. So everything that would have the letter D, there was just an empty spot where the letter D should be. And so it just got into the discussion of like mods that change stuff that, you know, isn't mentioned. And it wasn't RimWorld, it was Kenshi. And I can't remember what the mod was. It was something like it added one extra weapon to the game. It was like, you can add a Buster Sword as a heavy weapon type. And I'm like, that sounds funny. And you get it, and then you pull it up and you're like, you see the female characters, and they were, you would be at spinal realignments level of well endowed. I'm like, that was not listed in the mod or in any way implied. Also, they rebalanced all the stats and all the weapons to make this weapon super duper overtuned and like 65 cats or something like that. Which most of the really good weapons are in like the thousands of cats. And you're like, what the hell, man? Kenshi is notorious for that, where a mod's like, I add this one thing. And you're like, what is all this other garbage that showed up? They're really bad about documenting what's actually in their mods. But it was just create new character and being like, what the hell am I even looking at right now? They both have a subconscious fear of mining. Well, it's the one is stuck hunting and growing, and then as we do that, the other one is cooking it. Because unfortunately, we're not getting exactly great food out of it. It is fine, we'll get there. I am growing too much. That's actually, before... Just stop. I am gonna get myself in trouble. I am doing the thing I always do, which is like, let's queue up a bunch of stuff, because I want all these things. So let's get all of that out of here. That's already planted, so we'll leave that alone. This is already planted, so we'll leave that alone. Yeah, so we'll shrink what we're growing to just these couple of fields. Honestly, you're just starting this one. Flip that over to the strawberries for now. So that way we got the rice for the quick growing, we got these for that, and we'll have the potatoes. And we can flip that over. And that should help a lot, because it is just queuing up way too much. Let's see. Oh man, dirty edits in the Morrowind Oblivion Skyrim mods. There was no preventing toolkits sometimes making random changes. But there's also cases where the modder would load a mod they were using into the toolkit along with the mod they were working with without realizing it. Oh, and then just accidentally make both mods into one? Yeah. Like, that's not what's happening with Kenshi, but yeah, no, I could absolutely see that. We're definitely gonna steal that Timberwolf's meal. And who has the highest social here? You do. But yeah, it was definitely one of those things that the number of times. Ooh, you know what? That Steel Club is probably way better than what we got. It's a shame I can't get that spear. You know what? I'll just go ahead and get rid of it anyways. Give me my $2. That way we have engaged in a social interaction. Now go away, for I have exhausted my social interactions for the month. We have committed the obligated amount of social interactions this month, and we need not proceed any farther with any farther social interactions going forward. Sounds like you. Social interactions done. I will hermit now. Oh yeah, I have hit my social interaction quota. No farther social interactions will occur. There's a lot of steel on this map. All right, and they're a gift of 4 plasteel. Cool. All right. So we'll ignore the animals for right now. I am trying to keep an eye. Those boars can actually do a number that Timberwolf, and it will hunt them. So I am kind of watching to see if we get lucky and that Timberwolf picks off a fight, and even if it doesn't get downed by it, if it gets pretty messed up, it'll make the Timberwolf really easy to deal with. Because if we get rid of the Timberwolf, we can hunt with, you know, not really caring. The only danger there is if the animals run past the muffalo, we peg a muffalo, which is absolutely a real risk. I've run into that plenty of times in my time in RimWorld, where you send off someone to hunt some like little animals, and then suddenly you get the message that Manhunter, and you're like, what? And you realize they were shooting right past the buffalo or whatever and just bullseyed one of them. Hey, Citricorns, thanks so much for the 7 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Let's see. Your sister and I... Yeah, so your sister and you take days on the town together. When she's not at work, she completely used to you basically going non-verbal on the ride home because you're peopled out. But she, on the other hand, gets charged up by people. You don't understand it, but good for her. Yeah, that's, is this map Canyon River? This is Gorge River. Or sorry, Gorge Water Source River. If you look on the map, if you're running geological landforms, just look for where the river goes into impassable terrain and click on the end, and you'll get this style of map. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But you have to have the geological landforms mod. Which, like I said, is the only mod that's kind of really affecting anything, is it's giving me extra map choices. We usually run nowadays, a lot of our stuff is just like temperate rainforest, temperate forest, boreal forest, where it's just like a spot we're dealing with. Okay, so now that everything's planted, that should mean we have a little bit of extra flexibility here. So this will grow, and that'll be good. Psychic drone. Cool, man. 10 out of 10, wood sat again. Alright, so you're already needing more food, so I'll grab 2 more wild boar. Because we just gotta hold out long enough for this stuff to start growing. The rice I mostly use to carry me over until something else grows. Generally speaking, for my colonies, depending on the tile, like if I'm on like a boreal tile, I'm not growing corn. But generally I'll use rice to bootstrap, and if I am on a cold tile or whatever, a lot of times I'll be dealing with potatoes. If I'm on a tile that's got some good soil, I'll go for corn, because the amount of nutrition per effort you can get for corn is absolutely absurd. But, early game you just use the rice to get you enough time to go for the good stuff. Please stop shooting past the muffalo. Please stop shooting past the muffalo. I don't want to have to micro you. I am very, very lazy. Alright. Okay, so that should give me another food for like another day or so. So that's good. And by then, yeah, those are ready to harvest now. So I should need to hunt more for a while. And that should allow you to start dealing with this. That'll give me a renewable food source that doesn't require me running around the map hunting. And then with that, we should be getting into pretty good shape. So we should likely be able to start carving our way in here. Because now Kanahawk is going to also jump on the construction / mining bandwagon. Yeah, that'll be good. They'll get steel. And like I said, I probably shouldn't be focusing on deconstructing any of this. But it's literally the only ruins on the map. It's fine. Like, it is genuinely not what I should be working on. But they'll get there. We'll start mining there. Yeah, because we need to get that carved in. You've already had a chance to get to the second trimester. Alright, so we're into summer. So first season has passed. I have literally not carved a single piece of stone out. We're doing good. I do like that the fallen monolith is right there. I think that's going to be interesting. We will ultimately eventually engage it. This one, weirdly, because I have the steam geyser there, if we manage to get a hold of the geothermal, gives me at least a start to some power. It's only one. This is actually the first time I've had this tile type have a geothermal on it. Usually, there's just no room for it. And honestly, usually the fallen monolith, you'll not have it at the beginning, and it'll be like, do you want to summon it? Which I'll usually say yes. But that's the first time I've had it, like, merged into the wall. Which I think is going to be fun when we level it up and it destroys the wall to make room for itself. Now, one downside is I like to abuse the Ancient Danger, like, and throw it at my enemies. I'm not going to be able to do that. It's literally the back of this entire area. It'd be really hard to use that for much of anything. Alright, as soon as they pull that up, there's nothing left for us to get construction, and so we'll get to mining. I'm getting yourself a little bit of steel. Probably not enough to build anything worthwhile. But that'll mean more plants for the animals to eat and all that. And then with this, nothing left to deconstruct. So that means they should both begin mining and all that. The rice should be coming in with another batch soon. And then we can start getting in here and all that. Okay. We were also talking about earlier that the new RuneScape dropped out, which is RuneScape mostly only in name. Like, it's got runes and magic, but while I haven't played RuneScape much myself, or like at all, everything I've seen, everyone I talk to I know are like avid fans of RuneScape are like, it's like, okay, you just attach the RuneScape name to a survival crafter. And I debated picking it up. They just kind of hot dropped it without warning anyone it was coming, which is kind of cool. I actually really appreciate that. But from what I was seeing, it had a couple new cool gimmicks with like the magic and all that. But by and by, it seemed like it's pretty much what you expect from a survival crafter. I'm kind of hoping as it develops, because it was polished what was there. So I'm kind of hoping as they add more stuff, we get to see the magic, that we get to see more about that. Because I like the idea of a survival crafter that, you know, instead of walk up and you bang axe on tree, that, you know, they had the thing where they could spin the, like, spectral axe and, like, have it wail through a whole bunch of trees. The ability to taking about some of those tasks that get a little bit more monotonous over time. and being able to make them more efficient using upgrades and all that. So instead of you hit tree harder, you'd be like, yeah, you now cleave like 5 trees in twain instantly. Alright. So how are the potatoes coming along? I'll let them replant the rice one time. After that, we'll probably switch a good chunk of this over to corn. And then I might start getting some heel root going. I probably should get the heel root growing. Not like a big area of it, but to more than 0. Let's make this area down here. You are going to be heel root. We can't do it yet, but when you can, that'll be what we work on. Yeah, there's gonna be no good way to dealing with that. Once we get stuff set up in here, then we can just let them flood in here. Especially if we go ultimately into Tunner ideology, then I can make all my food self-contained and not have to sweat it at all. Which will probably be good, because a lot of this isn't even soil, it's stony soil and all that kind of stuff. Which means it produces poorly. Which is another reason to go on the rice, is just try and get the nutrients as fast as possible. Even if it is not as efficient. But like corn on stony soil sucks. Was this one year-round summer? No, this was not year-round summer, right? Yeah, no, it's a half-year grow season. So we're definitely going to want to get food sorted for as best we can. Now, unfortunately, they both suck at mining. So, it'll take a hot minute for them to get much done. Short term, though, let's go ahead and plunk a door down there. Ultimately, we won't want a door there, but short term, we can make this an interior space. And we can get a research bench and other stuff going down out here. Okay, so visitors, nothing to trade, that's fine. Alright, we'll get our research bench going. We do have the no research random research mods going. So I literally have no research at the beginning. Not even passive coolers or anything. And then with the random research mod, I don't get to choose the research. If we go over here and I look at the button, I go, tree sowing, I'd like that. Oh, there's no research button. It's basically we handed the keys to Randy and said, hey, this is a you thing. So it means it takes away like all my ability to use strategy with the research and all that. We just gotta make do. Trash wasters are attacking immediately. That sounds like a not me problem. That sounds like a you problem. Which is good, because that dude's actually got some melee score. Hey, guests, I got nicely done. I will claim those rewards, thank you. And actually, just leave that body out there. I do like when I can ignore my problems. It makes my life much easier. Okay. And the research bench is good to go. That does mean Sounderfan is going to do research, and Kanahawk is now going to be the only one sitting here mining. That'll be good and bad. It'll be bad because it'll be a little bit slower to get the mining actually done, but it will mean that Kanahawk will get a lot more mining skill, so they will individually get better. But more importantly, it means our research will go from literal none to not literal none. And we'll go ahead and make a wood stool for you as well. You do love rocks. Excellent. You're going to be spending a lot of time with them. That is on 3 times fast forwarding speed, by the way. That is what mining 1 looks like. You are quite literally an ultra beginner at mining rocks. But you'll get there, because we watched this. That XP climb. And every little bit, you'll get that much better at it. You'll end up getting probably like 18 or so. Maybe we get lucky and one of the kids, when they hit their teens, gets like a double passion for mining or something, they'll end up taking over. That's a big thing. Bulk goods trader from the Covenant. What was Canahawk the social one? Yeah, Canahawk's the social one. Did the wolf hunt you? Oh no, you must have had a social fight right at the entrance. Okay. Why are you not? That's another problem I'm choosing to ignore. Okay, so let's see here. What can we get from you worthwhile? So I can probably take the fabric that I'm unlikely to get more of. And get rid of it for right now for money. Oh, hell with it. Just give me the money. I know I need clothes, but we're gonna probably... Let's grab... The plain leather is probably one who'll get more. It's fine. Just give me the money. Can I just buy a piece of clothing with that? Okay, of the clothing you have, is there anything I can just buy? You basically have nothing but hats. Cool. That's fine. And the Dromedary will probably die here. If they did have 2 alpaca, that'd be potentially worth my while. One thing we could do is the Muffalo would not be the worst choice. I can't tame a Muffalo yet. Never mind. The donkeys we don't want. The donkeys we could hunt for leather and that would be fine. Because you have a shirt on, right? Yeah, you got shirt and pants on. They're in bad shape, and you don't have clothes yet. Because we stole that off of one of the people who got downed and didn't die. If we'll get lucky, maybe we'll have one of the Muffalos self-tame. In the meantime, we will go Misk. For right now, just chuck a pen marker there. That way we do have anything that self-tames we want, we can bring it back here. And that'll be okay. We probably don't have enough time to get cotton going before the season change. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. If there were alpaca here, we grab them. They only had 1. And it isn't the worst thing, but the only other ones they had any amount of the Dromedary. That was the reason it's like, well, the Muffalo would also not be a bad choice, because the same thing. Muffalo and alpaca wool is really, really good. But, you know, we just don't have it there. How close is the nearest place to go? That's an ancient ruin. It's bad. That's how... Oh, geez. There's, like, nothing friendly or useful nearby. No, but I would love alpaca. Alpaca are honestly my favorite animal to get in the game so far as, like, for just getting alpaca wool. That wool is worth a fortune. And they don't eat that much, so they're pretty easy to manage. Okay, so you'll be cotton. And you, and you, and you. Also be cotton. I don't think that's gonna get very far. A couple pigs might be good for meat. Yeah, no, we've been killing the pigs. The big problem is anytime I stop to kill the pigs, that means I'm not working our things. So what we could do is lower the hunting of the animals to 3, so they don't get prioritized. We can probably kill the 2 pigs. That was annoying. And autosave happened right removing their camera. And the donkeys would also be good for more leather. We can open this up more, we can work on that. We do have compact steel here. That is kind of a plus that we'll get that. That's fine that those are all starting to get ruined out there. Gift from you. A slate club. You know what? That's going to be better than my wood club, so I'll take it. There's a dead hare there, apparently. Oh, right, because it's the one that went wild. Okay. Sorry about that. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid! I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. So for those who don't know, Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator, was apparently playing some RimWorld recently, as well as Schedule 1 and Voices of the Void, which I actually don't know much about. But how is your stream? What were you doing in your RimWorld run today? And are you still alive and kicking and doing well? But welcome in, Raiders. This challenge looks spicy. Yeah, no, it's kind of a play on Naked Brutality. The big difference is we're starting with 2 pawns that are we basically gave them both beautiful, so they would almost guaranteed romance each other. We got lucky on this one that we randomly rolled that one. And then we got 2. So I got 2 joggers, which is just not ethical. But the gist of it is that I'm not allowed to bring in any outside pawns unless one of these 2 die or otherwise can't have kids. And then I may bring in 1 pawn to replace that pawn to continue the family line. Otherwise, everyone must be born into the colony. So what that does mean is the early game is pretty rough. Because the moment the kids start showing up, you end up with one of your pawns that basically can't do much other than take care of kids. That they spend half their time having kids and the other half of the time caring for kids and generally just being miserable. To a point that usually the other pawn also spends half their time taking care of the kids. And the colony languishes until they start getting a couple of kids old enough to chip in. Hard to have kids and they both look like dudes? No, this is a muscle mommy. Straight up, tough jogger. They met running a 5K. That's what we're going in our head thing. They met at a 5K, and the one was just did a flex, and the other one was smitten. Let's see. You want to know anything about your pawns and spending all their time taking care of kids? What do you got going on if you run? If you don't mind your asking. If you got a raid and run, I totally understand all that. Is she wearing a mask? Nah, she's got tattoos or painting on her face or whatever. She's got like a stripe painted up on her face. Let's see. What are the odds that one of the kids kills the other, like Cain and Abel? That would be poetic, in a cursed way. And I've done this challenge before, not since Anomaly came out. The last time we did it, I did get up to 27 kids before the whole thing burned down horribly. Let's see, we've accidentally started an orphanage, and you're up to at least 9 kids in a colony, 3 who have grown now. Nice! That's cool. And again, for those who don't know Italics, absolutely fantastic content. Definitely go check them out. Also plays RimWorld a bunch. Basically a lot of the same kind of games we play here. So if you like this content, you'll like their content, and, you know, vice versa, most likely. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to 27. Yeah, we got up to 27, and ultimately the way that colony died is we had an impid raid, and I think one person got brained, and then the two others got hit by fire and ran into the enemy, and that didn't go out well for them. And you might be wondering, it's like, well, 27, how did 3 colonists die and kill you? Everyone was related. And so literally we had 24 people standing around, or however many it was, standing around with my brother died, my sister died, my daughter died, my son died, minus 60 because there was 3 of them for like the next 60 days kind of thing. And it's real hard to manage when you do the math and go, well, you had a relative die, so that's literally your entire colony being at like minus 60 for like 30 days or whatever it was. And then on top of that, having the regular colonist died, so you're like another minus like 30 because of the number, whatever it ends up being, for 15 days. Plus my friend died, which is another, and you get the idea that we did the math that if we had 3 catharsis on the same pawn, they would still be in the negatives without counting other bonuses. And this is pre-anomaly, so it's not like I could just mass produce Mind Numb and try and ride the thing out. Granted, that'd be an obnoxious amount of Mind Numb. And so it wasn't the regular, death spiral where you slowly watch your colony go down the drain as the moods start breaking, which feeds our mood breaks. It was a colony drop off a cliff. As everyone was in constant meltdown and there was no managing it. There's not enough drugs in the world. That's the catch. This colony, like, it'll get really, really strong because kids are overpowered once you raise them up. Until we start taking deaths. If we take more than a death or 2 in any meaningful amount of time, it'll be bad. Interesting ravine map? Yeah, so this is about the only mod that we have affecting things, is I am using the geological landforms mod. For those who haven't seen this mod, it's pretty cool. It lets you get all sorts of cool special locations, so you can go Swamp Hill, where you got like a little chunk of rock in the middle of just endless swamp, which makes it absolutely a slow burn build. This is one of my favorite types in the game. It's got a pro and the con. The con is it's super duper hard to build with, but it's super duper powerful for any traditional raid that walks on from the side because they gotta muck through swamp. It really, really sucks if you have like a mech cluster find a spot out here in the periphery, because then it drops down and you have to go through the muck. Rift is an interesting one. That is full diggy hole. But what we're doing is we're using 2 different things together. If I could find where our colony is. So if you go and you follow where the river goes to the mountains, you'll get what's called Gorge. But if you go to where the river ends, you get a water source gorge. And that's kind of this cool little area. You're a big fan of Caldera? I don't like Caldera. It's a neat map. I don't like the big thing of water in the middle, where like I'm just not allowed to use the center of my map. It's a cool challenge. It just, not OCD, but it just, I want that spot really bad, and it's deep water. Atoll, I like Atoll a lot. I really like Atoll. For those who don't know what Atoll is in this, I don't know if we'll be able to find one close enough. That's Atoll. So it's the sandbar here, and just that. A lot of time with Atoll and Archipelago, you can get them where there's like, yeah, like this is an example. There's literally no stone or no steel on the entire map. So you might be like, oh yeah, you're in the water, really defensible. With what are you gonna build? You got a little space, you can get a couple of trees and slowly build with that. This is actually not too bad of one. But you're gonna be dealing with wood as your only resource for a very long time. Because even if you manage to research Deep Drill, which good luck at that, but even if you manage to resource Deep Drill, what are you gonna build the drill out of? Also, Mexican Swim. Well, yeah, no, it's shallow water, so you'll still get the normal raids, even though, like, on the map, you're on a little island in the middle of nowhere. Because it's shallow water, literally all but the one side that's deep water, they can still come in from. Alright, so we've got our first baby, and thankfully, the crib is not considered complex furniture. For those who don't know, I also run the no research random research mod, so you might be looking going, where's your research? no passive cool or anything, I start with nothing. And you'll also be like, oh, I really want stone cutting. Oh, there's no research button. Well, crap. And so we basically handed the keys to our research to Randy and said, have a good one. We're actually using Cassandra, by the way. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I just prefer Cassandra. I've had too many times where Randy has just gone, hey man, I'm on vacay. See you in like 2 years. And you're sitting there going, I'm begging you, Randy, do literally anything. Look, Randy, I need something. Oh, good. So you're down from food poisoning. We have no cooking skill in this colony, so that was long since overdue. Phoebe is way harder than Randy, in your opinion? Less raids, but harder? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, no, I agree. But the ones you get are colony busters. Yeah, the big problem with Phoebe, in my opinion, isn't even like the gap. That's certainly a thing where they show up and they hit hard. It's when you get to that point where you're not getting those first raids or two that are soft, when you actually have like that first ramp up, your characters just haven't had the chance to do a bunch of fights to build up any combat experience. So you have Phoebe rolls in with, 18 pawns deep raid, and you're like, cool, I'm at shooting 4 as my highest shooting right now. This is not going to go well. That you're basically just out-leveled and outgunned, and just, you gotta, like, really abuse everything to try and give yourself an edge, to set up your kiting, to set up all that. So Phoebe is honestly probably the hardest storyteller consistently. Cassandra definitely likes to be a bully. And then Randy is roll the dice. Sometimes Randy is a very generous and benevolent god. And other times Randy's like, you know what, I'm bored, die. You wanted a raid? Here's 4 in a row. By the way, you have muscle parasites and malaria. Stacked. Have a good time. Usually if you abuse traps, you find Phoebe is at least early game to mid game. Well, yeah, no, if you abuse traps, most of the storytellers aren't that big a deal. Like, there's certainly ways to cheese all of it. A fun cheese that you can do, this is actually not a good setup for it, that I found I really like, and I haven't abused it yet, and I want to at some point, just to see how far I can take it. It'll be terrible against mechs and impids, but otherwise good. Get the incinerator, not be inside a cave, and have water nearby outside your kill box. And so you set it up so you catch them on fire, and what they'll do is they'll path out to put themselves out of water and then go back in. It resets their aggro so they won't go to the cover. They'll go into your room and then try and back out to the cover. It's fun, because I accidentally set it up one time that way, doing a ship to the stars, and just watching an entire raid just like running in and out of your kill box, just spreading fire the entire way there and just killing themselves. And it's just one person holding the whole thing down with one incinerator. And it's like, this is incredibly abusive. The big problem is you need some place to vent the heat so you don't superheat yourself. So like have your kill box either outdoors, or, in this case, like have a funnel that goes out over there that you can vent the heat out or whatever. But it is a silly abusable thing. It's not the same as like the incinerator kill box where you just get the kill box to be, 2,000 degrees and the people walk in and just fall over instantly as they're superheated. Cassandra will kill you with blue. I have had every one of the storytellers. I have had times where they stack that. Oh, right, you're still down because food poisoning, so please feed your fiance. And immediately give them another round of food poisoning. Actually, for that matter, as soon as it lets you feed them again, do it again. Because you can't get food poisoning while you have food poisoning. So that is one way to still get kind of the nutritional value out of the food, is once you realize you got a stack of food with food poisoning, go out of your way to have the person with food poisoning eat the rest of that stack so no one else gets it. I usually don't bother because I'm a very lazy player. The moment it's like, would you micro this? Nah, man. Outside of combat, I do not want to micro. Like, I don't want to micro caravanning. I don't want to micro dealing with blight. I want to be like, right-click blight, get rid of it. which I don't get the mod that lets me do that. Blight is one of my major frustrations in the game, because you have to be like, cutting 1, cut that. Okay, fine, I'll zone you so you can't go out of it. Usually by the time it happens, I have people who are good enough and have enough food that's like, just kill my field, I don't care. I can't be bothered. And as soon as you're done with this, go feed them again. So that'll be the third one. Excellent. No, you don't eat from that stack. You eat this one. That one's probably not food poisoning. Never mind, it is food poisoning as well. Well, we tried. Zounderfan is the one who's cooking, and they are at cooking too. So, you know, it's likely that entire stack is just food poisoning. It's once in a lifetime that you get to meet someone as awesome as you. Well, thank you. I do appreciate the compliments. I know you pop in and do this a regular thing, but, you know, it is appreciated. So let's try and get over here before you get too far. Because we're going to run to the weird thing that Sounderfan might have their baby while we're at major food poisoning. So I want to try and get the food topped off. So that when she goes into postpartum exhaustion, if Kanahawk is also downed, at least we're not dealing with that. Okay, I did notice that one did not give us food poisoning again, so the rest of that stack should be safe. Assuming it lasts long enough to matter. Oh, also, I meant to go in here and do baby food, keep 10 of it, bump that up to the top. Alright. So the real problem is food poisoning slows you down a ridiculous amount in every way. It makes you eat way more food because you keep getting sick. And it's gonna be a whole thing. And then you make a mess and it also has to be cleaned up. Okay, so cool. You are recovering, but you're not back up. So we're gonna feed you one more time. And then you should be good to go from there. You're going to have a little bit longer till you recover, Kanahawk. So apparently we got her back into food poisoning. Because apparently that also gave food poisoning. Cool, man. I did mention that low cooking was probably going to end up being a food poisoning treadmill. And here we are. It took a while to get there, but we have reached the food poisoning treadmill. Nope, can't do it. Against the rules for me to accept that person. Alright, feed them again. I'm really hoping they get over their food poisoning soon. Oh, cool. Kanahawk got food poisoning again. Ah, well, at least all the food's almost gone, so there's not anything else to get food poisoning from. Out of that stack of like 12 meals, I think literally 8 of them were food poisoning, which it's batches of 4, so it would make sense. Yeah, no, I saw the message got grabbed. Yeah, they're sleeping together while they're both throwing up. Look, man, they're just really into it and they're trying to not let that get in the way of their romance. It really definitely kills the mood, but you know. They're both 20-something. It's an age. Alright, so let's switch that over to corn now. Heat wave. Oh, well, look, you get Sounder Fan inside real fast. And then we close that door. Oh, you're able to stand back up on your own. Cool, man. You're liable to have a baby, like, any second now. This is gonna be a problem. Automod is just being like, sex-based term, sex-based term, sex-based term. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So this is a problem. Is that heat stroke is building up real fast. And there is nothing I can do about it. Cause you might be like, build the passive cooler. No research. I don't have passive cooler. Normally I don't run into this problem on tiles that aren't hot tiles, that we usually just endure it. If we're lucky, we can get a couple of meals here, and I can caravan off the tile, and then come back on the tile, and just ride out the heat wave. That's probably about the best we're gonna get out of this right now. I'm trying to let Sounder Fan finish this cooking and get off the tile immediately. Oh my god, please stop getting food poisoning for 2 seconds. Okay, how bad are you at? Alright, so we can't wait. So we're going to form a caravan, move here, choose accept. Both of you are going. I don't care what it says for food, because we're just going to take what we can get. You got to get off this tile, and you got to get off. No, come on. So you just got downed. Why are you still trying to leave without them? You need to. What are you doing right now? Yep, so this is probably a dead colony. Unless this heat wave breaks like right now, this is probably a dead colony. Because I took too long to get them off the tile. Oh, well, you're gonna die. Did you intentionally try to find this tile to challenge you? No, this tile's not specifically a challenging tile. Like, it's got some problems. I think it's the motion sickness, plus the heat stroke, plus the pregnancy, and now you're malnutritioned. And then you, it's the heat stroke, plus the food poisoning did you in. If we would have not had that food poisoning again... This is such a really sad way to go. Yeah, this is the reason why we don't normally do hot tiles for this. Normally I don't have a problem with this. I'm actually surprised. It's because of the lack of clothes. We slept in the clothes in this one. Come on, heat wave, break. I mean, it's only 1.4 days. It's probably not going to break for another day. Which means they're probably dead. What's the inside temp? 102. It's the same temperature inside and outside for all purposes right now. You're gonna have to say this game sucks? No, we're doing a challenge, and this is the unfortunate reality of the challenge. Yep, so you got over your food poisoning just in time to die of heat stroke, because they're gonna die right here. You die in a second. And that is the end of this run. Because we can't have a family if there's only one person. Alright, so we're just going to pick up and try again. That is just the nature... It's the same thing like when you're doing Naked Brutality... Or, sorry, the Naked Brutality runs. Exact same problem that sometimes you just have those false starts. It is also a thing that I'm kind of adding onto my problems. The Man in Black is a guy. Well, the Man in Black we wouldn't take anyways. That goes against the challenge rules. Try one less challenge? I mean, it's really just the Adam and Eve thing. I just like random research, no research. Like, that's not even necessarily part of the challenge. I just really prefer that, because otherwise I end up finding myself falling into choosing the same, same text. With some little variation if I'm on a different map or whatever. But, like, you find yourself falling into the same habit again and again and again. And I've had some really wild runs because of random research. Like, we had one, I was building the ship, and I had not yet gotten complex clothing. Like, we were up to the starship technology, and I had not gotten complex clothing as a thing yet. I do want to do that same tile type again. Because so that tile should theoretically not be that hard. I have yet to get a run properly off the ground on it, because food is usually the bane. That one actually wasn't too bad. But I always am doing another challenge with that tile. It's not a hard tile, like the raids and all that should be very easy on that tile. It's just the early game, you've got very little growth space, and if I stopped and I played it very cautiously, it'd probably be fine. You just don't normally expect that to be a big problem. Oh, tropical rainforest, random research, no research is a death sentence. Because even Heatwave usually I do fine. Alright, temperate forest. I'm trying to avoid the caves, that breaks things. Oh, not the right tile. There we go. Not a full year season, we'll go with it. Gonna just try and be fast. And we were doing human primacy. Just because. We need to go in here and say free and approved love, so we don't have to wait for them to have kids. Get rid of all the clothing requirements, because they can't stand clothing requirements. Because then you give them better armor and all that, and they're like, no. A beautiful undergrounder who can construction. Okay. Incapable of animals. Oh, and the way we have this challenge set up is they always get beautiful, and that's just to make it easier for me to get them to romance each other. So we're not sitting there. We'll re-roll you first. Trigger happy, super immune, beautiful. It's definitely not bad, but they are sister with the other one, so it's a non-starter. Good combat. I usually don't like to take scars because I like to earn my own scars. So you got construction, mining. So they've got to start here. A passion for shooting, construction, and mining, so they can work on the base. Let's re-roll you. Yeah, so we need... Lack of social could hurt us. Again, construction, mining. Kind, 2 stats. Not able to do dumb labor. Gotta find not male, please. Jealous is not good. Tough, beautiful is really good. So you can research. Oh, but you're brothers, so you can't do that. Unfortunately, I randomly rolled that they were siblings. Industrious, beautiful. With mining, cooking. Okay. No, but that's the thing. I feel like that's a little cheesy, taking someone who's, like, already pregnant, especially if they're not already in a relationship. It's kind of gonna be those things. So that would be low medical, low intellectual, plants, and melee. I think that's workable because industrious will be so strong. So we can have you do that. I kind of want to reroll this one with the construction passion, because that makes this person good for mining and cooking and all that. So let's try and find... Because I'm trying to have some balance of stuff here. So you're melee and construction. Why does it really want to do construction for me? Underground or pyromaniac is probably a death sentence. Come on, give me a guy. Why do you want only construction and mining? And also, plus, not carrying is going to be bad, considering... Okay. Cooking, plants, mining, crafting. So you've got much better passions, but I definitely Industrious is way better than just straight up Undergrounder. Undergrounder is good for this colony. I really like Industrious, though. It's fine. They can't take them both because they're both women. So you'd get melee and plants. Oh, they're ex-lover. They will not get along. Cooking, craft... Okay, hang on. Alright, so shooting, melee, construction, cooking, crafting, and intellectual. But they can't doctor with 2, that's a problem. I know we're being picky. It is one of those things that with these kind of runs... Okay. Hard worker, optimist, beautiful... And hard workers 20%? Yeah. But again, it's construction. I need plants. Plants and potentially doctoring or research or something. I just skipped over really good plot, didn't get a chance to look at them. I'm clicking too fast, and that's a problem. Quick Sleeper's also really good. So construction, mining, cooking, crafting, and artistic. Underground or Quick Sleeper. Come on. Okay. So not really good traits, but plants, cooking, shooting, and all that. We will be lacking in the medical, but you can probably do the mining and the... Well, you can do mining and cooking. You can handle plants and crafting and all that. I think that's going to do for right now. It's not the most things there. No good crafting. Oh, I mean, honestly, this stage having crafting is not important. So we're going to be lacking on construction, lacking on medical, and lacking on that. Lacking on medical is pretty dangerous. If we get hit with, like, early malaria or something, that could be a dead colony. But with just 2 people, there's going to be something that's going to be missed. And I have been screwed absolutely plenty of times. Oh, rhinos are a bad thing for this. That is all stone back there. Oh, we have, like, no grow space, even for this tile. I got a little strip here, a little strip there, tiny little divots there, the tiniest spot there. This is a little pocket here. This is gonna be a hunting colony. Okay. This is gonna be a rough ride. This is gonna be a really rough ride. I'm not gonna put any focus on the growing, because there is nowhere to grow here. This is what I got as our biggest spot to work with. That's like 30 tiles maybe. Because way down here, that's not... Like, we're going to use it all, but... This is... The animals are going to eat it all. We're going to have to just eat animals. Okay, well that sucks. Do we have trees? Okay. We even don't have many trees. Alright, well we're just going to queue up to cut down all the trees. Okay, so for right now, zone the little bit of grow space we got here. You're going to be rice. And you're going to be rice. And you're going to be rice. And good luck, I guess. So schedule, recreation, work. Usually I'll mark all their passions, and then we'll go to the other side and fix it. So both those like this. When you have no doctors, everybody's a doctor. They have terrible social. That might actually come back to bite us later. So you're going to be our cook. Do we have any of you that were specifically suited for melee? Not really. We'll try to go without focusing much on melee. Alright, so for right now, you're gonna have to hunt. So you'll plant, cut, and grow. You'll construct if you have the chance. We'll give you the ability to do that. I don't really care about you doing art or you doing art. And honestly, for you two, if you find the time to research, have at it. I will deprioritize cooking on you. This is going to be bad is what this is going to be. Cool, it's perfect. Let's not worry about it. So where the heck am I building? They're going to have a little bit of growing here. I don't even feel a need to build near it because, seriously. And just honestly, I don't care. Grow potatoes. Okay. Part of me wants to go way up to the edge here. That's probably a big mistake, and the reason that's a big mistake is... Oh, I can't show you. I have to have material... Oh, actually, we can do it with production. Yeah, so you see there's the edge of the map there? That's as far back as I can go. Because it'd be interesting to be way back here. Fallen Monolith, where are you at? Okay, you're right there, that's fine. So, the first thing we need to do is cut down some trees. Production. I don't even know where I want to set this up. Like, I want to put it way back there and force the enemy to walk the whole distance, but the catch-all is that means I have to walk the whole distance myself, and that's going to screw us. And I'm doing it anyways because I don't make good decisions. Butcher spot, butcher all animals, do forever. Go here, smash mechanoids forever. Bows, do 2 short bows. We'll need to get that going right away. Tribal wear, do this. 1. Veil, do this. Do 1. Tribal mask. Oh, if we have the tribal mask already able to make, get rid of that. Okay. So that'll get those going. And as soon as we manage to cut down a tree or two, who is our one of the crafting passion? You? Okay, so stop cutting those trees down. And go up here and prioritize crafting. And for right now, stockpile. Dumping stockpile. So yeah, so we're gonna have some serious problems here. Wildlife, oh my god, there's like nothing to hunt here either. This sucks. It's like doing ice sheep, but it's not cold. Okay, we can go here. Furniture. Double sleeping spot. It doesn't matter right now. Okay, so we get our bows out. We're gonna have to hunt what's available. I think it's the exclamation mark add quote ice sheet, but not cold. There is. Yeah, I mean honestly, it'd be fine if you had that as a quote, but yeah. Alright, so we're gonna have to do that. Most likely, I'm gonna have to find a way to kill some of these more dangerous animals that can manhunter pack me. My hope is we'll have a caravan of some kind show up, and I can poke them and then walk away and make it not my problem. That's my favorite way of dealing with my problems, is to make it someone else's. Oh, let me check. It might be quote space ad or a quote ad. Let me check. It's one of those features that I set up and we use it so rarely because I'll tell people about it and then we'll forget about it. It is quotes manager, so it's exclamation mark quote. Yeah, it's exclamation mark quote space add space who said it and then what they said. That is a lot there. That is the default for Firebot. So be like, quote, add, username, thing said. Yeah, and I'll have to, I probably need to go through and set it up myself, because that's the system built-in one. Oh, you were our crafter? You didn't make 2 bows, did you? Did it miss you making the second bow? Oh, is there literally just not enough wood cut yet? Yeah, there's not enough wood cut yet. Yeah, no, I hear you on that one. And I lost YouTube chat. Let me get that back. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. I probably gotta go through and make it less of a hassle. Oh, right. You're not a couple yet, so... let's just plunk that down. So 94% chance that way, 82 this way. We'll let them interact socially once. And you're at a minor break risk. Because you observed rotting corpses, it's cold outside. Right, we're gonna probably... Are you getting hypothermic? We've had that on 2 tiles so far where I wasn't watching that it was actually pretty cold. Yeah, so you got the turkey, it's injured. Okay, how fast are you? So you move at 5 Cs per moment. I think we're 3. 4.6. So I could potentially, if we can manage to get a bow quickly, we could potentially pick on that rhino. Catch it while it's on its own. As long as we can land a hit that has any slowing effect on it and use the river, we could probably deal with it. That is going to be a dangerous one, but that is the kind of run we're dealing with. So go harvest those real fast so we can make our bow. And then once we've got our bow made, and meanwhile set all those to 4. Once we've got our bow made, we might try... Well, we'll probably want to wait till the fog's gone. Because it's definitely one of those ones we're not going to be able to get around there. Hey, hey, Penny, how's it going? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know Penny Meow, absolutely a fantastic creator on the platform, so I definitely recommend checking out. Been playing some Schedule 1 and other good stuff recently. So, definitely worth checking out as they do all that kind of stuff. Okay, so you're making another bow. That'll be important. Because like I said, if we can get this fog out of here, I might be able to get this rhino by themselves. It'll be a high-risk thing, but that'll take care of a lot of stuff early game that I might be able to poke it, get a hit or 2 in to slow it down. The danger would be is if I hit it and we don't slow it down. That is a dead colony if we do that. Most likely. Have you put your eyes in RuneScape crafting? I have. I obviously didn't have a chance to like request a key or anything because I got kind of hot dropped it. And from everything I've heard from people, is it's got a really good foundation, but like it doesn't really add much to the the genre yet. So my hope is that it'll be in a really good shape and not too long. I know you're ravenously hungry. I'm trying to get a bow, so go grab the bow real fast. Alright, so time to make really poor life decisions. So there's the rhino. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and spread them out like this. Come on, leg or back hit. Or just miss everything. Okay, we did hit it. Come on, be a good hit. It is a leg hit, We have slowed it down. Not enough. It is faster than us. So keep firing. I misunderstood which way is cutting. Oh, you are so in trouble. You are still too fast. It's gonna be one shot, and that's it. Yep, colony wipe. Unless she manages to melee down a rhino, it's a colony wipe. I knew that was a risk taking it. We just only got like the one leg hit and it wasn't enough. It's just one of those things, there was not... Like, I had the one turkey... Well, we don't even have the turkey left. We had nothing left to eat and we were already... Yep, there it goes. Alright, well, that's the way you roll sometimes. Because we were gonna just die to, not being able to get food in time. That was a weird one, because there was, like, no growable space there. Yeah, but that's a danger with, like, the rhinos. I only went for it because that one was split off. Normally they don't split off, and we would have just starved to death. Because what was going to happen otherwise, and why we couldn't try and wait on some type of thing, one is there are no berries for me to pick. We didn't have any small animals to really eat too much. And so I wanted to try and take the thing, because if I hit it in the spine or, like, got a better leg hit, we could have slowed it down enough to kite it. We did get a leg hit, but it didn't slow it down enough. And then I just misread its movement. I thought it was cutting over the river to hit the other one, and I both moved them, which was another shot we could have gotten off. It was risky. I don't regret it. But with no grow space on that tile, that was going to be a hunting-only run for the most part. Because those rhinos were going to eat anything I planted. That's, I've done that tile on my own time before, that style of tile. And that's what was killing me. It was a group of like 8-9 rhinos that were just staying together, eating all of my crops. There was just nothing I could do to contain them. That was a hard run. Yeah, no, that was a weirdly just all stone, no dirt on the tile situation. That was why it caught me off guard, as I didn't even look at it. I shouldn't have cared about growing there. Yes, this is another one. There's a little patch of... Actually, no, there's not. Because I can't zoom in on that. Can I make that window bigger? No. That looks like it literally might not have any dirt on it. There's literally no dirt on that one. And thank you, Canadian Cuddles, for the 3 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Yes, that one's a dead on arrival. Unless I give myself stuff, there's literally nothing I can do. I'd have to hunt that, and that also means there's no trees, so I'd have to melee by fist fighting things down. You saw a streamer with a spot like that, it lasted like 6 hours? Yeah, I mean, basically until you're hungry. And then your only choice is to try to melee something down with fists. So plants that come in cave, thrive, and make babies? Basically. The cave has drawbacks. The big one is food. Is your big drawback. Like later on, if you get tunneler and all that, it becomes not a big issue. But that still requires you to get to the point that you're able to do those things. Like, it's definitely not harder than Ice Sheet. But it does suffer a lot of those same difficulties. The other one is this one, usually you don't get a geothermal, so you can never take advantage of geothermal. There is a lot of stuff that does have negatives with it. There's bonuses, like, for raids, if we do get off the ground, the straight-up combat part of it's going to be pretty easy. And part of me is just being stubborn and doing another one of these tiles over and over and over again. We could mix it up more. And... yeah, you got some soil in this back area. We'll do this one. Yes, so our neighbors will hate us. We're too close. I do not care. We have only half of the year as a grow season, so that's going to be a problem for us. Most likely, I'm going to have to get ourselves some heat right away at the beginning. It's going to be cold enough to be hypothermic for the fall and winter and beginning of spring. But I should be able to deal with that easily enough early on. Since this time, instead of like the last time where I wasn't paying attention, got caught with it. We're not doing depressive at the beginning. You can't doctor. You're a meandrist. You are bringing nothing to the table. Trigger happy, beautiful. So you can do plants, cooking, and mining, and crafting. That is pretty solid. I really like neurotic. I really like neurotic. I know neurotic will get you in trouble, but I really do like neurotic. I don't think we're taking them because I want at least some level of medical here. Come on. Brawler guy, but just a crafter. Greedy, get that out of here. Can't doctor at all. Can't doctor worthwhile. Sanguine, tough. Cool and all, but no. Come on, give me a guy. Ascetic. Undergrounder, tough. With a leg injury. That is some serious construction and mining. But I think I'm gonna say no. Let's go try and get some medical in here. Not much. I don't even care if they have a passion. Just more than one. More than one would be nice. A tough wimp. Cool. Nope. Nimble Ascetic, I mean, come on, man. Those are actually good. Very neurotic. You're speaking my language, but giving me things I already have. Like 4 people in a row who couldn't care at all. They're literally disabled caring. Can we have a guy at all? Psychically sensitive. Again, getting a lot of the same things. Also cannot doctor. I'm getting like 9 out of 10 just women for some reason. Okay, I mean, you're giving me medical and research, and they're already married. Oh no, you're married to someone else.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for subscribing for 17 months. Boo.
They would be amazing medical and researcher, and literally incapable of doing almost anything. And thank you, Soul Adams, for the 5 stream streak. I do appreciate that. And if you didn't already say it, thank you for the sub, the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that as well. 17 months. 3. And you are already lovers. And you're incapable of social. That is gonna honestly mess things up. Because of being incapable of social, they'll end up breaking up eventually. Which will break the run. They're siblings, so that doesn't work. Too smart, fast learner, beautiful. They would learn things really fast, but come on, man. I need to get prepared, whatever the one is. I never get the mod, the prepare carefully or whatever it is. Just so in this one I can be like, hey, roll me guys. Okay, hang on. Do we just go without medical? Because that's really good. Like, medical is the only big gap. I mean, other than their combat skills suck. Medical is their big... I shouldn't take it, but I'm gonna. Because with that, you can handle all of this stuff. That is really solid, and Quick Sleeper's a really good trait. Really solid there. And you have crafting, and you can also help out with that. But no medical. I'm doing it. It's a bad idea. We're gonna die to malaria. But, you know, this is the life we live. Alright, so There is some grow space back here. Not much. We do have a mega sloth back there. We also have the tree right here, which does screw up my grow space a little, but that is honestly pretty abusable where that is. So we're gonna go here and just go boom, boom, grab all of this down here, and you are now rice. And it'll go up here, your potatoes, and honestly, once we get around here, that's gonna be too far to matter. I do want to use this space. I don't want to accidentally cut down that tree. So that is probably safe. I think that's safe, where they won't cut down the tree. Oh wait, no, they're gonna need the grass there anyways. Let's leave that alone for right now. We'll start growing this. Because I really like the idea of having the psychic tree back there and being able to base off of that. So let's go to our schedule, set this up real fast again. Little recreation, do here, work. Everything they got a passion for, market to start with. Cool, man. And honestly, for this one, let's not care about that too much. When there is no doctor, everybody's a doctor. Get the firefighting up there, basic up there, child care will set high. You can handle the animals. You were both equally crap at. Okay. So we can go here. You'll both be low hunting for right now. So, grow, mine, construct, and probably have you cook for right now. You'll craft. Nobody cares about the art right now, so we'll just put that for 4s. We'll have the research as a low priority for now, and all of these will set to 4 as well. So we got our permission set up there. So get to work on that. We do want to get these trees cut down pretty quickly, get ourselves some bows so we can start hunting, because again, that's going to be my early food. So crafting spot, butcher spot, someplace we can cook. Get all these added in, butcher creature, do forever. Add smash mechanoid forever. Bows, make 2. Tribal wear, do until you have 1. Tribal mask, do until you have 1. Go up here, zone, stockpile, do that. Zone, dumping stockpile. Yep, and none of those are in range, I have to worry about that. And we can go here, bills, cooked meals, do forever if it does not contain, sorry, do forever does contain meat. And we will take people and insects off that list, as well as the twisted meat. They don't get mad about it. And make meals only 10 if you got that. We'll worry about kids' meals later. Okay, so who is our crafter? That's you. So finish that tree. Okay. So now go ahead and get to doing this. And you're already romanced together, right? Or is that the other group? No, they're friends. That's fine. We'll worry about romancing them in a minute. Because we'll get them bows. Alright, so Morg, you grab that first bow. And then wildlife, we'll have them hunt 2 of the hares, or 2 of the horses real fast. Because we don't want to kill all the animals right away, because the meals won't keep. Well, that's interesting. We chose a much colder tile, and yet this time in spring, instead of being 30 degrees, it's 70. Because the last one I had to like quickly throw them all in there. Okay. Okay, so work. So far for you, for right now, we'll have you hunt. So that way you can keep growing stuff, you'll hunt. But they're both working on the food support. And we'll get all that stuff. So we'll get our new characters named. So the colony mom is going to be Rexy. And the colony dad is going to be Chrome Wolf. But we want to hunt these early on for a couple reasons. One, they're food. Is that actually a berry bush, singular, individual? I don't know how to handle this. Just one. Cool. And you are set to... Okay, so our hunter is our cook. That's fine. And then from here... Yeah, so if I actually put the base back there... Yep, because then we'll have like this right outside, all that. Okay, so with that, Silveraxi can just work on getting our farm set up. Chrome Wolf is mostly going to be dealing with hunting and all that until that gets kind of bootstrapped up. And then we should be in much better shape there. Oh, right, they're not actually a couple yet. 31% chance? 58. Why is it such a low chance? I thought it would give you a breakdown of that. Did you insult each other? Is that what's going on here? No? That's fine. We won't force it yet. Or we won't push it. They'll have some deep conversations and all that and come around. We don't need to worry about getting, like, the first baby moving immediately. You want pet people? Well, I mean, being giant doesn't make you strong. I've known a bunch of people who went to gym and they were just like raw muscle looking things, but were some of like the absolute weakest, frailest people I've ever known. That very, very much genuinely, they would get like a little bump and they'd be like, ow! Like being bulk does not mean you are actually, you know, fit. You can make yourself look chiseled and not really be there. Not sustained, not like have the abs or whatever. But just being a large build doesn't imply anything towards strength. So I think it's actually totally fair that it has no anything about anything. Because otherwise the reverse is you'd have someone who's very small and you just default them to being wimp. And that is also not accurate in any way. You've got plenty of people who are like 5 foot nothing and, you know, very, very strong and all that. And I understand their stats. It's a cosmetic thing. Because otherwise all your pawns end up looking the same because you'd start accepting them based on that kind of thing. I do get the idea though, like, you could have a balance to it. Again, like, you have a higher chance of getting hit. But that's also then you get into the weird thing, like, when you're playing fighting games and the different characters have different hitboxes because of the character model size. And so everyone chooses the little microscopic character because there's a strategic reason to go for the tiny one. Oh, and also go here. And do not allow the humanoid corpses. And also do not allow rotten. Break risk on you because you were rebuffed. Ah, that's why there's the negatives. They tried to romance already and they failed. And there's another rebuff. Look, man, you are torpedoing this thing real hard right now. That literally you've hit on them so much that it is overcoming everything. So we gotta wait for those rebuffs. So they're not gonna be a couple for a while. Because they struck out and they keep trying, and it's not helping. That is a risk. That's another reason for me to consider the prepare carefully. I think you can tell them that there are a couple be going into it. Let the people start before they start making kids. Yeah, the big thing though is because you literally don't get any more colonists until we start pursuing the kids thing, is it is important that we do get them having kids early on, because that just drags out the early game. And we still have that problem of 2 people, if one of them, you know, one of them gets food poisoning, the other one has to fight on their own, the kind of thing. We're vulnerable in that until the kids start growing up. Now, to be clear, if a group of refugees wants to help us, I can have them help us. I can't have them join. So, like, if they're like, we like your colony, I'd like to stay, the answer's no. Make sure one of them grows up to be a doctor. Well, that's what every family wants, right? Every family wants one of their kids to be a doctor. That's just important. Alright, so we're getting that done faster. So that's good news. We're gonna have more problems keeping the plants from being just eaten up by this mega sloth. But we do have enough animals on here I could probably make that work. This cougar down here is no fun. Major break risk, minor break risk, because you got rebuffed a billion times. And that's not going to help me. But Mom, I want to fly planes? No, you're going to be a doctor. You can be an aviation doctor or something. But you're going to be a doctor. Discussion over. Way too real. Yep, so we're gonna work on getting that all taken care of really early. And as this, yeah, when someone plays yells, "Is there a doctor?" You need to be able to say yes, and that's as close to flying the planes they want you to get. I've known people like that. Which, for the record, that certainly doesn't help a kid become a doctor. That is how you ensure a kid wants nothing to do with being a doctor, is by forcing that on them. Alright. That's not a great place for the fallen monolith in the sun, but we're not super worried about it. Like, I'll eventually trigger the monolith to make it available. Honestly, I'm not even super worried about researching the monolith itself. Like, basically just open it up, let the things stroll in, because I do like the anomaly encounters. We're gonna have to wait till we get things stabled. And I didn't see a geothermal, nor do I expect to see one on this map. Yeah, there's definitely no geothermal, and even if there was one way over there, it'd be useless to me. The good news is, even though I can't realistically farm way down here and have it worthwhile, I can still chop down the trees there for a little wood, because wood will be a problem. Luckily, it won't be a big problem just because I don't need to... Like, early on, I'll need it for cooking. And maybe some doors and all that, but we shouldn't have to worry about too much. Alright. So I have 2 days. I don't remember how long you keep the penalty for failed romance. Now granted, it is one of those things that once either the failed romance or rebuffed drops off, there is a good chance I'll be able to recover. Or if they just keep picking at each other, eventually, all those dice rolls, even if they're not good rolls, eventually they'll win that roll. It might take a while, but they'll get there in time. So there's the research bench. Because then we'll want to move their beds into the same room, like into the room, so they're no longer outdoors. Then we can start working on all that. It's gonna take us a while to get the mood bonuses from like having a lot of stuff. Hey, could you haul those inside since the animals are eating them now? So we get to keep the food for ourselves instead of feeding the local wildlife. So do not refuel that. Okay, so we're getting all that set up. We are going to need some steel. We definitely don't want to mine that whole vein. Let's grab like 5 tiles will probably be enough. And we are already getting our first piece of clothing made. Heck yeah. Because there's very little grow space and we've already done it all. That is deeply concerning. So there's going to be another run that we're going to be leaning really hard on hunting. Okay, let's go out, get ourselves 2 more horses. You're still way down there, that's good news. Let's go in here, furniture. Delete the beds. Oh, we can also delete that. That's no longer needed. And I want to move that all anyways, but that's fine. Okay, so we got the butcher spot there, so we can get rid of this. So bills, add butcher creature, do forever. Put a torch to make it not dark so we don't take a mood penalty for that. Alright, how much longer till this mood penalty drops off? Starts to drop off in 10 in-game hours, so we just gotta have you hold out a little bit longer. That's fine. And you're going and grabbing some of that steel, which is good. Actually, for right now, keep that fire going. We'll definitely want to move that, but we'll worry about that later. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, you're relaxing socially. Right, recreation. The number of times I've forgotten to set up recreation at the beginning is entirely too many. Okay, extreme break risk. Okay, apparently you hit on them yet again, and have once again struck out. You're killing me. I'm really hoping what'll happen is Sopraxi will eventually hit on them back and make it work, and then slowly the moods will improve. But the good news is those mood penalties are going to start dropping off. Yep, so you downed that horse, so you'll be able to get that one soon. Okay, and that's just waiting on a bit more steel. Which they actually have enough. Yeah, so honestly, we can get rid of that. Right now, get rid of the crafting spot. If they mine up, they'll get that way. We'll definitely want to have them spend time cleaning up the floor and all that in here and all that. That'll be fine. The good news is we actually have decent cooking. So that'll help a lot. We also have early clothes that we've also gotten. So we're honestly in a much better situation so far as progression in the colony this time than on the last one. We're still early game where, you know, if we have someone rolls in who is like jogger tough with 8 melee, they're just going to walk over us most likely. But that's just always the danger. It's a shame the colony that we had double jogger with a tough pawn, you know, went the way it went with the with what we had show up kind of thing, because that was a really good start. But it is what it is. Alright, so production, crafting spot, fills, add, smash mech. Do that till you have 1 spare. Tribal whip. Nope, not the kid tribal wear. The tribal headdress. Do you have 1 of those? We've got our bows, so we don't need to worry about the rest. Cool, and we actually have ourselves some real clothes. Okay, so these are starting to drop off. That's good news. Because we want to be real careful that we don't have, like, someone go wild right at the beginning or something. Okay, we're into summer. That's fine. You don't have enough wood. There's plenty laying out there. And construction is the higher priority. Oh, right, because you're hunting right now. And unfortunately, you're both kind of terrible at combat, so while this is very inconvenient for me actually getting things done, it's probably worth me still doing to get those couple points in combat skills done. Yep. And that gets us some more food. Because most likely, a bunch of these critters up here are just going to murder my plants again and again. But that's okay. Stop. Okay, hang on. That rat immediately beelined and took a nibble off that corpse. So that's cool. We'll have the dumping zone right here. Alright, we got a research bench. That's good news. Okay, and we'll do this entire still name again, which is the family, the home of stone. Just to keep it moving. So you're gonna mine that out. And rather than have them start carving out a whole bunch of extra rooms, we're gonna have them just clean up the area, do all those kind of things. And hopefully with all that, a stallion has self-tamed. Alright. I will eat you. Because I don't have a pen for it, so it's just going to get away anyways. But that'll give me more leather. That's fine. I could delay killing it, but honestly, let's just grab it over here. Get the leather. Yeah, so go in here. We'll probably start smoothing out some of this. Let them clean it up, do all that kind of stuff. Get some research going because our research is just not happening. I don't really have someone who's good at research. But I am going to want them to continue cleaning and hauling and all that. That's not getting done, and that's going to come back to haunt me. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real bad, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I will be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I'm going to go a little bit long tonight, I think the plan is. We've got a lot of people here, and so I'd definitely like to take advantage of that while I can. So I'll be back here in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. You see nothing, chat. Nothing is happening here, chat. You see nothing. I don't know what happened, chat. Everything was fine. And then it wasn't. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Alright, and I'm having emotion. Just accidentally startling and waking up my wife because she was snoozing in the back and actually kicked the green screen stand. So it's just, you know, loud noises kind of thing. Alright. Have a drink, go to pee, don't mix the two up. Yep. Alright, that's uranium. That's some good stuff for the beginning. Yeah, so a bunch of that. Oh, I already got rid of the fire. Well, that's going to be a waste of meat, probably. Okay, that's fine. So what they'll do is they'll run down here, they'll mine a little bit of that steel. That'll give them the steel they need to finish building the fueled stove. Again, they get the recipes going in the fueled stove. And hopefully get that to all work. Okay, bills do this cook forever if it is made with meat. Bills cook 10 meals if it's not made with meat, and don't worry about a thing after that. Because the meat rots faster than the meals, so there's no reason to not do that. Okay, so orders. This is going to be a thing that's going to suck. I probably shouldn't be doing this. But if we have spare time... Alright, pollution trash. That is a name. So you are kind, psychic dog, greedy, and you have terrible combat abilities. So we have a bottleneck right here that seems to be like a good bottleneck for him anyways.
I could have done that way earlier. The downside is with that having that gap there. But it looks like they are following up this side of the river, which is perfect because that means they gotta walk along the water for a minute. Please hit him. I should have already been backing off. Move, Chrome. Oh, Chrome is not gonna... Okay. You're just gonna have to fight this. I hope we didn't just screw ourselves in this. Please hit him. Please finish the job. Please finish the job. Okay. Back off. You're too slow. Okay. So we did slow them down a lot. We need Silveraxi to win this fight quickly. Where are you going? How badly are you hurt? Pretty bad. It makes sense. You were stabbed a whole lot. I should have been able to walk away from that. They had a peg leg. I let them get on top of us, which is a mistake. Would you go down? I've hit you with, like, there, finally. Alright, so don't wait on anything. Start tending to them right now. I'm really hoping we don't die of infection here. Which is a genuine risk, because remember, we have no medical. And we are getting 0% tend after 0% tend. Oh, 9.6. Big tend there. Because if they get an infection, they're probably dead with, like, no medical or medicine. Would you back off, Cassandra? Okay, well, now we can see if we're fine. Luckily, we don't have anything that's making heat meaningfully in there. Crossing your fingers. I know, major break risk. I know, you're hungry. That's good enough. So... rescue them real fast. Eat yourself some food. And that's fine. The rest are bruises, they won't get infected. 28%? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. It's honestly, they're either gonna make it or they're not. Oh, hey, feed them. And then tend to them. And also, before I forget, we can go assignments, herbal, do that, set default to herbal, do assignments to the food policy, lavish, no corpses. All right. So far the temperature is maintaining okay. This time we have thing. Wait, the defaults is they eat corpses? Yes. Later on, I'd even remove the eat raw food, but with how dicey things will usually be early game, it's not necessarily a good idea to turn it off immediately. Alright. Go grab your bow before it rots out there. Because they're at the point, they're either going to be infected or they're not. I know. Intense pain, awful barracks, you were rebuffed. Do it. And they're now lovers. So at least we can stop that from being a problem. And then when they both get up, we'll give them a shared bed. Because while he kept striking out and getting her angrier and angrier, it wasn't the other way around. So that takes all the rebuff penalties off there. Because, yeah, rebuffed 5 times, minus 41. That's here. How is a Mayo possible? Been a while. Oh, how is the map? Are you asking how is the map possible? There's a mod called Geological Landforms that gives you some pretty interesting combinations. It's definitely a mod worth checking out. It's a good way to mix up because some of the maps are fairly straightforward and all that. Like, some of them are objectively harder, some of them are easier, some of them, they have different ways they're difficult. Like, there's Swamp Hill where you're a little tiny mountain in the middle of a swamp, which makes raids walking on your tile way easier to manage, but makes base building horrendously rough. And then if you end up having mechanoid clusters land in the outskirts, you get to muck through the swamp to them. So your strength becomes your weakness. Okay, so you talk to them real fast. I don't think either of you are any good at social. I mean, Silveraxi's better, but still pretty awful. Okay, so take the poor quality knife. Take the smoke leaf. I can't really buy anything from you, so there's all that. That is a spare piece of tribal clothing, so take that. We'll use that for money. Unfortunately, all of your stuff is too expensive for me, so that is what it is. I could buy the pemmican, but honestly... yeah, honestly, we just stick with what we got. Realistically, what we're going to do here is start bullying away a bunch of these other littler animals. Ooh, actually, I did see there's an alpaca. I don't have enough stuff here for alpaca. We can hunt the alpaca when the food gets close to rotting to get some stuff, but yeah. Yeah, no, this is definitely very, I want to make a dwarf base. Please stop opening and closing my door. The good news is I think we are clear of infection risk. Like, we should have gotten the infections already if we were going to. So we may have gotten lucky on that one. We might end up with a scar or two, which will be no fun, but we'll see. Yep, and we have the Mega Sloth is just cool. So we got through the heat wave. Oh yeah, now if you want some suggestions for ones to check out with this mod, one of my favorites, one of my absolute favorites is where are you at? Swamp Hill. Swamp Hill, where you get like a little teeny chunk of rock in the middle of the tile, and then it's swamp. It lets you get just a little bit of a base started. And then all of this is hell to build on. And like I said, it's got a pro-con in the defense where certain things are easy to handle and other things are horrendously rough. Another really fun one is Archipelago, which is just sand. There's no stone, no metal, no anything. Sinkhole, yeah, Sinkhole is in the mountain. I haven't done Sinkhole too much. Sinkhole's kind of a cool one. But yeah, so there are some wild maps to really mix up your gameplay. So like I said, definitely, yeah, Rift is another dwarf base thing. This is Rift, where it's just a, you know, a line of not mountain through the middle. And then what we're doing is known as a water source gorge. Because I only recently learned about water source gorge
as far as recently as in playthroughs wise, and I haven't done a run that we've taken off the ground there. Because this map, for as ridiculous as it looked like, where you're like, oh man, this is super defensible, and it is. And weirdly, there's like no food on it. And the problem you run into is any dangerous wildlife like this mega sloth shows up, they can literally eat all the food you're growing. And there's not really a way to counter it other than trying to kill them. It's also a mega sloth while I've got 2 people with bows, so I have to just endure it. And I've got that little spot to grow in, this little strip here, and that spot. The next spot is like way down here, is also not very big. So I'm gonna have to hunt to get past here since that mega sloth is just eating everything. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're still good on meals. Those go in a day. Yeah, so let's go ahead. Even though I got a lot of number of meals, they're going to start spoiling. So we're going to go down here. We're going to get 2 alpaca. Because those meals are all going to kind of disappear at the same time. But I'll probably wait till you're recovered. Which shouldn't... Ah, you got a while left on that leg. The marriage is on. Cool. Yeah, so Silveraxi was running around cleaning up all the dirt and all that. Because this is all stone, I don't have to worry about the fire too far around it. So we're going to narrow the home zone around it a lot. And the whole reason I'm doing that is just the fact that they'll sweep the home zone. I used to always run a mod that you could make it so you could say, this is the zone you sweep, this is the zone you put out fires, that kind of thing. Just so I could go in there and be like, hey, please stop trying to sweep the dirt. I don't need you out here sweeping the dirt, please. We have visitors. Oh, I got one little spot right there. Yeah, so as you can see, that Mega Sloth alone eats almost all of the stuff there. And honestly, all of this doesn't need to be home zone either. Alright, so you're back up. We can give you another piece of clothing for a little bit more money. And get all of that cleaned. Okay, so I'm gonna have to bump up hunting on your priorities. Because the meals are rotting right now. Wanderer joins. No, they don't. Oh, we actually got 1 stack of rice out of that entire field growing there. Thanks, benevolent Megasloth, for allowing me to have at least the tiniest fraction of all the food that's down here. But so, yeah, no, it's not possible without mods, because in RimWorld, by default, your home zone is both the zone you clean and the zone you, actually, Sorry, it's the zone you clean and the zone you put out fires. Okay, so we're gonna do what we did on the one previous map, where I'm gonna go around here. Just say all that is in bounds. All that is in bounds. All this is in bounds. And you don't actually expect to go down to any of these areas. What I'm basically telling them is, don't go all the way out there. So if we go here and go assign, now I can go to wildlife and say, hey, kill any animal that you can hunt that goes in this area. So we can start pushing away the animals from eating my crops. I won't be able to deal with the Mega Sloth. Please stop shooting past Mega Sloth. But there's a good chance we'll scare away the Mega Sloth. And keep a bunch of these other animals at bay. It'll keep coming back, but that is what it is. But hopefully they'll give me a little bit of leeway of getting stuff done. Alright, so now we're starting to smooth out the floor. That's probably not the best use of time for us right now. It's really not. But I'm a little worried about mood breaks down the road. Yeah, that'll be fine. Because we keep that going. That'll be good for another 8 days. Hopefully we'll bully enough animals away. That's gonna be a nuisance. Oh, you're smoothing the floor. It's like, what are you doing to Silbraxi? But yeah, so that'll slowly get us the mood buff. Honestly, well, I mean, we don't want to lower construction's priority. It's fine. We should be working on research. But I want to get this to the point where instead of having it like unsightly environment, awful bedroom, I want to try and get rid of those before initial hope and extremely low expectations drop. Are they lovers now? Yes. I do need to make them have the same bed. I keep forgetting that happened. So once Silveraxi wakes up, we give them the joined bed. So, furniture. And if we get a decent amount of any of the fabrics, we can then go there. Don't give me a second Mega Sloth, please. Yeah, good news, most of those animals are staying down there. I am going to have to go down there and hunt them, aren't I? Okay, so we're going to have to let our people out of there. So let's go and clear all the low food stuff. Go to our schedule. Unrestrict you long enough to run down there to deal with it. So Vraxi, let's lower your hunting again. So you stay researching. Because we're terrible at researching and it's going to take forever. Please stop shooting past the animals that are dangerous. I don't want to micro them. That's one of the things that was in the allow tool mod I do miss is being able to draft and say hunt in range, and they would just start peppering shots at anything nearby that's in range. So you could be like, hunt all these alpaca, drop your group in there, just let them spray shots it out in all directions. And that it would ultimately help. So get that one and one more. Alright, let's go and assign them back down to the limited area. Why are you sleeping on the floor? There you go. You can eat those meals. Starting to get the rice along here. You could do the thing where we wall this off again, but I'd rather not. I'd also rather the cougar stay way over there. Yep, so we're getting a ton of these little animals in here. And just eating them as we can. I'd rather get the rice and the potatoes and all that growing, but because it's the only food on the map available, they are going to keep coming up here again and again. At least I can get them. And unfortunately, when they die out there, I'll have to manually let them back out. Alright. Yeah, so that's basically what we're doing to juggle for right now. Is trying to bully away the animals that aren't mega sloths or whatever. Because they'll kill me. Kinda hoping the turkey comes back over here. So I don't have to deal with stuff. I did notice... Alright. Perfect. I did notice a bunch of the animals down here. I was seeing malnutrition. Like, because that's the turkey had malnutrition here, and that's when it started working its way back up towards us before it collapsed. Okay, so research is going to be very slow in this colony just by the fact that we suck at research. Alright, pollution trash is attacking immediately. They are nimble, not particularly high melee. And they do have a wake-up addiction. They do have wake-up. Wake-up, I believe, does not... They do give them a movement speed bonus. I think we'll be okay, because it's a 10% bonus and they have a 10% minus, so they should be at 1% less than normal speed. And that at least gives me some wake up we can potentially sell. So someone's smart enough to cut it. Please don't burn my potatoes. You're a jerk, you know that, Akimi? Acme? Whatever your name is. Cool, and it's a solid leg hit. So as long as we don't stop and let ourselves get caught. Nicely done. Alright, so we didn't lose any plants, we just got badly damaged. So what we can do in the meantime is don't automatically home zone. Go down here. Zone stored. Clear. Critical. And human-like corpses, not unnatural corpses. And you can turn back on the auto home zone for right now.
Okay, so let's go ahead and you can have... Do you want the wake up? You don't want the wake up. So we could get the stone cutting book. That would honestly not be a bad idea if I can make it happen. We could give them a bunch of this cloth, because that'll be money. So we take the stone cutting book. That is a way to get research that even though we have crap skill at it, will still help. So I'm going to go ahead and accept that. Let me try hauling that in real fast. Will you let me trade it now? You will. Give me that money back. Cool. So that means we can guarantee that over time we will get stone cutting, just by the fact that we can read that book. As you can see, Chrome Wolf jumping right on that thing. And then with that with that sorted, we'll be able to go and have them start cutting these stones that are piled out front. And we can use that for furniture to make our furniture not flammable. As well as stuff like barricades, whatever else we go to do. Oh, wait. We're making a mistake. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Set this to hunt. Be fast about it. So we want to be close enough that we don't have to worry about accidentally shooting the other people. Hit it. And run. Nicely done, team. Mega Sloth handled. And the only injury was one of them lost a foot. So nothing of concern was hurt. Get the light on. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so unfortunately there's another Mega Sloth around here somewhere, down here. But it's far enough away it shouldn't find its way here on its own. We do have a lot of animals here we're going to want to chase out. But it is what it is. No problem. But the good news there is that just means maybe I will actually get to enjoy some of my own crops instead of feeding the local wildlife. Because all the little crap we can just keep hunting every time it gets up here. Because I believe you have a limited growth season on this one. Wasn't it only like half the year? Yeah, it's only half the year. So we won't have too much longer of a growth season. I've yet to... I got one thing of rice up is all I've managed to get so far. Because... Alright, baby's on the way. Because, just, you know, dealing with the animals assaulting my food constantly. Oh, outdoors is getting pretty cold. So let's plan to put a fire up here just for warmth. Because that does unfortunately... When does your grow season actually end? What's the estimated day? To 6th of September. Okay, so we do have about maybe... about 10 days to the end of the season. And it's not looking very encouraging so far as the amount of food we're going to potentially get. We are managing to snag some rice. Meanwhile, what we could do is go... Cut those trees down. Cool. So we'll be able to start keeping that warmer in there. We're also going to need to go in here. Make a crib. Needless to say, I'm going to need to make more rooms on this. Just right now, I'm trying to get this sorted out, and then we'll slowly expand more and more. So right now, I just got like this little pocket hallway thing. I'm trying to grab all the wood I can before the season change. So that way I have wood stockpiled. Could you both haul as much of this rice as you can? Especially the stuff sitting in the water. We're not getting too much grown stuff. Let's keep what we can. Disease plague on Chrome Wolf. Well, crap. Because remember, we have like no doctoring skill and no medicine. And that's a 0-10 on plague. That is not enough to not die. And you're not super immune or anything. Don't care about the rep. Hey, Sherry Kind, thanks so much for the raid. We're watching a run probably lose. So, because Cassandra's been absolutely horrible tonight. But thanks so much for that raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let's go ahead and get you a shout out. For those that don't know, Sherry Kind, absolutely fantastic content creator. Does play a whole lot of RimWorld over there. Also been playing some Schedule 1 and some other good stuff over there. Unfortunately, we have a colony that has no medical, and we just rolled plague. And we have no medicine. So this is probably a dead run. Because we are doing an Adam and Eve channel where we have 2 people who are supposed to have like an entire colony of kids and all that. And yeah, that is not going to work. Come on, I need you with no medicine to get a good 10. 5.8% is not really going to cut it, but you did get 1 medical. You're already 8% behind. Barring getting some quest where we get heal mech serum or something right here, which is super unlikely. Or like straight up having Glitter World drop on her head. I don't see us saving this. Like, the only way I see this working is getting Glitter World, and even then it might be too little too late because we're still losing ground. But we'll wait it out. You never know when it'll be like, hey, I want to hit you with this bad weather thing. Here's a mech healing serum, and then running over and doing that. I've had some nonsense like that before. I'm not counting on it though. It's a super long shot. Open the ancient structure. I don't think we know of an ancient structure. We're playing a little map. There could be one buried in here somewhere. And even then, I would just die to whatever I pop open anyways. Which I'm sure is the meme you're going for. Yep. Well. Or all, like, the things that could save us would be, 1, if we just got a drop of healing mech serum like yesterday. Like, we're actually probably to the point that might would save us. Sorry, the healing mech serum would. Or Glitter World. Probably too late for that. Or if randomly a Sanguiphage just dropped in here and we could force it. There is an event where you could force that to happen. But even then, that's probably still too little too late. And yeah, that's dead. Yep, straight up dead. Yep, so we've been trying to get this challenge off the ground, and we have had no luck. I had 1 die because we got set up. We had pretty good pawns,
But we had a perfect pawn show up, and the rules are I'm not allowed to take anyone out there. So I had a pawn with like 18 and really good stats show up, and we had to tell them they weren't welcome, and just got wrecked. We actually technically died into a fire. I started trying to manage it, but you know, a bunch of people running around with like 2 melee and 4 shooting against one guy who's equipped with like 18 melee. It went badly. We had, I don't even remember how the other ones all died. We had one that died because there was literally like no growable tiles on the whole map, so I had to go after a rhino for food. That went about how you expected it. Alright, and that is another attempt bricked, because you can't have kids without 2 people. So I know that raid did just drop in. I'm actually already going long, so I'm gonna just move this raid on to the next one. So when we get to the next place, let's go ahead and let them know that people came from both Sherry and me. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, if you're watching on YouTube, it will be dropping because I can't have a host thing. Let's see, your 500% has 2 pacifists and 1 level 3 melee. You should not be alive. Yeah, no, it happens. But with that said, it is getting to be about that time, so I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, because right now, like, I could go a little bit longer, but starting up a